Look at our elephants just living their lives in here. Is this our male? Yes, it is our male. Oh, look at him. He's huge. You can tell immediately looking at him. And they just want better food quality. But other than that, these guys are at 100% happiness. So that's all we can do for them. They just need better food, which we get through researching. And we've had no protesters for 2 months, which shouldn't be an achievement for us, but it is. Like, we shouldn't have any at all. But, you know, I'll take none for 2 months. I will take it. I think that's fine. I do think that our poor guests need a little bit of help because we haven't done much for them in a while. And if we look at our guest needs, they have dropped somewhat. So we're just making it like toilets okay. Hunger and thirst needs to be massively improved. I think that's what's letting us down. And the milkshakes looks busy. Ooh, 10% of people. I think the milkshakes are over here near our entrance. Yeah, they are. And that's part of the problem, I think, here. There's too much going on. What are you selling? Just a memento. You're not super busy. Really. Wondering whether that's a good spot for them. And the same with the information center. It might be better to move them and put more food and drink in the entrance. Yeah, I might do that. I'm also thinking we could just put a little path that goes along just on the outside of this habitat that gives a bit of a nature walk through the woodland. And I didn't want to do this before because I was thinking, you know, this is for the environment, this section, and it still is, but it is a large section and we're not really going to eat into it by putting a little path along. And it would be a nice little walk for our guests if they, you know, if you want to take a little route away from the main thoroughfare of the park, this is probably a good way through. And we could just add something in like that. And this would just give guests another way through. It might take some of them away from the main path, so I think it's worth trying. Plus, the bush dogs don't really mind people, so it's not getting in their way or anything. So I think what we're going to do is we're just going to slightly adjust where this section is. Like where our... Well, I'm going to put the bin on the corner as well. There we go. There's people already going down here. So we're just going to slightly adjust where this nature area is by expanding the path along it. And then we could maybe look to keep expanding the nature area to give a little bit more back. And perhaps move a couple of shops in here because I do feel like they're a bit overcrowded down here. But if we're taking up this space, I want to give it back as nature. So we'll definitely do that. Okay, I think that's pretty good. Like, we've added the path and people are already using it, which is perfect. So it's another way to get around here. We do need to get rid of that section there for the staff path. And I just want to check the negative impact zone. Okay, that's not bad, actually. That's really not bad. We could perhaps just slightly move this building away. I think that would be better, just to have it slightly moved away. And for that, we're going to probably have to delete all these paths. But I'd rather that and have it functioning. And then this whole thing can just slide to there. And all of these just need joining up. We've also got a Gazelle about to inbreed, which is not good. So what is that? It's because this is a young adult male. I'm going to send him to the trade center, and then he can't breed, and you can't get pregnant. Are there any more males that have grown up? Any more babies that have grown up, I should say, for these guys, the gazelles? And then we'll have a look at the paths we've just made. Yes, there's loads more. Whoa, okay. So this is another young adult. We'll send you to trade center. I think all of their babies have grown up. And then Kevin should be the male of the group. And we've got another young female. We're going to put her on contraceptives too. Because I believe, I should have done it when I was clicked on her, but I believe that she is related to Kevin. I think she's Kevin's daughter. So if we select stud book, parents, yeah, Kevin and Duchess had her. So I think let's have a look actually at what group size these guys live in. 3 to 20. So when we have at least 3 females, I think we can release them as a herd into the wild. But we don't want to do that before then because we couldn't realistically do that. And I think we should wait until we've got at least, 4 females to release as like a small herd. And they can find themselves a male. The male as well, I believe they... Oh, they're 3 as well. So male bachelor group should be 3. So actually, I think we've released a couple of males before, but we probably shouldn't have done that. I'm in the wrong one here. We've got a couple here, but yeah, we should wait until we get another male at least to release them. I suppose we're having an issue here because we don't have 3. So what we might need to do is trade them to another zoo that has another male. I think that's probably the most ethical thing because we can't leave them in here. So either we make another habitat for our males, which we can do, or we trade them to another zoo. And I think for now, let's just trade these 2 to another zoo so they can add them to their groups, or they can release them to the wild with another set. I would like to release as many animals as possible to the wild, but I don't want to do it in groups that they're not going to be happy with. And now, if we look at our negative impact on guests, it's on the area that they can't walk on. Oh, it's almost on that area. Ideally, that would be that section. That's a bit annoying. Is that going to be a problem? Is anyone going to walk right up to the line? Knowing our guests, probably. But we'll see if anyone actually does that, because there's nothing for them there. And we can add a little bit more seating in here as well. You get attacked by the rhubarb on this side. This is so much better though. We've got guests going around this way, which should ease up congestion on the main path. And they can get straight into another guest area over here. We've also completed another challenge. So we breed 2 new exhibit animals from different species. We've done 3. That's perfect. And then what are our guests' thoughts looking like? That's actually already improved all of their guest needs. They just have better access to the ones we already have. But there is still a massive queue here. So I think it's probably a good idea to set up some other shops over here. And then maybe give them a little bit more food and drink at the entrance. So yeah, I think let's do that. We've expanded this zone already. We can just put a little bit in here that's, at the entrance or the exit. Get yourself a balloon and learn about our animals. Okay, I think that works. We've got a little bit of a hut in here. We've just moved them over, and now we have some more space for vendors in here. So let's get ourselves another couple of drinks facilities. If we turn all of our blueprints off, we've got the milkshakes are... I can't actually remember what we have now. Let's have a look. So our facilities, we have 5 drinks at the minute. We've got water, gulpy soda, Street Fox coffee, and Cosmic Cowl milkshakes. I think if we've got soda and everything, we don't have energy drinks, and that will also help with our energy. So let's get gulpy energy, and then maybe do the 2 drinks and the 2 food next to each other. That makes sense, doesn't it? We put gulpy energy drinks in there, and then get some food in. So where is the food? We've got Bernie's Bakes, Chief Beef, and Hot Dog Squad. Let's get some pizza in here. Let's get the pizza pen. Where is that? Pizza pen. I think a pizza pen in here is a perfect addition. There we go. And now that's in. We've got 2 food options and 2 drinks options. Wow, the Gulpy Energy is already flying off the shelves. What do our guests think of this? It's already going up. Hopefully the thirst goes up because they're thirsty more than anything else. So they like everything else though. The ticket price is good. It's spacious. If the ticket price is good, let's make it a bit more. 32 and 16. And we're out without power over here. I think our mechanics might need to go into work zones because I don't want this to carry on. Yeah, let's put them into work zones because I'm trying to remember what they were actually working with that was functioning. So let's put... What are these? Oh, they're toilets. I don't think the mechanics need to put them into anything. Let's put everything that needs fixing. All of the habitats. And all of the information stands. Oh, yeah, but maybe not for this area. So maybe we have one mechanic that does all of these. I don't think they have to do anything on the stalls. It's literally just the education, speakers, and our water pumps and our power. That's what they do. And then the habitat barriers they do. I'll put the entrance gates on because I'm not sure. But if we say that they're doing these areas, we'll give them staff rooms as well. They're going to need staff rooms. I think that this is a good amount for one mechanic to have. So they're basically covering... We can call this the entrance zone. It's got a bit of the Africa section, but it's got like half because they were functioning absolutely fine before we kept expanding this way. So I'm feeling like maybe that's the problem. If we give that to them, let's see how they handle it. I'm not going to call it work zone 5. I'm going to call it mechanic 1, and then we know it's just for the mechanics. And then we can add a new work zone that is for the mechanics number 2, basically. In fact, what I'm going to do is instead of adding them in like this, I'm going to add the toilets into them as well. And then we can have mechanics and cleaners use these for their work zones. And then they've got everything that they need as well. Yeah, so if we give them the staff rooms there, and here. And this is one of them that they'll do. Missing a couple of education stands here and there. It is hard to grab everything. Much easier to do it as you go than it is to add everything at the end. They don't need this one because that's already covered. And then if we edit mechanic 1 to include the toilets over here, and they don't need these, they do need the toilets there. And I think that's it. And then we just need to add the entrance zone needs to have these 2 shops in them. I think this has everything. So mechanics have got the ATMs. The ATMs is basically the line of this habitat is where they draw the line. And that's what they do. So we can have a couple of our caretakers do this. And then a couple of our caretakers do the rest of it. We'll call it maintenance instead. Maintenance 1. And then we'll call that maintenance 2. And then we've got basically all of our mechanics and our, what they call janitors? Caretakers. They can be split between them. So mechanic number 1, you can have maintenance 1. You can be on maintenance 2. And our caretakers will have maintenance 1, maintenance 1. I think maintenance 1 might be bigger. So I'm going to give 3 to maintenance 1 right now. And then we'll train everyone up. And hopefully this functions a little bit better. I think that should mean we have fewer power sources failing and everything. Like, we're just giving them a bit less to do. Or like we're organizing their work for them into more like closer together items. We're kind of grouping the things they need to do together. Now, how are our guests doing? Much better. Okay, this we can work with. They're still a bit thirsty, but we can improve that if we need to. Not enough people are coming down here, so that's probably why. And we're getting a lot more people using this path. In fact, I'm wondering if it should have been bigger, but 4 meters at least gets quite a few people. Yeah, it should definitely have been bigger. I'm going to upgrade this path from 4 meters because I think it's a bit silly. Okay, that is so much better. A much wider path. Oh, I've missed one here. Oops. Okay, well, I'll just move these out of the way. So this is a much bigger path here that will much better serve our guests. So I'm super happy with that. Yeah, I think 4 meters was ambitious. I just didn't want to take away from the space. But we've given loads more back here, so it's not a problem. And I'm not really planning on developing too much back here anyway, so we can kind of just leave that. But this, I think, is much improved for our guests. Now, it's not just our guests that need more improvements. We need to do more animals, don't we? We need to get some nice homes in for our animals. So we have a choice here. I would like to get a walkthrough exhibit. I kind of feel like this area over here is done. Like, we've done as much as we can in this section. So I don't really want to expand. If we expand any more, we're going to go into the wetlands area that we've defined. And I did plan on having this all be one. Although these trees really don't need to be here. I think, yeah, I just put these in as backdrop. So actually, we can keep expanding this way. Yeah, okay, we're going to do that. We're going to keep expanding this way and keep it into one section. I think you guys were saying as well that one of our exhibits was linked from the outside. But I don't think it is. I think they're all contained out here. Yeah, I don't think you can get in from the outside. Other than this, but that's not actually on a path. I don't know how they're doing that. Look at them. How are they doing that? But they're allowed to look through like that if they want. That's fine. And we got a talk going on here. That's good. Okay, this area is functioning properly, but this wall is very boring, which is why I wanted to expand this section. So the nocturnal area is over here. That's all good. We can put this through. And it's also a good idea to have the nocturnal area be something that you don't have to go through, because it's probably going to be darker and some people aren't going to want to go through this section. So if we carry on like this way through these doors, I think that'll be much better than forcing people through the nocturnal section, especially seeing as it's full of spiders and spider decorations. You might get people with arachnophobia or something that don't want to come through here. So let's not make them walk through this section. We could put a separate entrance for this area over here as well, because this path isn't really being used. We might as well add a way through in here. Okay, that's another way in now as well, so that should be good. Although it is going to ruin our nocturnal. I'm going to put something in. I'm wondering whether it needs to be closed off with a door. At least on this side. It would make a bit more sense. Or maybe we can't have an entrance here, because it's just going to let the light in, isn't it? Constantly. So I feel like that's not going to work, actually. I'm going to undo that and leave it closed off, so you have to go through the rest of the building. And then through here, we have limited lighting, so yeah, that's fine. We could even double up on the PV strip curtains, just so it's a bit more, like, contained. Okay, I think that's much better. We've got like a nice thick 3-layer curtain strip to keep the lights in here. And then there we go. It's nice and dark in here. Wow, that was perfect. I didn't even think about doing that before. So now all of our lights are fully on. Oh, it was maybe because it went to nighttime that all of them came on. But that was perfect timing, wasn't it? Okay, this is looking much better. And they've got their little spider hats. That's so cute. Come to see this section. What hat have you got? That's terrifying. My goodness. Okay, well, we are gonna continue through this section over here and add another animal. And the animal I want to get in here is the spectacled flying fox, because these guys are awesome and we haven't had them before, and I'm super excited to get them in here. Plus, they're endangered, so they desperately need our help. They live in groups of 5 to 35. So what I think we're gonna do is we're gonna have 2 walkthrough exhibits that link together. And I think we can take the sides off of them and it will seem like one exhibit. At least that's my plan. So if I add it to this group, maybe if I take the tree away, it'll be more helpful. And take off all of these that I have on. There we go. We should be able to add a couple of them in here that fit reasonably well. Can we fit another one here? I think it's clashing with the solar panel, annoyingly, or the paths here. So let's just take out these paths. Yeah, there we go. And then I think the solar panel might just need to move slightly to the left. Okay, I think that works. That seems pretty reasonable. And we can then make this a staff area as well. Well, we can just leave it. I don't think guests are going to go up here. And if they do, we can sort that out. But I don't think they're coming up here. What's happened? Toilet block 6 has no power. Yeah, we need to sort out power then, don't we? I'm going to chalk that one down to the fact that our mechanic that's working on the second work zone is not very trained up. So they might have a bit more to do. They seem to think that they're fine, but they aren't as trained up as the other ones. So if we give them a couple more times to train, then if they're still having issues, we can sort it out. But we also kind of need to leave it to settle in because we haven't had this work zone for very long. So, it's fair enough that there'll be some mistakes early on. Where is our door here as well? Ah, it's here. Okay, so there's one door here. And I'm going to guess here. Yeah, there we go. There's the other door. So we can remove these lights. And there's 2 walkthroughs here. And all we need to do is link them up at the other end. And to be honest, I think we could just have it do something like this. They can stand and look at the wetlands. It could even go into a bit of a wetlands path out here. That might be nice. Because you guys were saying we could have a bit of a wetlands walk, which I don't think is a bad idea. I think that might be a really nice thing to do. Same as we've just done with our other path, really. But to have the guests have the ability to see the area. And that's fine, provided we're not making it too invasive for the actual area itself. Because the area is for the environment. It's not supposed to have humans tampering with it, or being, if they're littering and stuff, that's not good. So we need to keep an eye on that. And actually, while we're here, because I will forget that, let's put a bin in while I'm thinking about it. Let's put some bins along here. And then maybe some benches, just so they can have a little sit at the end. Okay, and then the actual things, I think we can customize it and make it glass or none. I think we need to actually put something in to be able to see what we're dealing with though. So let's do that. Let's get some flying foxes. Wow, we've loads. So what was it again? We needed, was it 5? 5 to 35. So they live in large groups in the wild, but group dynamics are constantly in flux. Dominant males and their choice of mate tend to roost at the highest points in the colony. So we can get a mix of both, which is cool. I think let's aim, they live to 16. Let's get maybe at least 10. So 5 to 35. Let's maybe see how many they actually, how many they have. We've got a private zoo here. Let's get this one. Oh, these are just expired. Custom seizure. Maybe we get all of them that are available for 5. And then if we refresh the list. Oh, bless them. We'll adopt that one. Okay, well, that's what, 6? Let's put those 6 into here. And then we can see what it's going to look like. Because this doesn't actually need much more. Like, we could also leave it as wire mesh. But I would like it to be an enclosed thing of both of them. So we'll see how we go. We might make our own wire mesh instead. In fact, yeah, I think that's what we're going to have to do. So I'm going to grab all of these and move them into the other walkthrough exhibit now. And now we have something here for our guests to do. So exhibit has no keepers assigned. Yeah, I know. We need to add it into the work zone. Let's do that before the game screams at us too much. And we'll add them into this work zone. Okay, now if we pause the game, let's also check up on our vet research, because I think we've been doing that in the background. Yeah, we finished it. Wow, okay, perfect. In that case, let's set the vet to start researching these guys. We've got all of the stuff for the tarantula and for the elephant now. So our tarantulas desperately need an upgrade. Now, I think if we go and customize, we can make this just have none. on all of the walls, and then we can put our own wire mesh in. And that's probably not a bad shout. The ceiling can keep their wire mesh, but then for the sides, I think we have wire. I suppose the only other thing we need to think about is what temperature do they want? They want 21 to 32 degrees C. I think that they're gonna possibly not enjoy the current 19, and that's in March. So maybe we need this to be kind of inside a building, actually. So it might be better that we put something on the outside and continue our theme here. So if we go for organic, we can get our mud walls up on the outside. But then I do want to have nice open areas for them because I don't want it to be dark in there. So let's get the mud walls and we'll start plotting this area out. I wanted to keep the outside layer to be the mud walls and then have the same interior with the wooden logs and extend this up for a second story of the building. So the mud wall layer stays the same on the outside of the building at just one story, but the wooden logs continue up and a nice open, we're gonna have some glass in there to make it a nice open airy space so that it's not dark and dingy for them because they would be outside. And then we're gonna keep a nice glass roof on it because I would like to put wire mesh, but if it snows, it's gonna go right through. So we're protecting them from the snow. Okay, that took ages, but I was just very finicky with the glass and it has all worked now. So I think this is pretty good. We've got a glass, like there's so much light in here with all the glass. I think that they'll be pretty happy and it's so much bigger than it needs to be. So this is what I mean where I was like, I think I'm going to put two together and take the walls out because we can make a much bigger habitat for them. And this feels like a nicer size. So we can also put some trees and stuff in here that should be fine anyway. And this is basically a greenhouse now, so we can probably grow whatever trees we want. We shouldn't have to worry too much about the climate we're growing them in because it's an artificial climate anyway now. So if we put this one in, because I accidentally deleted it while making them, this has been added in, and let's see if there's any more spectacled flying fox. There are not right now, but we have a few to start with, so that's okay. Do these guys have anything else they need? They're going to need the climate to be right for them, so they need 21 to 32 degrees. I think let's make that, what, 26? 27 degrees? Yeah, that's about right. Let's make it 27 degrees in both of these. And then customizing, I think we've got it really. The floor we can have as solid or just have none. I think none is better, so we can get the grass. And then we want the PVC strip curtain and the glass ceiling. So I think that's pretty good. Layout-wise, we haven't unlocked anything. And then we do want to put managed population on. So let's say we want maximum 8 males and 8 females. What's this going to be? 16. That'd be maximum 32. Maybe we just say 7 of each. Sort by appeal lowest first. And sort by appeal lowest first. And then we'll do the same in this one. We want to have maximum 7 males and 7 females. And that'll be a group size of 28, I think, at maximum, which seems about right. You know, that's still a big group. I don't think there's a problem with that. I'll just periodically check. Yeah, there's another male. Let's grab him, send him into, I suppose, into this habitat until we have enough to split them across them. Because I don't want to have them be lonely. But yeah, look at this. We've got this all up and running. Now, where do these guys live? Let's check in on the Zoopedia. So they live in Australia, Papua New Guinea, and Indonesia. And they're going to want the tropical plants from Oceania and Asia. I think we can make this work. So if we filter by continent, Oceania, Asia, to be honest, let's just pick Oceania because I think most of their region is from there, isn't it? What are they called? There's so many in here. Oh, they're not going to be named either, these habitats. Let's select the habitat itself. What's this one? Walk through exhibit 1. So this is going to be spectacled flying fox 1. And then this is going to be spectacled flying fox 2. And if we look at this map again, it's mostly Asia, I believe, isn't it? Less Oceania. So let's go for the Asian ones. Continent, Asia, biome, tropical. And let's get some of these in here that make them feel at home. And as we've done a few of these Asian habitats, particularly around Indonesia, I already kind of know the plants that you might find in Indonesia from doing that research previously. So I've just used these plants here. And seeing as this habitat is completely inside, it doesn't really matter that much whether these plants could survive in North American temperate climate where this zoo is, because they're not going to be outside. It's kind of like a greenhouse, so we can probably make it work anyway. So I've just used whatever ones seem best, and also trying to put as many trees in with the low roof as possible. Okay, I think this is pretty densely populated now with plants, and that seems like a much better environment for them, so they can flitter between the trees. I tried to put in as many trees as possible, but it's such a small, like it's a low ceiling, so it is a bit difficult to actually put them in. But I think this works, and realistically works with the mesh they have on the ceiling there for enrichment, because it doesn't clash with the trees, because this bit's all open in the middle. So I'm quite happy with this. I think it works quite well. Let's see if we can get any more, because I would like to get some more in here if we can. No, we can't right now. Okay, that's fine. How is our vet getting on researching them? Oh, our vet was cancelled on the research. Oh, they need to start researching them then. We can start getting some more enrichment for them. I feel like our tarantulas have some though, so let's put that in for them. I'm going to do it into all of their exhibits as well, even if they're in there. Or not, it doesn't matter. We're going to add it into all of them. And this is the actual one with the spiders in it, so they'll be much happier now that they've got that. And it just brings the exhibits to life so much, having the additional enrichment in there. I can't see them, but I think they're happy. And it says they're 100% happy now, the tarantulas. So happy and healthy. Where are they? Oh, there's one there. Oh my goodness, I couldn't see it. And there's literally one right there the whole time. Let's see if I can zoom in on one. There we go. There's one right there, living its best life. So they seem pretty happy, and that guy's trying to get a good photo. So bless him. Now you can walk through here, and we've got this tropical paradise. And if you walk out the other end, you can see our beautiful wetland area. I'm quite happy with that. This tree needs to move because we moved it for that build, but that's fine. If we just adjust where these are. That's not a problem at all. And yeah, look at this. It's shaped up quite nicely. Well, now they're in here and flittering around, let's learn a little bit more about the spectacled flying fox. The spectacled flying fox is a species of megabat that lives in the tropical rainforests and mangroves of New Guinea, as well as northern Queensland in Australia. The spectacled flying fox is covered in black fur with yellow-white coloration around the neck, scalp, and eyes, which gives it the appearance of wearing spectacles. It has large black wings, pointed ears, and big round eyes. Its snout is long and ends in a blunt nose, and it has an average body length of 22 to 25 centimeters and a wingspan of up to 80 centimeters, weighing between 500 grams and 1 kilo. Spectacled flying fox colonies of up to 50,000 individuals have been recorded on occasion, so they do like to live in groups. It's therefore no surprise that the spectacled flying foxes are extremely social and are known to get depressed or aggressive when kept alone. They are also important seed dispersers, with a single bat capable of dispersing 60,000 seeds in one night. And unlike other bat species, the spectacled flying foxes have excellent eyesight. Non-pregnant spectacled flying fox females will surround the pregnant females to protect them. They will also assist pregnant females by providing them with food. How cute is that? The group dynamics in spectacled flying fox groups are constantly in flux, but the dominant males and their choice of mates tend to roost at higher points in the colony. During April and May, the male spectacled flying foxes select an area in the roost. The more dominant the male, the higher up the area will be, to gain a better oversight of the females. The males approach the females to check if they're in estrus, and if so, attempt to mate with them. Females are more likely to accept a male's advances if his territory is high up in the roost. Mating takes place hanging upside down from a branch, which is an interesting way to do it. The mother gives birth to one pup following a pregnancy of 5 months, and it will cling to its mother and is carried around on her body exclusively for the first 6 weeks of its life. At this age, it will then be strong enough to hang in the roost by itself, where it remains while the mother goes to forage. Weaning begins at 4 months old and is complete when the pup is 8 months old. Unfortunately, due to habitat loss, climate change related factors, and urban development, the spectacled flying fox is considered to be endangered, with an estimated population in the wild of 44,000 in Australia and unknown in other locations. They are viewed as pests by farmers due to their frugivorous nature, which leads to their roosts being destroyed and individuals being shot. So they do need our help, and hopefully this zoo can help to breed up their numbers and release them back into the wild. I love our flying foxes, look at them. We've not got many in here actually, and I realized I forgot to put in the long grass and the education stuff for our guests. So I'm going to do that now and just add in the long grass in here, because I think it really brings the nature to life. Okay, and let's put on our education in as well. So if we go facilities, media devices and education, let's put in some of the talk points. And in fact, we've already colored some in. So I'm just going to copy the exhibit information board from over here. Oh, animal welfare is attacked to protesters. I'm going to pause the game. I don't want that. I'm going to turn off random rotation as well, because I don't want it to be randomly rotated. I want it to be a nice straight line. And then we can put in a few of these exhibit education points. I'm trying to think where we want them. That's probably about right. And then the middle is about here. And then the other end, how far in did I do it? A decent amount in. About there. Okay. And then we just need to change these to be on the spectacled flying fox. I'm going to put a few more of these in and also put some of the education talk ones. What are they? The educational speakers. We want to put some of them in and then an educational talk. Okay, we've done that. I want to go on the education, and then we've got animal talks here. Let's have a look at... Oh, I haven't named these at all. I should just call these. I mean, to be honest, you can see what they're on. I mean, the animal's there, so I think it's fine. Whereas the spectacled flying fox, they haven't got an educator assigned. They're in September. Where are the other ones? So we've got May. They've already got September here, but I think there's a complete loop from these guys. So, who have we got in here? Let's say the Axolotl, so July. We've got May, June, July, August, September. And we've got March on the other side and January. And then, yeah, November, October, November, December, and then it's January. So they've completely filled it up. So it doesn't really matter when we do them. We might as well leave them on March. It's just that basically 2 educators are going to have to be working in March at the same time to do both of the talks. But that's fine. I'm going to add this into the endangered exhibits. Oh, I'm going to have to go inside the habitat for that. There we go. And then we can also add it to maintenance 2, who are doing this stuff over here. And I'm actually going to put... The exhibits don't need to go in, so actually I'm not going to put them in. But they need the education talks to make sure that they're working. That should be good. And then we've got 3 unassigned staff. We've got a vendor here that's not on anything. Maybe put them on the not endangered exhibits. That was like the worst work zone I could have put them on. There's no shops there. Who needs help? Entrance zone has got a red. Africa zone's got a red. Entrance zone has 2 reds. So I'm going to move them to entrance zone. You can help out on the entrance zone. And Gulpy Energy 1, you need to work in the entrance zone. And where's our pizza pen on the entrance zone as well, actually? Because we've added more shops to them. So they need to be cycling through them. They can work as 1 unit. And they've got a staff room in there, so it's not too bad. Then we've got... Where is this? The Herman's Tortoise. Oh, it's this one as attractive protesters now. For cleanliness. Let's request the keeper. They should be able to access them, so I think our keepers just aren't doing a very good job. It says that they're doing fine with their workload, though. That's what gets me, is it seems that they're actually fine. I'm going to see, now they've been trained up, let's give them the benefit of the doubt. But if they keep doing this, we're going to have to put more keepers on it. Or just have, like, a keeper that floats around everyone. I mean, we're still making a lot of money, so we could just do that anyway. But I'd rather, let's see how it goes first. And then we've got some facility talks without power. Yes, I did wonder this, because we moved our solar panel. So now this isn't in the right area. And the water's going to be blocking it if we put it anywhere else. What about if we swap where the sign is? Will this fit? Yep, they can throw the food there and it's within the power. And then this just needs to be moved over 1. So it's in here. Just make sure it doesn't clash with anything. Put it on 11 there, that's fine. Cool, resolved. And we've got a challenge complete. We've got 2 challenges complete. So we've adopted and placed 4 exhibit species. That's perfect. And we've bred a new habitat animal. We've bred 2 of them. We still haven't released one of our tortoises into the wild, but that would be great when we do. And it looks like we have quite a few babies here to be released. So I think we're just going to grab all of them and quick trade them. 13,000. That is crazy. Do we have any more flying fox? We do. Let's get 3 more. And I think we might have enough to populate both sides of this now. So, yes, we've got 7. So, their minimum group size of 5. Let's put the 3 new ones into here. We can make sure we've got our management turned on properly. Yeah, we do. 7 and 7. We want 7 males and 7 females in each one. Ideally. We can let them breed up to it. So, how many have we put in here? So, 2 males and 1 female. Let's grab 2 females. 2 females is probably fine. And then we're leaving 1 male, 1 female. And yeah, that's fine. We'll grab these 2. So basically, there's going to be 3 males and 2 females in the right-hand one. And 3 females and 2 males in the left-hand one. And they should both have 5. So they should be absolutely perfectly happy. That's what we like. And now it looks way better. Like, they're populated throughout all of it. So when we get more, they're obviously going to have more of them flying around everywhere. But both sides of this are now functioning. And they've got flying foxes in them. Perfect. It looks like our guests are much better looked after now as well. We're much more in the green. So hopefully that continues to improve. We can put some more drink in where they're failing. Guest, where is it? Guest needs. Guest thirst. Yeah, I mean, they're getting it there. Here, there's nothing. This would be actually a good spot if we could put something in here. Because they've got to go over there to get anything. Even if we just have, like, we could have a shop here, honestly. I don't want to put too much in because the Dama Gazelle don't like people. Oh, no. Animal welfare's attractive protesters. It's the other one now. What's going on here? You being looked after properly? Maintenance every month? The keeper's struggling. I'm going to get another keeper. Because I don't like this. And then... I'm going to put you on endangered exhibits. Because we only ever seem to have problems with the exhibit ones. And I get that there's a lot of exhibits in here. So we're going to have 3 keepers in here. And I think that will massively help us. Where is the keeper that's coming for you? Oh, you're fine. Okay, they've done all of them. Perfect. It's a bit of a miserable day outside as well. You're glad you're inside. It's nice and warm in here. And then horrible outside. And let's put our vet in here. They've got quite a long way to go to do their research. They're taking quite a while. If we put them in here, they can get a quick look at our foxes and then head back to their research building. We can get this done a little bit faster. There we go. He's got what he needed. Now he's just going to moonwalk out of here. Right, let's grab him and throw him over here. There you go. A little bit of a helping hand. Picked up by a giant. Not bad, is it? Then you can start your work. Because I do want to get some enrichment in for the foxes as well. I feel like they deserve it. That should massively speed along his research here. There we go. He's speeding through. We'll have it in no time. Perfect. So we've unlocked a few things. What have we got? If we click on it, we'll be able to see. We've got fun facts, we've got breeding research, and crucially, we've got exhibit enrichment. So let's put the enrichment in for both of the habitats over here. So layout, they've got a nectar feeder. Where's that? I'm not going to be able to see these things now because we've got so many trees in here. Ah, there's a nectar feeder here. Right, okay, so there's a nectar feeder, a bat box. Where's the bat box? Oh, I think is that this? Yeah, bat box and a water dish. Oh, cute. Oh, it's right in the middle of a plant. That's why we need to put them in and kind of see where they need to go. So you can move out of the way, preferably like over here. That would be ideal. Let's put you there. And just rotate you slightly so you don't have a leaf through all of the stuff. There we go. And then we can put one in over here as well. I'm going to put a nectar feeder in, the bat box. They're both up really high, so they're not going to get obstructed, I don't think. It's hard to see anything in here. Right, okay. The nectar feeder's there. The bat box is on this side, I think, but that is safe. Oh, actually, I think that's in the tree. That's okay, though. Yeah, it's in the tree. They can still access it. And then the water dish is over here. And that does have a couple of plants growing through it. So we just need to adjust where they are. But that's not the end of the world. Cool. There we go. There's plenty more for them to do. And that's actually cool because then they'll land on the water dish, won't they? And guess we'll be able to see them up close. Oh, I can't wait for that. Oh, go on. Someone land on it. Please, for me, someone land on it. We've got multiple options here, but they're not going to do it, are they? That would be very cool, though. You can see them properly up close. Very good for the guests. And we haven't even got donation bins in here. I've just realized we need to put donation bins in. So let's duplicate these and normal bins because we don't want our guests littering. So let's put donation bins in there and there. And we'll do the opposite on this side. Put one in there and put one in here. And then let's grab some normal bins because I don't want the litter. And they shouldn't really be littering. I'm going to put one there and then one over here. But then they've got bins outside as well. And they've got bins on this side. There's a bin right here on the corner. And a bin over here. So I think that should be fine. Let's hope. And we could probably do with some screens in here. Because these walls are very boring. Let's add a projection screen. If we align to surface, should be able to just put it on here. I don't know if they're too big. They might need the small ones. I think I'm going to do that. Let's have a projection screen. Where is it? There's a 2-meter one. TV screen. That's what I wanted. And there's a TV screen of 4 meters. I think the 2-meter one is probably good enough. Have that in there. And that one we can put the spectacle flying fox on. And then have them just around here. So guests know what's around here as well. And they don't have anything over the doors actually here. We could do with putting some of these posts up for them to make the doorways a little bit more interesting. There we go. That's a bit better. Oh, we've got a talk in here. That's going to get very crowded very quickly. And we've bred 2 exhibit species. We are destroying these challenges. They're constantly coming up and we're just immediately batting them away. How are our elephants doing? How are you guys? You chilling out? You seem pretty happy. We'll have to rename everyone very soon as well. I've not been on it with the naming, but we will rename everyone probably in the next video. I think is a good time to start renaming. But for now, they're having a good time. They're just chilling around, walking around in the rain. They're used to it. They're living in the tropics. They should be perfectly happy. They don't like the temperature. Oh, that's a good point. We've got our heaters in here. So really, if they want more warmth, they can go in there. And the water is heated as well. We could put something that's heated over here, but I kind of feel like they have the space that if they're cold, they'll come into the warmth in here. And then they'll head out. It's only because it's raining that it's cold right now. And it's going from rain to cloudy, so I don't feel like they're going to be in it for very long. Just step into the water if you want more heat. Like, you can't be cold, can you? Yeah, you're fine. See, they're absolutely fine because they're not in the... They're near the water. Look, imagine that. If you were cold and you got this heated water being poured down, that would be amazing to stand under. They're denying themselves of things that we've put in there for them. So they've only got themselves to blame. And I think we should continue our Asia section here with another habitat in this kind of dead zone we have. And the animal I want to do that with is Père David's deer. I think these guys look incredible. Like, look at their long snouts. And unfortunately, these guys are extinct in the wild. So they desperately need our help in breeding them. So this is a great new animal from the new Asia Animals pack. So we've got to get them in here. They're new and exciting, and I want to see them. These guys live in groups of 1 male and 8 females, so 3 to 9, very small groups. It says here they live in small groups of 10 to 20 individuals, but then here is 1 to 8. So I'm not sure about that. Made up of 5 to 10 interrelated females, their offspring, and a dominant male. So really you'd have one family. But again, we're going to have the same problem as we have with the elephants, where you could, if you're having a breeding group, you can't buy 2 related females very easily. So we're going to struggle here. I think for now, let's get a few females. Maybe we get a small group of females, and then at that point, oh, I'm in the wrong trading here. Need to reset these filters. If we go Père David's deer here, oh, we've got 3 females here. Maybe we just get these 3, and then we get a buck, and we can put them all in together. I haven't looked at how old they are, but I can see they're going to go off in a few seconds off the market. So the oldest one is 9. How long do you guys live? 20. Oh, that's fine. Okay, and they can breed from 3 years. So they should all be of breeding age, these 3 that we've just got. Let's put these 3 females into quarantine. Where is quarantine? There it is. And then we can check if they've got any scrapes or bruises or anything, or any illnesses. And we can design up their habitat for them. I think we could probably leave the solar panel in the habitat, honestly, because it's not that obstructive. As long as we can get the rest of the barriers in around it, I think it's fine. Let's check out their habitat requirements. Let's say we have a group of 9 adults and 9 babies. That's 860 square meters of land and 165 square meters of water. Do we have a water source around here? I don't think we do. Oh, we do. If we put it right at the front, it is captured. I think that's fine. We can have a little water area over here even. That would be absolutely fine and quite cool to look at from here. The only thing is, how do these guys feel about humans? They're neutral. Okay, so they're not shy. They're neutral with humans, and guests would flee from them. So, if anything, we should be scared of them. In that case, what was it? 9 adults and 9 babies. That's 860 and 165. They only need taller than 1.25 meter fencing, so very small and grade 2. We can just put in a cute little fence for these, probably something like this. But I want to check where they're from. They're from China. Okay, so in that case, let's try and find some construction pieces that are aimed for the... I think we've got a China one on here, don't we? Theme... We've got East Asia. Oh, there aren't actually any construction pieces in East Asia, it seems, because I haven't selected any other filters. So in that case, I think we just go for something that you could find, maybe some bamboo fencing or something that could reasonably be found in China. And we'll keep it nice and simple for the fencing. Firstly, though, we need to map out the border. So let's get a small wooden habitat gate in here. And this can be our habitat gate for them. Where is the keeper hut? The nearest keeper hut is... I think there's one here and there's one here. So we're going to want it to be in this corner that the keeper enters from. Let's have that be maybe about here. And we can just move this, can't we? That seems a reasonable entrance. And then we want to keep this on multiples of 4 meters because I want to use 4-meter pieces and a grid for that habitat. This actually could just go straight into the building there. That wouldn't be the end of the world. And then it can continue through. And before we do that, I just want to double check actually how big we want this area to be. So if these guys want 860 square meters of land, I think we should double that and give them 1,720 square meters of land. And if they want 165 square meters of water, let's double that too and give them 330 square meters of water. So if we add those together, we're looking at about 2,050 square meters that this habitat needs to be. And I think we can easily accommodate that in this area. So the number we're looking for is 2,050 or maybe slightly over because we're going to put some trees in that are going to obstruct how much of the habitat they can actually walk on. Okay, that's not quite big enough. We've got 1,472 here. Let's push this back a little bit. Okay, we're almost there. 1984. I think another 4 meters in this direction, and we've got our perfect habitat size. 2,192. I think that's pretty good. I'm quite happy with that. Let's go with that. And we've got a challenge reward here. We've got the Diamondback Terrapin education to 10%. So we've smashed that one. And they passed quarantine. Perfect. Have we got any more, actually, while we're here? Just another female. Okay, nothing good. We want a male. Well, now we've got these in. Let's put in some construction pieces. Let's see if we can get a nice, like, bamboo fence or something. We already put one in earlier, but I think let's maybe vary it up. Like we used a different design for the bush dogs with these pieces, but I'm sure we can find something that'll be interesting. Maybe you even make a fence out of the 4-meter thick bamboo pieces. That might be cool. There we go. I think we're going to go with this. It's fairly simple, but it works. So let's go with it. And then annoyingly, we don't actually need the 4 meters. So what we could do is we could put a 4-meter construction piece on. That might actually help speed things up. I think I'm going to do this. I'm going to add this to the same group, and then I'm just going to slot this in because this will then snap everything to a 4-meter grid. And if we put that there, now when we select everything, we can duplicate it and it will place everything in the same spot. So I think we're going to do that. And then place these all the way around. Okay. That seems pretty good. So we've got quite an open fence here, but it should be absolutely fine for them. And then we just need to make sure that this is a null barrier fence as well. We don't want that to have anything on it. And we're going to have to adjust this because it looks a little bit weird here. Okay, I think that looks pretty good. I believe that's enough space for them to get in. We may have to take out this this overhead beam, but it probably doesn't need it, honestly. We can see how we go. But we'll let them do it and see how they get on first. But this should be completely fine. So let's grab our deer out of quarantine, and we can move them all in. Move you guys in. Hope you enjoy your habitat. And then we're going to rename the habitat to Père David's deer. This is a huge one as well. I can't believe they're like extinct in the wild. That's awful. So we can get some habitat education boards on here as well. They would probably align quite well onto the bamboo. So let's maybe put them like every few posts. We could put them onto the actual post. I feel like that would actually be easier in real life to attach them to. And I believe they're arriving as we speak, right here. So put some boards up. Now let's actually see the deer. Oh, look at them. They're so cute. They're tiny. Oh, they've got their little long faces. Why the long face jokes actually work with them? Why the long faces? Because it's raining right now. It's horrible. How do you feel temperature-wise? Okay, temperature they're fine with. Yeah, okay, cool. We do need to assign them to the same work zone, I think, as well. Oh, and we're carrying on with the Flying Fox research. That's good. Well, let's get our other one on these guys. Our other vet can start researching these guys. And then, yeah, where is our work zone? I'm going to throw this into the Africa zone and probably hire another keeper for now as well, because we're going to need another one. Yeah, our vets don't need to be assigned to a work zone, really. Oh, wait, he's on a Africa zone. He should be taken off. Okay. Let's get another keeper. And then we can assign them to the Africa zone. But they will be moved off, we know, into the Asia zone when we actually make it. Ah, this is the only problem here, is I don't want this to happen. So let's get... But this is quite cool that they can walk into the habitat here, but I don't, that wasn't why we designed it. So let's have that be a staff path and move everyone out. No, it's a staff path. Get off. What are you doing? Right, everyone get out. Move you all manually off. Because this is the problem. We don't want all of them by the solar panels. Because someone might sabotage them as well. You can go to here. I'll allow this much. I'm very generous. Right, our poor animals are in here though. They haven't got what they need. They need swimming area, they need hard shelter, they haven't got everything. So I'm going to pause it before they have a problem. Mechanic can't reach them yet. We need to add them into that work zone as well. So maintenance 2, you've just got a new habitat. This is the slight problem of, you know, doing work zones is now like, yeah, every time we put someone in, they're not in a work zone until we add them in properly. I'm also just going to put the torque in here. No, I'm going to put it on this side actually. The torque can go here, and this seating has got to move. Let's put that like here. And we can have a couple of seats on this side. And then one on the other side. I think that's fine because they need some places to sit down, but generally we want to leave this for them to see the deer. Now all the signs can be changed to them, which we want. That's good. And the education speaker as well. And we do need to think about when we're going to actually assign, like what time we're going to assign their talk for. How's this range? Okay, let's just have you on 9. That's okay. 9 is good. We could even put another one over here, and I think we will. Let's put this there. And then we can turn this down. But that's pretty good. You can learn about the deer while you eat as well. Then the talk, right. What are the talk times over here? If we select our education and animal talks. If only, oh, we can do it by work zone. That's so good. Oh, okay, cool. In that case, where is this one? Oh, that's the one we have here. Okay, so we need this to be Père David's deer. Or Père David's deer, I think it is. Père David's deer. When do we want? Oh, they're not sorted by work zone. I think it's just, are they in a work zone or not? That's not super helpful. In that case, we're going to have to go through. So we've got the bush dogs are not in this one. This is the Africa work zone. So to be fair, though, they're going to be in their own work zone with the elephants. So it doesn't really matter. We might as well put an education talk in. I think we missed out on the elephants. They're going to want an education talk, and they're going to need their own educator. This isn't a bad spot, but seeing as they have all of this area up here, I think it's got to be here, doesn't it? To throw food in. Bornean elephant, they can throw the food. You're going to be in January. In fact, if that one's before, let's put this one in April. And then we'll put these guys in January. And I kind of want to leave 2 months between if we can, because they like to get there the month before. I've been leaving a month so far, but I think 2 months might be better to actually make sure the educators get there. And then we need to hire another educator and put them into this work zone. So for now, this work zone is just going to fall into the Africa zone. But when we actually when we get another animal in here, maybe we'll start setting up a new work zone properly. And at that point, we can put them in into like an Asia work zone. Where are you? Okay, so you need to go into the Africa zone. Perfect. They've got another educator, so they should be absolutely fine doing this. So the terrain makeup for these guys isn't bad. They've actually kind of got everything they want. They'd be happy with 100% short grass as well. But they do want a shelter space, and they do want a swimming area. Let's do the swimming area first. I also assume they don't like these trees. No, they are happy with these trees. Okay, cool. Well, we'll leave them in then. But they do want a swimming area. They want basically 330, we agreed, of swimming area. So let's put that in for them. I think I'm just going to push this in manually. Let's have it be about 6 is probably fine. And if we do painting on like soil, it might help to see where we've painted. That is 340 meters squared. I think that's pretty good. And this should be catching the water area zone here. Yeah, it is perfect. So it's being treated, and it's got the water temperature regulator as well. So it's going to be 20 degrees. Perfect. And you're in here as well. Welcome. Now you've got everything you need. So they can access... Oh, I didn't check that actually. Can they escape? No, they can't. And they can access most of the water area. So I don't know whether that's because it's too deep. No, because they're swimming. I don't know why that is. But that seems fine for them anyway, doesn't it? I don't want to take away from their land area too much. And that was about how much land area we said they should have. They've got 60 meters of deep swimming area there, I think. Oh, no, it's out of 60. They want 60 at the minute for this group size. Well, they're definitely fine, aren't they? That should be good. Now they just want some shelter, which I can completely understand and respect. And I think, seeing as they're from Asia, maybe we continue the thatching we have over here. I think let's make something like this. We could even take that shelter that we've already made with this roof structure. I'm going to ignore some of it, but actually, let's take all of this for now. If we merge this into a group and duplicate it, that is probably a pretty good size for these guys. It doesn't need to be this tall, but we can... They could have it be tall. It gives them a huge area to sleep in. I kind of like it. I think let's put that in. We could even leave in the little... They don't really need the tassels, actually, do they? Let's take these out, because I don't want them to grab one and start eating it or something, you know, and then have a stomach problem. Let's take out the little frills and, you know, they don't need all that. But the actual logs and the shelter itself is great hard shelter for them. Yeah, and that's loads. And then we can make this like a nice bedding area for them. So if we filter by the species here, we can see everything that's appropriate for them. They're happy with the extra large bedding as well. Let's put on random rotation and put some different bedding options in here for them. And I think what we'll do, just because of the rain as well, is I'm gonna take these logs and just make a solid side to the habitat here. I think that is good, and it's quite enclosed then. They've got most of it's enclosed, but they can get in and out. Hopefully that's a bit more sheltered for them. So they're lacking enrichment, but they are happy with the hard shelter and the terrain makeup and everything. And I think it's pretty cool. Now, let's give them some enrichment. So on the habitat tab, now we've got them selected, we can put in some food enrichment and some toy enrichment for them. Let's have a nice hanging graze feeder there. Maybe a couple over here, because they're quite cool to watch. And then we'll give them a large barrel feeder. And maybe a herb scent marker over there. And they can have a grab ball and a rubbing pillar maybe as toys. And let's throw in a skittle too, right? Why not? Or let's give them a large ball instead. They can kick the ball around. How was that for enrichment? I imagine it's very overkill for them because there's not many of them in there. Yeah, that's fine. Okay, let's see if we got another male. I'd like to get a male. No, it's just more females. I'm not sure it's worth getting more of them, honestly, because we really just want one family group if we can. So my plan is to... The same with the elephants. I'm thinking maybe we wait for one of them to breed and have babies. And then once one of them's had a few babies... that can then be a family group and we can introduce a new male, and at that point I think we release the male we have into the wild along with the other females that aren't part of the group, and that's the way that we get a family group breeding, because I don't really see another way that we can do it unless you can think of one, at which point do let me know in the comments, but I think that's the easiest way to do it. Now for the terrain makeup, because we messed it up a little bit when I was putting the water in, I just want to edit this so it looks a little bit more natural but stays within their areas. There we go. I think that looks good. And as far as coverage, they're quite happy with these. I mean, these trees are found here naturally, so I'm tempted not to put too much in. If they are actually happy with these. We've already got the oak and the sycamore. I assume the beech trees as well that we've got dotted around would be absolutely fine for them. So maybe we just put a couple of these trees in, and I'm not sure we need to do much more. Get the trees in for a bit of shelter. But that's like good plant coverage. Maybe we just get some low-level plants that we know we can have here. So yeah, I think I'm just gonna add in a few rocks and a few plants that we've put everywhere, because there's some common ones that are going through that we know we can have, like the cattail reeds, some lilies and things like that, and then some low-level bushes that we've had before. We can just put in. We don't need to worry about which ones can grow in this climate, because we've done enough habitats now that I think we know which ones will work. We've got like the meadow buttercups and stuff are all fine in here, along with like the tree ferns and things like that. So I think we can get a few of these in here. It will liven up the place and make it look a little bit more interesting. But really, they're pretty happy because they are found in aquatic temperate areas, and this is basically what we have here. So most of their plants are going to be absolutely fine. Okay, I think that's pretty good. I'm going to check one last time. Have we got a male in here? Can we get a male? No, not yet. We can't get a male, but we've got our 3 females, and they're pretty happy in their group, so that's not the end of the world. And look, they're being fed. We've got, oh, they're climbing out of the water. That's interesting. They're slowly climbing out of the water. That's even more interesting. But I think this habitat is shaped up quite nicely for them, and they've got a nice amount of shelter. They've got plants everywhere that work for them. I think we've done a reasonable job here. So let's learn a little bit more about Père David's deer. Père David's deer, also known as the milu, is a deer that lives in the river valleys and temperate grasslands of northeastern China. It has a red tan-colored coat in the summer and a thick grey coat in the winter. Males are larger than females and have large branched antlers with backward-facing tines. They vary in height from 95 centimeters to 1.2 meters tall at the shoulder and 1.8 meters to 2.16 meters long. Males weigh 160 kilos to 214 kilos, and females weigh 145 kilos to 180 kilos. During the breeding season, the male Père David's deer will practice antler adorning, where they decorate their antlers with plants to signal dominance. How cool is that? The Chinese name for Père David's deer is Xie Pu Xiang, which I've definitely pronounced wrong, which means none of the 4, because it's said that it has a donkey tail, a camel's neck, a cow's hooves, and a deer's antlers. Kind of like a platypus, I guess, where it's this mix of body parts from different animals. The male deers shed their antlers every year in December to January and regrow them in May for the breeding season. The deer are also semi-aquatic and spend a lot of their time wallowing and feeding in rivers, so it's a good thing we gave them a large water area in this habitat. Père David's deer live in small groups of 10 to 20 individuals made up of 5 to 10 interrelated females, their offspring, and a dominant male. Subordinate males live solitarily on the periphery of these groups. The breeding season for Père David's deer is between July and August. During this time, the males compete for female harems by chasing each other, making intimidating roars, and clashing horns. The winner gains access to the female group and will guard the herd from other males. While defending a harem, the males will not eat and therefore rapidly lose weight. Hence, they will likely be ousted by a rival male who is less weak after some time. During his time with the harem, the male will mate with all receptive females in the group. Gestation lasts for 9.3 months, after which the female will give birth to a single fawn, although twin births do occur occasionally. The fawn starts eating grasses at 1 month old and is fully weaned by 1 to 11 months old, by which point the mother is likely to be close to giving birth again. Adult female deer remain with their natal herd, and the natal herds may split if they become too large. Male deer leave their mother's group after weaning, but they don't reach full growth until 27 months old, and are therefore unlikely to be large or dominant enough to defend a harem and mate until they're at least 3 to 7 years old. The conservation history of Père David's deer is an interesting one, and unfortunately they are currently considered extinct in the wild. The deer was thought to have gone extinct due to overhunting around 800 to 1,200 years ago, with only a small captive population surviving in the Chinese Emperor's Imperial Hunting Park. French missionary Armand David, Père David meaning Father David, successfully acquired and sent deer to Europe. In the 1900s, the captive Chinese population was wiped out by a flood and then German occupants. However, the previously secured specimens had been bred and preserved in Europe, the Duke of Bedford forming a breeding herd at his home in England for the remaining deer he acquired from European zoos. All of Père David's deer alive today are traced back to these 3 individuals, and the captive population is strong with many animals in zoos around the world. Beginning in 1985, reintroduction efforts were made using captive bred deer, and groups of between 20 to 40 individuals were reintroduced into northeastern China. There are now close to 10,000 Père David's deer in the world, 7,400 living in nature reserves, and 2,800 wild individuals. Despite this, the species is still heavily managed. Even the wild deer have their history in captive or managed herds, so their behavior and breeding habits are likely to not be what they originally were. So although these guys were completely extinct in the wild, hopefully our zoo can help out out to breed up the numbers of captive species and release them into the wild as a reintroduction of the captive species. As long as we can preserve these guys, I'm sure that in future generations they can develop their own wild behaviors, and we can hopefully get back to where we were before they were extinct in the wild. Look at our Père David steer in here, just living their lives. I did actually completely forget to give them some food. They've got food enrichment, but we didn't give them a food tray. So let's do that now. And if we filter by the species, it'll tell us what's used for them. I mean, I imagine it's just one of the standard feeders. I'm not gonna lie. But we might as well just make sure. If we click on them, yeah, let's go for the normal food troughs. A medium one is probably big enough for these guys. They're not that big. So I'm gonna put this maybe around here. I think that's not a bad shout for it there. And we can see if they need more. Otherwise, they're just going to be thrown on the floor like that, which isn't really ideal. And also, I don't know why I've got the solar panel all the way back here. I thought I needed it, but actually, I think our power needs are all within here. Like, this is just supposed to do this stuff. So it doesn't need to do this. This is just this item here. I think it's a... What is it? Oh, it's a window. Isn't being powered because this solar panel is currently not at 100%. That's why. So the range... Oh, the range is 40. Ah, in that case, this isn't going to get powered. But it doesn't really need... To be honest, it doesn't really need to be powered. It's just a window at the back that no one sees anyway. And the zoo isn't even open at night. So I'm just going to leave it. But the stuff we do want to be powered is all this way. So I think what we can do is actually we can delete these paths in here and move the solar panel way closer. I'm going to keep the bin, just move it there. And then let's move the solar panel. And this can just be a staff path. And then we should be able to just attach this. If we remove it from everything, we should just be able to attach it onto the path we have here. Are you going to snap to path? No, tell you what, I'm just going to delete it and add a new one in because that one's being annoying. I think what we need to do is move these benches out of the way and then it will actually be okay. It could be to do with the barriers as well because it didn't really like the barriers before. So let's see if this will go in. I think it's to do with the barriers. What I'm going to do is pause the game, remove these barriers because we're going to replace them all anyway. And now we can put a nice solar panel in here. And yeah, there we go. It's going to attach to the path properly. Let's put this just here is probably fine. Though I would like it if we could get a little staff path there. We can. Perfect. So that should stop guests actually approaching this. I think that'll stop them being able to interact with it, but it doesn't really matter that much. And then it should, everything that we actually want should still be within the circle. Yeah, it's absolutely fine. Cool. Now we can make this habitat very different. So let's put the barriers in. And they only need to be 4 meters. And it's probably... That could work, actually. Let's do this. If we have it be just there, I think we can adjust this fence line to just incorporate into the solar panels, and it'll be much better. Okay, that seems to work. And now this habitat should be even bigger. They've got even more space here, so that's good. And do they still like everything? It hasn't changed the terrain. No, it's all good. And the environment, they're still happy. So now they've got a bit more space too, and it looks a bit more normal. I like that. Cool. We've also got a reward, breed a habitat species. So we've got a new habitat animal. Amazing. We'll take it. Any kind of money we will take. And it also makes this walkway a bit easier for them. They haven't got to go all the way around. They can just walk this way through the habitat. So that's good. I would like to get a male if we can. Because at the minute, we've only got 3 females in here. So let's try and get a male. Oh, there's 1 male here. Oh, wow. Okay. I'm going to adopt them. They seem good. 3 years old should be good. Let's check in the Zoopedia, even though we've already bought them. And yes, they can breed from 3. So they're just able to breed. That is actually perfect. And they live until 20. So this is going to be a perfect male for us. And then do we want to get any other females? What were they? So they're interrelated females. So I think we're probably not going to do that because we want to really just have one family, ideally. So let's get this male that we have and send them to quarantine to make sure they're all good before they go into the habitat. The vet can give them a once-over. And we do want to do the same thing over here with the elephants when they are actually... Oh, this one's expecting offspring. Amazing. And this one as well. Oh, wow. Are they all expecting offspring? They are. This is incredible. Wow, pretty much all the females are expecting offspring. That's amazing. Well, yeah, there's literally just one that isn't. It's probably a good idea for us to create some separate habitats just for the male, because in this case, I think these guys, their habitat is too big for them anyway. We gave them extra space. Yeah, so I think what we could do here is just corner off a section and have that be for the male, and then corner off another section, and that can be, you know, like the most of the habitat can be for females, but we'll give the male a nice size habitat. So let's check them in the Zoopedia as well. So these guys, if it's just one male on their own, they want 882. So let's give them like 2,000 square meters is probably fair. And at least 130 square meters of water. But we can just take that from this habitat because they have so much space here. I think over here makes sense, doesn't it? Just to have another little section over here. So what I'm going to do, I do want to separate it properly though. So I want to have like a nice... like physical barrier they can't see through. I'm thinking maybe after this fig tree could be good. Okay, that has divided the habitat. I think if we put a new barrier in here, this will be the right amount. Like, this will be the right length. And annoyingly, it doesn't quite fall in the right place. So I'm going to put another spot there and then just attach them on from here. Because we want this point to be right in the middle. And then we can add this going through the habitat from the top. Okay, this area here is 2,500, so that seems perfect to give us kind of 2,000 of land and 100 of water, but we've got a bit more than that. And I think we've still got a complete excess on this side because we did make it like double the area it needed to be. So without the male, this seems like loads of area still for these guys. Now, I do want to just duplicate the mud bath over here before I forget it, because that's an awesome piece of enrichment that they're going to love. And other than that, oh, and a mixed feeder as well, like a fixed feeder, not a mixed feeder. They've got their fixed roller feeder. Let's put that over here. There's one there already, but they've got the gyro feeder here. Maybe we put it down this end. And then we're going to need to move this feeder because it's too close to the edge. Let's put this over here, maybe. There we go. Now we've got everything moved around. And maybe actually that could go over here where the what's this called? The tree feeder? Yeah, the tree scatter feeder was. Now let's duplicate. We're going to have a tree scatter feeder over here too. And I want a fixed roller feeder. And then we've already got a mud bath over there. I'm trying to think what else they're going to want. Let's give them a sprinkler as well. And a skittle. Let's do the skittle now. And then I want to create their water area. I think the water area is going to be easier to... Oh, where's it going to be easier to put? Because none of our original things are going to meet it. So we're probably going to want something over here, which means this side is the best side for the water. So let's move their mud bath back to here. And then maybe we move these plants as well to over this end. And I think at that point, yeah, let's put some water in here while we know what we're after, and then we can go from there. Okay, this looks cool. It's a decent size. It's actually 500 square meters, which is kind of perfect for what we were after. So let's do that. Then let's give them... Oh, they've already got a fixed roller feeder here. Oh, I'm going to get rid of this one. And they've got one of each. Let's do one of these waterfall frames, because they're pretty cool. Let's put one of these in. Maybe there. And then we can give them... sprinkler as well. I want them to have lots of stuff. This is probably excess for literally one animal, but I want them to have every... Oh, that's literally underground. They're never going to be able to use that. Let's do this again, but have it above ground. I think we might need to move this feeder first. Let's put this over here and then try it again. I'm going to turn off the heat map so we can see everything. Yeah, let's put that there. And we've got a Dama Gazelle's about to have a baby. Oh my goodness. Oh, our quarantine's passed over here as well. Okay, we'll put them in very shortly. Lots going on. Let's see this baby first for the Dama Gazelle. Bless them. Little thing. Oh, I think they're gonna do it now. They look uncomfortable. You're gonna lie down. No, they're just gonna have a little run around. Why would they give birth straight away? Come on, you can do it. Run around a little bit more. Got the privacy glass there, working a treat, because they have no idea the guests are just there. Incredible view for the guests. And they're going to give birth. Here we go. It's happening. They're lying down. And there they are. Oh my goodness, look at them. Another boy. Another baby boy. Well, we really do need some more space for these guys. Because when these boys grow up, we want to release them in groups. Because otherwise they're going to compete with their dad. So let's actually check. Have we got any males in here that have grown up? Oh, tortoises are growing up. They're all juveniles though. But they're not little tiny ones, are they? Oh, they still are. Oh, that's still juvenile. Okay, they're still tiny. It's all good. And then the gazelles, we don't have any adult males. No, cool. We've got Kevin, and then we've got 2 grown-up daughters, but the rest of them... Look at all these baby boys we have. All boys. My goodness. Well, we've got our deer here as well. I'm going to leave this just for now, because we need to finish off the water area over here. This is almost complete. I think we just want to make sure that they've got a little bit of rocks in nature to make it look a bit more realistic. And then this seems like quite a cute little expansion habitat for them. And I'd like to put in a little door here and maybe make it a bit more private along here. So I'm thinking, let's make this area... maybe we use the logs or something to keep it in theme. That actually block it off. And in fact, I've spent all that time using these fences and everything. And I don't think we're going to use them on this section. I think we will use some logs. Because it's gonna be more solid, and I don't want them to see the adult, the male through here, even though they can probably smell them anyway. So let's put some rocks in first, though. Get this water area looking nice. I think that looks so much nicer, having that little feature there. And they've still got so much swimming area. What we've got, 510, still good. So let's move our male into here, I think. Where is he? Now he's done his job in here. It's not breeding season anymore. Let's move you along. Delivery scheduled. And then this can be our male. Bornean elephant. Or in fact, I should pretty call it Bornean elephant male. And then it'll be next to the Bornean elephant habitat on the list. Let's move him along, and then let's change this privacy barrier. Okay, so we have a huge wooden door here that's going to open and let them through. That's the thing. So the barrier is technically here. I don't think this will count as them leaving. Like, I don't think they'll be able to escape the area by being there, but we can check that if that is the case and just do something on the other side. We could even actually just put the same door. It's probably worth doing that anyway. Just duplicate it and put it on the other side, so that they'd have to open both in order to let them out. And that way there's less chance of some kind of issue happening with one of the doors. Now you kind of have to imagine that the hinges are all the way set in because of how these locks are, but they're going to be bolted all the way through and open out. There's no way that I can really get them to show because they're so small. But that's what we're going to imagine. And now they have a way through into the other one, so that's good. Now, we've got our deers past quarantine. Let's move them into the habitat. And we can see what the adult male looks like. That's exciting. And I think this is our male elephant being moved. Yeah, he's moving the Bornean elephant. That's cool. Now, we're also going to have to add this into a work zone, because at the minute, it's not in anything. So let's add this to the Africa zone, and we'll take it out when we have the Asia section up and running. But that should cover that area. And there he is. He's coming in. What? Why did you make that sound? Look at them. Oh my goodness. They're awesome, aren't they? I love the male. He's absolutely adorable. And he's going to do a poo right there. That's great. Now we can add in all the same stuff as the other one. Like, we can have a few education areas out here. If we've got power. I don't even think we do, actually. We've got some power here. Well, I'm going to put a sign here, but we don't need too much because we are educating the guests elsewhere. So I'm going to add a few along this area. In fact, I'm going to do it on the habitat here, like we've done over here. I'm going to do this along this wall, but it's all the same habitat, so it shouldn't be too difficult for them to know what the animal is. I'm going to put one here and one here. They should already have been educated pretty well on them. And then we're going to add in some donation bins in case the guests are feeling generous. There we go. How is he doing in here? He's not got any hard shelter, so we will have to rectify that. But he seems like he's enjoying himself. His social group is at 0%. Oh, do they need to live in groups of multiples? I thought they lived solitarily, it said. Zoopedia. Yeah, it's one male, but it says here that young males will form small bachelor groups, of which mature males will eventually split off to live solitarily. Oh, that's annoying. Okay, well, what we're going to do, it's fine because we've already made it. I am just going to turn this back into one habitat, but we know that we've got it split off here. So what we're going to do is we're just going to have these open as if we are closing them off. That just feels like something where the information about the animal doesn't really line up with like how they're supposed to be in the game, which is a bit of a shame because they're normally pretty good for that. But we're just going to have these be open, which is absolutely fine. We're going to put him in there half the time anyway, so... I'm going to call the vet for this because the animal hasn't escaped, but it thinks it has. But this is fine. They still have their area in here, and we've just made this area much more interesting. So we've got a little breeding section where we'll shut off the male if we need to. Now, speaking of males, how is our male in here? Is this you? No, you look like a female. I don't want to offend the male, but... Oh, that's the male there. Oh my goodness, look at those antlers. They're crazy. Wow, look at them. That's incredible. Look at them. My goodness. Well, now we can start breeding in here. It's nice to get the breeding stuff set up. So we've got, you know, it's an official breeding program. How are you doing? Are you still... Yeah, you've gone back into the habitat now, so that's all good. And they can get through here, through that spot here, I'm sure. Let's just check, actually. Can they fit? No, they can't fit through there. Amazing. I mean, they would be able to in real life. Let's just adjust this so they've got some more space. Okay, we've got long doors now that open and close, and let's move this fixed roller feeder to here. I think that looks good. Now you should easily be able to get back through. Yeah, they've got all this space to walk through, and they've got even more enrichment than they had before, so they should be pretty happy. And it looks like there's still too much food for these guys, so actually we probably want to get rid of the medium food troughs and put the large ones in. I'm going to add a large food trough in there and hope that that's enough for them. They are enjoying their water, which is good. Now, we should probably do some animal renaming because we've not done that in absolutely ages. So let's get to some animal renaming. For the black rhinos, the most popular suggestion from you guys was to name the male Shaka, which is apparently a very well-known historical king of the South African Zulu tribe, which is very cool. And then for the female, I believe this is right. And I don't know how to pronounce this, but... Glodvukazi? Glodvukazi, is that how you say it? I'm not sure if the N is silent or if it's or not, but please do let me know how I'm pronouncing it right. And I am actually saying it completely wrong because I'm adding a D in. Glodvukazi? I'm trying anyway. Which means queen in Zulu, which is really cool. And then on that theme, the little boy can be called Prince in Zulu, which is Nkosana, which is Kosana, Nokasana. I don't know how you pronounce them, but please let me know because I'd be really interested if you could let me know the pronunciations in the comments. I love these names. Really cool to have like the Zulu influence on these. I love it. And that was your guys' most popular suggestion, so we're going to go with them. And then for the elephants, the most popular suggestion for our male elephant was Ferdinand. So we're going to be naming him Ferdinand. And look at him, just living his life with his white outline because I haven't turned off the selection tool. Look at him, how adorable. And then for the females, we're just going to rename them regardless of whether they're supposed to be for males or not. We're going to rename them some of your most popular suggestions. So starting off with Dumbo for one of the females here, and Tantor, and Hathi or Hathi. Then we've got Fantina. Oh my goodness, I think in between naming them, these have just mated, and now we've got our final female is also pregnant. That's amazing. How many females have we? I'm gonna check it on the thing to see how many we have that are actually pregnant. Oh, and I've run double speed for some reason. Yeah, all of them are. So all of our females, just as we finished naming them actually. Oh no, there's one missing. One more female that needs renaming. We're going to rename her Happy. And that seems good. They're all renamed now. We haven't renamed our deer though. So let's rename these guys. And oh my goodness, he's literally just asleep in the bush. So these guys, this one is going to be named Hope because we hope that we can bring them back from extinction, which I love the idea of. And actually, I also love the idea of calling another one Amur, which was from the same comment that we love these little guys and we're trying to bring them back. And the last one is going to be Anna. Bless them. And then we've got our male. And seeing as he's only just arrived in the zoo, I'm going to give him some time. So please let me know if you have any name suggestions for this beautiful buck that we have. And we'll rename him in the future. For now, let's just let him enjoy with his previous name. He can just enjoy the habitat and have a little drink. Okay, our little section over here is finished now. Like, we've got our elephants in here. They're super happy. It kind of looks like there's more food than they can manage. I'm going to put another feeding trough in here, and it gives them a reason to use this space a bit more. But they're all in. They're super happy, which means I'm super happy, and we can move on from their habitat. And we do have our new deer in here, so I am very excited for them. Where are they? They're underneath where I was. They're in here. Got our Père David's deer in here. I'm actually really excited about the species. I want to get these guys breeding so we can start to repopulate the species that desperately need it. Until then, we'll just do poops in front of the guests, like just directly in front of them. But they seem pretty happy in here. Have they got everything they need? Yeah, the nutrition could be better. That's actually something we haven't done in a while. Let's have a look at our vet research. It looks like we finished it. Oh, for these guys and the spectacled flying fox. Perfect. I think we've researched all of our animals then. Yeah. Wow. Okay, that's amazing. Well, let's go into our food tab on the animals section. And let's put all of the food up to grade 3 quality. So we are doing as much animal ethics as we can. We're giving the highest quality food we possibly can. And it looks like... Oh, they haven't used the big food trough we gave them yet. So I was going to say there's some food on the floor, but they haven't used this yet. So I think that'll be enough for them. Let's go look at our spectacled flying fox. Now, these guys are nocturnal, you were saying. So what I'm going to do first is... Which, you're completely right. I'd kind of forgotten about that. What I'm going to do is I'm going to add in the enrichment that they're missing. Because at the minute, they've only got the first level. So what are these? The fruit skewers. Oh, okay, yeah. In a tree, but that's cool. And then we've got a rope for them to hang on. You can't really see this stuff very well because of all the trees. Where is the rope? Oh, wow. They just dropped from the ceiling. Does it become visible anywhere? I actually can't see. I think it might be down here. No, it's just the bats. I actually can't see it. I'm probably blind and I'm looking straight at it. Oh, is it here? I actually don't know. I can't figure out, but I'm going to add it in. I'm going to add in the other fruit skewer, and then we'll do the same on the other side, and we're going to have a perch box. Now, that surely we'll see. Yes. The perch box I can definitely see, and then we've got a couple of perch frames in here as well, and a perch rope. So let's put them in. Oh, yeah, they're back here. You can see them. Going to do the same on the other side, give them all the enrichment that they need, and... then I'm going to go about reducing the amount of trees, I think, so they can actually use some of their stuff. Oh, you can see the ropes in here much better, actually, on this side. I mean, it looks full. And they do nest in the trees, so maybe we should leave them as they are. But, crucially, they are nocturnal. And whilst that is fine, what we don't want is our guests coming in here while they're sleeping. That's the issue with nocturnal animals, is... really, like, you kind of want them on the opposite to what they are in real life. Like, you kind of want to make it seem like daytime when it's actually nighttime for them, and then have the opposite be true when the guests are going to be in here, because the guests are going to come in the daytime. They're going to wake them up while they're trying to sleep. Oh, look, that's a fruit skewer. That's so cool. They've got apples on the thing. That's amazing. I kind of like that it feels really full in here. I think that's good. But what I am going to do is I'm going to edit it so that it's not It's not all glass on the top. I think they need to have a solid roof, annoyingly. So let's have this be solid and this one be a solid roof. And then what we can do is we can really get rid of the daylight, which is a massive shame, but we're going to have to add in some lights instead. So let's have a look in construction and see what lights we have. And what we'll basically do with them is we'll turn these off in the day. We'll have to give some low-level lighting, but they would have low-level lighting that guests will be able to use to navigate through. So what I'm thinking is maybe we just put some path lights in here. And then they can help the guests navigate a little bit. And we will have them... I'm going to put them always on, but we know that they're actually... In fact, I won't. I'm going to leave them on automatic. So they should come on when it's dark, because then we'll know if it's actually dark enough or not. And then I'm trying to think how much we want them along here. We probably want them... Let's put them here. We don't need loads. That is probably sufficient. Because it's just enough that they can see, but it's supposed to still be dark. So let's add these in over here as well. We'll put them on the other side. And then they're in here. And that should light it up if it gets dark in here. So now what we can do is we can really just take out these sections and put in the clay all the way up. Okay, now we've built this up, I think we can then put in a nice mulch floor like we did here. And get some plants going on here. Make it a nice green roof like the rest of it. Okay, that looks good. Now we've got a nice green roof to go with the others. And it fits in a bit better. And now it will be very dark inside because it's completely enclosed. But I don't just want to leave it like this. I want to give them some sun. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to put in some other lights. And in fact, I can just go on lights here. I don't have to type in light. So we need a light that's going to give them some light in what will be their daytime, which will be nighttime here. And that's when they can sleep as well as everyone else. So I think we could keep it in the Africa theme and use these wall lights. I'm just wondering if they're powerful enough or if we need bigger ones. I think I might use the New World area light and put them in a few locations. How bright are they if we turn them on? Oh, they're quite bright. That's actually really good. That's a good level. Right, so we want one of them there. I think I'm going to put like 9 of them in. It would have been easier to do this before I put the solid ceiling on as well, I'm just realizing. But that's not too bad. And now we've got these in here. I don't think that's too bad at all. I'm just going to move these slightly to the left, these ones. And then I think that's pretty good. And we should actually put them to be always off. I should have done that before I placed all of them. Oh my goodness, I've got to click on them all individually now. And then it's still very light in here because we've got the daylight streaming through. So we're going to need to probably triple up these PVC curtains. PVC strip curtains, there they are. All right, let's put another one here. It's still very light in here, which is a bit confusing because in the other room over here, it is considerably darker when we've done the same thing. But I guess there's only so much darkness that these PVC strips actually give you. You can keep doubling them up. Well, this is basically as much as we can do. In theory, it's all worked and it's as good as it should be. But in practice, I don't know if it actually has made it dark in here. But currently, there's like 6 layers of PVC strip cut and you got to push through to get in here. And then that will block out so much light. Like that would really block out the light. There's very heavy duty ones here and we've completely sealed the building off, so it'll be much darker now in there, which is what we want, because although then, yeah, like I understand that they're nocturnal and how I've done it before does work generally for nocturnal animals because they need daylight too, that's when they sleep. If you've got guests going through there on the times that they should be sleeping, that's quite disruptive to their sleep patterns. So it's better that we create an artificially dark environment during the day, and then at night we can put some lights on that give the illusion of daytime, and they'll just think it's daylight and they'll be perfectly happy sleeping during that. And then it goes back to what is actually daytime and it's dark again and they're active, so the guests can see them during the time that they're active, which is perfect for the guests, but it's also so much better for the animals because they're not being disturbed during their sleeping hours. They're being disturbed during their waking hours when they're already flying about and having fun. So it's kind of a win-win. Well, we've got a power source failed over here. It's because it's not in a work zone. That is why. Yeah, that makes a lot of sense because it's a new one because I deleted the other one. So maintenance 1 is over here. Maintenance 2 is in this area. We do need to add that in. And we need to add in the education talks that I've missed, because they also fall under maintenance, I believe. So that is all good. Cool. Did I put the ones in for the flying foxes? Yes, I did. Cool, the 1 in there. Yeah. Perfect. Okay. We can just get a person on that ASAP. The other thing we didn't do is actually put in any water treatment over here. So this, the cleanliness of this is going to go so far down. I can't believe I missed that. So let's add in some water treatment. I'm thinking we can just have a little hut probably over here. If we extend this path out. Let's put a little water treatment hut back here that's not going to impact guests negatively. And then we can put a water temperature regulator one there as well and connect them both up. And they are also going to need power. So if I add in a power source here, I think this will also break the path, which is what we want. And then we can put in, yeah, a little staff path section there. Perfect. And now I can move this to be part of this structure. It should really be on the roof, so I'm going to try that. Something like this. And then create a little path that goes down. That seems to work fairly well. Now let's put in the stuff that doesn't make it look weird. So this is in the Asia section. So really it's kind of a bamboo structure is all we've got. Again, I'm going to use the painted bamboo because I think it's quite cool. So let's use that and make ourselves a little hut in here. Okay, I think that looks cute. It's a little hut and it works. And it's a little bit more interesting than just being plain, so it's got a little bit of something to it. But this also needs to go into our maintenance 2 work zone, so we've got something there. There we are. And now this will be cleaned, and yeah, we go. Cleanliness 100%, and it should be the right temperature too, which I believe is 20 we've left them on. Yeah, because that's kind of in their temperature zone. If we go on the Zoopedia, we can check what theirs is. But I think for most of the animals, it's kind of in the right area. Yeah, 13 to 42. So 20 is probably quite nice for them. That's like cooling and refreshing, but not too cold for them. And look at the sunset with our deer here. I think these guys are so cool. I'm obsessed with the antlers on the male. I just think they're so awesome. Look at them. What a beautiful animal. I don't think there's anything much more we need to do on this side. Oh, actually, I've realized I was going to add something like this to the elephant's sleeping structure because they're completely exposed on all sides. So I think what I'm going to do is I am going to add in a little section here. And in fact, I can use these logs. Let's edit this and duplicate these along. What I want to do is just create a little bit that's going to be sheltered from the elements so that they're not too exposed along here. I think that's probably good just to give them a little bit of shelter over here. And they're still completely accessible and the guests can see them through this section here. But they do have that little bit more protection from the elements. I think that works. And I do kind of think that maybe we should put in a little hut for the male. Even though they wouldn't have it. You know, like even though they can't use this on their own. It is supposed to be just for them. So I think let's put in a little structure on the back here. There's just a little bit of a shelter for them. In fact, I'm going to use the 4-meter log pieces, I think. Because I don't think it will need to be longer than that, like taller than that. 4 meters should be high enough. Yeah, that seems high enough. I think that's pretty good. And we've got an elephant over here anyway, but this is a pretty decent shelter for them that just gives them a little bit of something. If the male's here on their own, they've definitely got enough shelter now just for them. They can huddle in there and be happy. So I think that covers that quite well. I do also really want to sort out the Dama Gazelle situation because we have so many baby males, and although at the minute we've got loads of them that are going to mature at the same time, we have had it before where only like 1 or 2 are matured, and I want to have somewhere that they can go which is safe for them before we're ready to release them into the wild, because we're only going to release them in groups of at least 3. So we don't want to... Oh, look, they're starting to mature as well, the males. So this is perfect timing. I don't think we've got any males that have matured yet, but I do want to check that because they are going to fight with Kevin, which isn't good. Oh, we do. Okay, so there's one here already. So what I'm going to do is send them to the trade center, and then everyone else I'm going to pause, and then everyone else hasn't matured yet, so we can just move them straight into the habitat. Now, where do we want to put it? That's the only thing, because I'd like it to be in the Africa zone, and it could be back here, because it doesn't have to be... It's not really like a habitat as much. It's more like the guests can need to see. It's more just for the actual animals themselves. Or it could also go back here. I'm trying to think what would be better. I feel like maybe a path through here is a better option, because we can delete this path as well. It doesn't really matter where the guests join. Like, it doesn't really matter if the guests have access to that at the start. This is fine as its own path. And then if we maybe have a 7-meter path that comes off of here, that would work. I think that works, and then we can just have this one be staff path, and then the guests know that they can't go up here. I think that works. And now we have access through here. It's just going to be for one habitat, but that's absolutely fine. And we can put in some hedges or something so the staff here don't have to be bothered by these guys. If, in fact, if we go on biome, if it's temperate biome in North America, which of these plants will be tall enough? We've got bramble bushes on that tall. That's the problem. We've got reeds. Buffalo grass is too short. I want like a hedgerow. I mean, we can put in a hedgerow. I just wanted something. Hawthorn might be better. Something that's a bit more interesting than just an actual like pruned hedge. Because we've got the wild hedgerows. We've not used them for anything. Maybe we just put in the wild hedgerows here. It's just they're quite short actually. Let's make it interesting. Let's put in the what was it? The hawthorn. Hawthorn bush is much taller as well, so let's do that. There we go. I think that works. Now they can come through here. And they've got a little access to a small habitat out the back. I don't think we're going to have many gazelle in here. So if we click on our Dama gazelle, we can bring up the Zoopedia and see how many it would be. So let's say we've got space for like 8 maximum. Let's say we have 1,000 meters. How many would that hold? 10. 10 is, we're not going to have more than 10. So that should be perfectly fine. And I am just going to use the same. We can even use our original fence design here with the Africa fencing, which I think is probably nicer. Just have the doubled up fencing and continue that around the back here for 1,000 meters. So in order to determine where our habitat is with the 1,000 square meters, let's put a small habitat gate in here because that's the right height as well. And then we can just use null barriers and keep building out here. Why is that obstructed? We can build a fence out here. Is it because the land goes up? I think it is. And it's too small. No. That's really odd. Okay, well, we'll try it the other way. There we go. Well, that works for some reason. That was very odd, but it connected in the end. And how big is this area here? 576. We need to make it a little bit bigger than this, but we're on the right tracks anyway. We could probably have it extend one out. No, it's not going to quite make it. Let's keep going this way. Okay, that's it. 1,000 meters squared there. That makes sense. Let's get the fence and copy it over now, because we can use this fence we have here, seeing as there's no guests here, really. On this edge, we'll use, like, the privacy screen one, but I think the rest of the habitat is fine just being this fencing here, so I'm going to continue this fence along this way with these. Okay, that looks reasonable to me. Now, let's get them in here and see what it's like. So if we go to our animal trading, we've got the one we just removed. Let's put them in this habitat and we can call it Dama Gazelle males. And then we know that this is the one that just the males are waiting in before we release them into the wild. And we're going to need to give them some shelter. So I think we'll make one of those little mud huts over here as well, and this side. And this one can be completely open because the guests aren't going to see it. So they're not going to mind at all. And I'm also going to throw a couple of heaters in here because I think they're going to need them. So instead of putting the big pillars in, because that was really for the tortoises, I'm going to just put a heater here and a heater on the other side over here. And these are going to be set to 30 degrees is probably fine, actually. So I'm going to leave that on 30 and see what it comes up with. Although I don't know what these guys want for temperatures, and it is going to hit them a little bit on that side of the habitat. So let's check out what the Biodiversity are like for their... Oh, so 4 to 31, so 30 is quite intense for them. We could make it so that one on this side will have it be like 20. And then this one over here can be 30, because I don't know what the range is actually going to be like. Let's have the range on this one be 10. And then we know that it's at least 20, but it's going to be 30 on that side over here. Or we move the whole thing, which we can also do. And maybe that is better and have it on the hill over here. That might be better. And that way we can probably put it more to like 25. I don't think they're going to... Well, in fact, if we put it on 30, then let's make this one range 10 and the other one range 20. And they'll be limited to their habitat. If I hit play... Our Gazelle will hopefully enter the habitat soon as well. And do we have any other males that have grown up? That's the main question. Because they can move over also. Just got Kevin right now, but this one is about to mature. Salamder. This one's about to mature here. And actually, what temperature do you guys live at? Let's check it. 3 to 43. So yeah, 30 is probably good for them as a temperature. Now, I do want to put everything that they need in there, so let's get the habitat tab up and filter by the Dama Gazelle, and then we can put some enrichment in for them and some water. Thankfully, we are near a water source, I believe, like a water cleaning. Oh, we're not. Oh, no. Okay. In fact, this one isn't touching this anymore. It should be, though. Oh, I think that's because it's slowly breaking down. Yeah, that's fine. I mean, it's not fine, but it is in range normally. It just needs maintenance. This guy's in here. They're happy. I do wonder, maybe in this case, instead of doing a whole other water treatment thing, maybe we just give them a water pipe in here. And that way they've still got water. But we don't need to create a whole swimming thing for them, because I don't think they even swim, the Dama Gazelle. I don't think they have... Yeah, they don't have any water requirements. They just want land. So let's give them a water pipe, and then we can give them a large food trough over here, and then some enrichment that matches what they want. That seems like a good idea. Have a graze ball feeder. Let's give them a grab ball, and then a scarecrow feeder. And a rubbing pillar back here would probably be cool. And just lots of feeders, really. Oh, and they've got a herb scent marker. Okay, well, let's give them a herb scent marker around the back over here to have a bit of interest. And let's give them another grab ball over here. And they've got a few toys, haven't they? How happy are you with that? Super happy, but you don't like being on your own, I imagine. Social, yeah, the social group is 0. And the terrain is 29. So let's fix the terrain. So it's supposed to have less long grass, more soil. Well, we can definitely do that. Oh my goodness, they've escaped. Okay, let's emergency capture you. I should have checked that. Yeah, this is probably not high enough on this end. I can't remember how tall they needed it to be, but it's because this is just shy, I think, over here. Yeah. Right, well, let's pick up this section of fence as much as we can. Let's see how that does. We'll put them back in and see. And there's no... Yeah, it's not in a work zone. Yep, absolutely fine. Let's add it to the Africa work zone. That will be included. And it's nice and close to all the keeper huts and everything, so it shouldn't be too much of an extra burden for our staff. And now Salombo has matured. Let's move you into this habitat. You can go on with the other males. And where are the others? Have any of the others matured? No, not yet. This one will be very soon though, I imagine. 1.3. I suppose the only other issue is that they're not... We don't have enough of them. If there aren't 3, we don't have enough. So maybe we should even just buy another male that we can then release to the wild after. Oh, there's only females, but maybe that's a good idea. And then we can keep some of them in here. Oh, we're going to have a baby otter as well. It's amazing. But then we can keep a small group of males in here so that if they leave, they can join the group of males. And then we can release them in batches of 3, but making sure that we keep 3 males at all times over here. Because right now there's only one of them. And there's gonna be 2 when we move the other one in. So 2 is not enough. I believe they want groups of 3+. Yeah, 3 to 20. So in the meantime, what I'm going to do to resolve this is move Kevin into this habitat. And then we just need to move Kevin back as soon as we can because he is our breeding male. Oh, they've already escaped. I'm going to move you back in here. And then let's click on habitat. Oh, you can jump out everywhere. Okay, well, let's raise these up. Okay, they now can't escape. We do have one of them that's gone running, though, so I don't actually know where it's gone. Oh, it's only here. Let's call the vet. We can get the vet now. We don't need to emergency capture them. The vet can do that. Where is our vet as well? Let's just move them over. Give you a little helping hand. They're over here. Let's put you on the path there. I think they have to leave the path on their own. Oh, they go through the habitat. No, they run through the path. How do they get to them? Oh, I'm just going to do an emergency capture. I don't understand that. And they'll come collect them. Well, they're in here successfully anyway. Successfully is a vague term, but they are in here. And the mechanics can't reach the habitat. Why do the mechanics need to reach it, really? Have we added them in? We have. Okay. Well, we'll give them access as well. It's because they don't have any barrier maintenance to do other than this tiny gate here. But they do need to maintain the gate, I guess. And we're about to have more baby tortoises. Oh my goodness. What a day. I think they only breed when they go all the way into the thing. So I'm going to move them right over here to give them a helping hand. And then they can actually reproduce in the nest, which is where they want to go. And let's move this little baby out of the way. Other than that, our Dama Gazelle are nice and happy. And we've got this little section off here for the males, which is perfect. Now, they should have everything they want. They're almost good on the social group because we've got that one that's been captured, or it should be captured. Yeah, there we go. Once they get moved in, these guys will be happy and they can live in their little bachelor group. But they've got everything that they need. And we could even put some enrichment in so that if the guests do come this way, they can learn a little bit about the Dama Gazelle. Also got some fighting because I believe our Malayan tapir has grown up. I missed this. Okay, where are you? We've got Tapioca, bless them. 4.4 years old now. Are you fighting with... Oh, the mother's pregnant again. Where's your dad? How old is the dad in here? Tapioca's such a cute name as well. I can't even find the dad. Right, where is... what is his name again? Hangjabat. Yes. Oh, he's been kicked out. Interesting. Oh, he's here. He's 14 years old. Yeah, it's definitely Tapioca that's the young one. Well, let's release Tapioca into the wild. And then that is done and everyone is happy. And I think we should probably just put in a few trees that were over here as well because they haven't really got many trees. But we can put in a couple of palms and acacia trees and things like that. Just make it a little bit more interesting for these guys. Okay, that is probably good, if anything, a little bit too much. I might get rid of this tree at the back and replace it with the date palm, because I think they might prefer that coverage-wise. Yeah, that's a bit better, isn't it? Could even put another date palm in. So I've got a few. But they don't really want much coverage for trees, so I think that's good for them. And now they've got 3 of them in here with the introduction of Kevin. Where is Kevin? I thought Kevin was in here. Kevin! Kevin! Where is he? Oh, he's here. He's having a drink. Oh, Kevin. What a jokester. Well, the 3 of them are in here. They should be pretty happy. Yeah, they seem good. They seem good. I like that. Well done, guys. Got your little grab ball and everything. Well, let's put some education in for these guys in case guests want to know a little bit more about them, and we can maybe get some more donations as well and help the species out. Let's just duplicate a couple of boards and put them over here. I'm sure... Oh my goodness. How have you escaped? You are escape artists today. Wow, okay, well let's move this fence up as well. How'd you feel about that? Yeah, loser. Can't get out now. I'm gonna have to emergency capture you for 1,000. But this should have fixed the issues we were having. I believe the fence is now fine. Yes, okay, cool. That's good. Well, let's continue putting this in. Do we have power over here? We don't. In that case, I'm going to leave this. I'm going to put some donation bins in, but I don't think it's worth adding in education because it's such a small habitat and it's really just there for like the animals' welfare. It's not really there to teach guests about the animals. Like that is just over here. They can learn about them. I am going to put some bins in though because guests like to litter everywhere, which I absolutely hate. But it is a part of life, unfortunately, that people do that. And let's put some benches along to give everyone a little space to sit. There we go. That seems cute over here. They've got the shelter they need. They've got a little bit of they've got some donation bins. Got the normal bins over here. That is kind of everything they need. And these guys now function as a little habitat when this one gets put back in their group of 3. And when we have another male that grows up, we can put Kevin back in here as a breeding male and everyone will be good. Now, there is also another thing I wanted to do, which was under guest facilities to try and help out our food and drink situation, which is much improved since we added some more stuff in, some more shops. Everyone is still thirsty and they're probably a little bit hungry. And apparently everything's damaged. Oh my goodness, it is. Let's replace all of these. My goodness. Well, an easy fix for that is something we haven't really done actually, but we can just put in, if we take off blueprints, we can just put in some machines. We've got Cosmic Cow ice cream vending machine, Chief Beef vending machine. We could probably just put some drinks in everywhere, like have a gulpy vending machine over here, and that way the guests can just get some drinks wherever it's looking a little bit weak for our provision. So if we go guest needs and select thirst, everyone is quite thirsty around here and they have nothing to have. So let's put some in here. Even just having a gulpy vending machine and a Cosmic Cow milkshake right there, I think that's going to help us out quite a lot. And then we can have some water maybe there. And they will hopefully ease. Yeah, there we go. People are already going and having some. Other than that, we've got shops here and shops around here. I don't think anyone else is really feeling the needs too strongly. We could put some down here. Put like a water and a coffee maybe over here. That might help things out. But I don't think they're too bad right now. I love the food as well. Would you really get a burger out of a vending machine? the canned drinks, I understand, but like a burger? A burger from a vending machine? Really? You're going to trust that? Okay, these seem to be going down a tree over here. So hopefully that does help us out with the guest needs. I have a feeling it will. In fact, I'm going to add another one next to the water here because we don't really need this seat either. Let's put another coffee over here. We'll have water and coffee and milkshakes and energy drinks, and they can choose which one they want. These vending machines seem to be going down a tree. I'm really glad we put these in. I do think that they're really going to help us out with our guest needs. But you guys were saying we need to put them into work zones. So I'm going to do that now. I'm going to put this one into work zone 2. Oh, no, both of them. Oh, all of them should probably go in work zone 1 for the maintenance work zone. Because apparently they break down quite a lot. And I never really use these, so I don't know what to expect. But they do sound like a good shout, and it does really help us out. I'm actually going to have a look at our guest needs. Yeah, they're already much better. They could be higher, to be honest. People are still thirsty. I don't know whether we should put more in. Maybe we put a couple more in. Let's go, where are they? Guest facilities. If we turn all the blueprints off, it's much easier to find. And we can even filter by, like, drinks. Because they don't seem to be hungry. They just seem to be thirsty. And when we look, oh, our hunger needs only slightly higher. Well, maybe we put in like one more drink and one more food or something, and that might be good enough. So for drink, we've got a few options. Have we got all of them? Yeah, I think we do. I think we already have all of them. So let's put another Cosmic Cow and another Gulpy Energy. I just want to find like the worst point for thirst in the zoo. To be honest, where we were is a pretty poor one. They're getting use out of them. But maybe if we put some more further back, they wouldn't get that bad. Like maybe if we put another thing here, or even on the inside here. The thing is they've got facilities there. So what I'm gonna do, there's a talk that's here, so I don't want to block up the path too much. What I'm going to do is I'm going to add more provision kind of around the zoo and see if that balances out, because I feel like people are going back having not had their needs met, and that might be why it's all on the main path where it's showing up. So let's put some more water and coffee. We have nothing in this area here. So let's put some stuff in here. We're going to have water and coffee right there because there's nothing in this zone. And then the same over here. When they get to this area over here, there's nothing. Let's put a milkshake and... Ooh, which side do we want it on, though? We've got the deer over here. I feel like that's fine. I'm going to put the milkshakes and the energy drinks here. And then it's not blocking the sign too much either, so they can still see that. And then we could add another milkshake. I think we've got those there. Let's add another water and coffee machine over here, and then these ones can all go in the maintenance work zone too, because they're in that zone. In fact, that's still number 1, but let's put these ones in number 2, and then the other one can be in number 1, and we've got our line drawn for where the zone ends. Hopefully that's not too much for our staff. If we have a look at our mechanics, we can see what they think. Yeah, it still says they've got an efficient workload. That one can be trained up as well. In fact, let's train up all of our staff to get everyone to the next level. And it looks like we've got a challenge alert. So we've bred 4 different exhibit species. Wow, okay. We probably have loads, actually. Yeah, here. My goodness. Well, I think let's just sell all of these. 12,000. That is crazy. Making loads of money, and hopefully these needs get met as we go on. It seems like we're doing an okay job, though. I'm trying to think where the nearest toilets are. There's toilets here, so we're going to need some more as we keep expanding out. But for now, I think I want to use this space here. There's like this empty space in the zoo, and I want to use it for the Amur leopard. And these guys are critically endangered with only 110 estimated left in the wild, so they seriously need our help. We've got another challenge alert. I think that's just telling us the other ones we have. Let's think about getting these guys in here then. So if we look at their species data, it's just a male and a female. That's all we can have in a group. And they're actually solitary and live on their own, except when the mother's raising her cubs. So I think, like the rhinos here, we're going to need 2 separate habitats that we join up. But we can definitely do that. They're also neutral with humans, so they're not shy of them. That's good to know. And if we look on here, it looks like each of these habitats is going to need to be 705 meters squared plus 45, so 750 really, but it's 705 meters squared of land, and then we need 45 meters squared of climbing in that space, and we need grade 3 climb proof taller than 3 meter barriers. So I do kind of want to make them climb proof, the barriers we have, and we're not going to be able to use the wooden ones we've got here. I'm thinking mud is probably relatively climb proof. If it's just a mud wall, that might be the most eco-friendly thing we have. And it does still tie in with these areas over here, even though it is the Africa section. And these guys are from Asia, I believe. Yeah, Russia and China, yeah. So it might be a good idea to use the mud, because I can't really think of anything else that would be eco-friendly that we'd want to be using. So if we go on organic, wood is too climbable. It's just going to be our organics, really. At which point, it's just bamboo, which is very climbable, or mud. So, yeah, I think we're going with another mud wall. So what I want to do is just get the area that we need from our habitat. And I would like to have it come out of here. So I think what we'll do is we'll do a wooden habitat gate coming off of this path, if possible. Even if we do have like a ramp down, that might be the best way actually, is have a 4 meter path that extends down. Okay, we've got this little area for our keepers to go through now. So if we move these benches to the other side of this, there's a little entrance here, and we can make this a staff path here. So only the keepers will go down this bit. And now we can put a wooden habitat gate in. We might as well use them. Although they are technically climbable, but they're not going to be open and it doesn't really matter. And it still fits the theme, so I'd rather we use wood. And let's put this in here. And then we're going to be using 4 meters, or multiples of 4 for the barrier, because I want it to align to the construction pieces we have. So I'm going to set out an area with the null barriers. So if the requirement is 705 meters squared for the Amur Leopard, I think we're going to want to double that just to make sure we're building it as ethically as possible and give them 1,410 meters squared per habitat. And I want to join these habitats up so that they can use the full space if they are together breeding. So I'm going to use the null barriers now just to map out the area I want the habitat to be. Okay, so we've gone a little bit bigger, but this is just over 1,400 and this is 1,800. So they've got a little bit of extra space here, but I'd rather give them that than not have enough. So I think this is good enough. And the one with the slightly bigger one could be when there's a baby in here, if there's a single baby, because I believe they have 1 cub, although I'm not actually sure. They actually give 2 cubs, so it's probably a good thing it's a little bit bigger. So if there are 2 juveniles in here as well, yeah, so if there was 1 adult and 2 juveniles, it would be 800 meters squared they want. So we'd be looking at like 1,632 square meters. So I think this habitat here, the slightly bigger one, is better for the female, and then the solitary male can live in this one over here. I think that's absolutely fine. We just need to make sure they can't see the Dama Gazelle. And the Dama Gazelle can't see them, because that would freak them out quite a lot, I think. And we've got a new challenge to breed a new habitat animal, so we can get on that. That's absolutely fine. That's pretty much what the zoo is about. now we've got this in, I do want to change this fence here to be null barrier as well. And then we can look at getting our barriers in. So for that, I'm going to be using the organic mud pieces, as I said. We can always use bamboo to decorate the outside of it, though, and make it interesting, if it will go. I think the standard bamboo color would look better than the painted one with the mud. But let's give it a go. So it needs to be 3 meters tall. So these 4-meter mud pieces are probably the best ones we have. And honestly, we may not even need a windowed side to this, because the perfect thing about this side is the guests are going to be able to see over the wall anyway. We could even make it 3 meters tall, because I believe it just needs to be 3 meters. And maybe that's better. Yeah, it's all on 3 meters, so we just need a 3-meter wall. I think let's do that. We can use the mud pieces and make an interesting 3-meter wall piece. And for that, I'm going to basically use an outline here. So we've got this one. This is why I wanted to use the 4-meter barrier pieces, the null barrier pieces, because now we have a grid that this is going to perfectly snap to the grid if we want to build. So everything will be nicely contained in here. And I'm going to build up one wall piece that I like, and then use this as an example to duplicate around the whole habitat. There we go. So I've got this design for the kind of solid walls they're not going to be able to scale. So this is the inside of the habitat here. It's just a solid wall. They won't scale. And then this one here with the glass. In fact, I'm going to move the glass panel all the way back so that it is right at the back here and they can't really get a footing. I think that's probably a bit better. Because we don't want them to be able to jump out of the habitat, do we? And then this is the front, so it looks a bit more interesting. Because this is kind of a windowed side, if our guests do want to see through. And they're going to be able to see over. I have put this on, but then I thought the big windows, they'd be able to see through from this angle anyway. So hopefully they still get a good view of them from this side. But even if they don't see the male as well, they've got this amazing view here of the female's habitat. So I'm sure they will get a perfectly adequate view of them generally. And if it's a massive problem when it's fully built, I might just change the top of these so that it's something that's less like tall. In fact, I may do that anyway. I don't want to obstruct them. So I'm thinking if we put in something that's a bit smaller. In fact, I've just taken the bamboo off. I think I might keep them as smaller walls because I like the look of this. But functionally, I think it might be a little bit distracting and might get in the way of them seeing the actual animals. So I'm going to put these in as they are and see what it looks like. And then if we need to do any adjustments, we will. But I think this should be fine. So what I can do now is I can delete these actually. We don't need these anymore, or just delete the roofs. And then these are the easy reference points to just like drag, and then you can duplicate these, and we've got them here as like a solid design. So very easy to use. Okay, I think that's a reasonable habitat. I'm gonna have to see what it's like. The terrain is so uneven, but I kind of like that for the leopards. I think they'll enjoy that. So I'm gonna get rid of these two that we used to build everything. And we've got our two habitats in here. This can be a kind of door here. And I actually need to take these off, the leopards. I don't think we need them every block, but, you know, every couple is good. I think it looks nice to have them on there, seeing as it's actually them as well. There we go. That looks fine to me. And then we've got nice windowed on all the sides where the guests are going to be. And it's nighttime, so you can't see a thing. There we go. You can even see them from this viewing area, which is pretty cool. So let's actually get some and put them in there. It's the only way to really test it, to see if they can do well in the habitat. So we've got a few here to choose from. There's only one female. And I don't actually think we have enough credits right now for this female. Oh, we do. It's 365. And let's get the female, because can we afford them and the male? There's 0% immunity. Ideally, we'd get this male. But I don't think we can afford both of them. So we may have to release one of our other animals into the wild to be able to get them. Let's have a look at who we can release. In fact, I mean, our elephants are a pretty good shout, but I think all of the females here are pregnant, so we're not going to be able to release any of them. Do we have any babies that we don't know about? Oh, we've had a Dama Gazelle mature. Oh, okay. Let's move this male into our little male section over here. In fact, do we have any other Dama Gazelle males? I'm going to pause the game. Who else has grown up? It's just that one, I think. Yeah, okay, that's fine. And then our turtles are still babies. Okay. Well, at the least, we want to be breeding animals that are actually good, you know, genetically. So I think let's get this male. He seems pretty reasonable. I don't really like this female doesn't have good immunity, so I don't think we should be breeding with her particularly. Let's grab this male, and we can send him into quarantine. And yeah, we don't have enough conservation credits for the other female as well, but that's fine. We'll move him to quarantine, and we can at least get the male in here. And then the female's habitat we can deal with when we have a female. Let's paint this all to be long grass as well. Now the doors I haven't designed up on these habitats, but we do need to do that. So let's put in something for the doors. I think that works, you know. That's simple, but it's effective, I think. Oh, this is not right here as well. These are all going to have to be moved down. I didn't realize that. Because they're much too tall. Okay, I think that's a bit better. And our Amur leopard has passed quarantine, so let's move them into this habitat. I'm going to call this one Amur leopard male. And this one is going to be Amur leopard female. And we've got the inspector arriving at the zoo. Well, that's good. What could go wrong? Looks like they're looking at the black rhinos, the Bornean elephant, the tapir and the otter, and the turtles and the gazelle. That's a reasonable group. I think those habitats are doing quite well. And the view here, I think, is pretty reasonable as well. Like, the wall is a bit higher on this side, but you can definitely, where the land dips down, you can definitely get a good view over here. So I think that's good. Oh, we've got a male that's about to mature as well. I think I'm going to move this one into our male habitat, because if they're going to mature, we're going to need them to be in the right place where they can be an adult male, not fighting with Kevin constantly. Oh, it looks like our leopard's here as well. Oh my goodness, look at them. Look at that face. Wow. That is a majestic beast. Right, before they go exploring too much, let's just check they can't get out of here. So if I click on habitat and have them selected, they can jump out here. So that means it's a jumpable escape point here, which really it's just this one wall piece that needs to be slightly higher up, which is very doable. Do something like that. What about now? Okay, they're fully contained in here. That's pretty cool. And the walls seem to be the right height, so I think that's pretty reasonable for the barriers. And it does need to be put into our work zone. That's what all these alerts are. So we're going to put this into... Well, we really should get a new work zone. I think we're not going to do that right now. I'm going to put it into the Africa work zone. These poor keepers. I'm actually going to hire another keeper as well, because I feel like we really need them at this point, and put them into the Africa work zone. I'm also going to train everyone up. And yeah, see, they can see them. That's awesome. I am going to move some of these benches because I don't think we need quite this many. And at least we can free up some of these zones over here for viewing. Especially actually as these aren't as much viewing areas for the elephants. I'm going to move the benches onto this side. I think that's a good idea. And I'm going to swap these bins around. So the donation bins are on this side. I think that's pretty cool. And the mechanic can't reach this. Okay, yeah, fine. Let's put it into maintenance 2. So they can maintain the gates. And this is not the right terrain for these guys, and they need climbing areas. So let's have a lot less long grass and a lot more soil. That's what it's looking like, and some more rock. In fact, I'm also thinking maybe we can give them a bit more of a hill in the middle here, because they like climbing enrichment, and I feel like this will give them a bit more fun. Okay, I think that's good because they can still see to the back there. And I want to put a little shelter in the back here for them that's quite private. But they're going to need more soil. That's what I was doing. I got distracted with the hill. Right, let's give them a kind of rocky hill and then some soil around it. I think that's pretty cool. I think they should be happy with that. And the perfect thing is they're happy with 100% snow. So if it snows, you don't have to worry about them at all, which is awesome. Now they're going to need some hard shelter. And for this, we could use these buildings that I quite like the roofs for. So I think I'm going to do that. Although it will be climbable, it's the only thing. I may have to use a solid wall of mud instead on the side, or something else. We could use rock here. It's just not very sustainable. And I don't think they have anything. If we go by theme, I don't think we've got much. Yeah, there's no East Asia building pieces or anything. So we've not really got much that we can use. So what we may do instead is incorporate the hard shelter into the climbing enrichment. So if we filter on habitat by species, and here we want the Amur leopard, it'll tell us all of the climbing enrichment and the shelters and everything that they can use, as well as their enrichment, which we obviously need. I think let's give them some cool climbing enrichment, and hopefully in that, have they got any beds and shelters they can use? Yes. So we've got these shelters we can incorporate that are wood, and we'll give them everything they need, basically. Okay, I think that's quite a lot of climbing enrichment. Let's see what they say. Yeah, 178 is quite a lot for them. And they got plenty of hard shelter now as well. So let's put some shelter in for them, like some bedding, to turn these shelters into actual beds. And then I think let's put some enrichment around for them too. I think for enrichment, let's put a block of frozen fish on this platform here, because I think that'd be pretty cool. And then I do want to make sure we put in a food. Oh, it's a food tray. I wasn't sure if it was a feeding platform for these guys. So actually, maybe the food tray is better off here instead of the fish. I think instead of the fish, let's put a large food tray on here. And then that will hopefully be a bit better. Is it a weird angle? Oh, it's because this whole thing is slightly slanted. Okay, well, that's not good. Yeah, I think that works. And this is all on a slant anyway, so they can navigate that on their turns. I think that's kind of fun for them though, if anything, that it's slightly wonky. That works. And then we've got the food tray in. Let's put some actual enrichment. We are going to need some water too. And I'm thinking maybe we put another water source over here. It's whether they'll want it, because again, these animals don't really swim, as far as I'm aware. At least they don't have any requirement for it. But I think leopards do normally swim. So if I want to put a water treatment in, ideally I just whack it down here. Like that's logically where you'd put it, like under the path or something. However, it has a negative impact on guests for some reason, so they're not going to be happy about that. So I'm going to have to try and put it over here, I think. And it could be at a higher level. Like I could elevate it up to be at this level, which I think I'm going to need to do. And then put like a path that runs along the top of the habitat just for our keepers. It's just not really ideal, but I think it will be fine. I think we can make it work. Okay, this is an unusual setup, but I think it kind of works. And it does give us water treatment and also power around here, which is kind of useful. So I know we've got power here, but it's even more power for this whole area. So we could definitely put some education in. And now we can easily get some water in here. And we don't have to have loads of water, but I'm thinking we could even just push in. I mean, this area at the back could just be a little pool for them. They might like that. Just have a little bit of a swim. If they want one, but at the very least they can have some drinking water. Let's see how they feel about it, and also see if they can get out now I've changed all the barriers around. Okay, they cannot get out. And do they like the water? They're probably not super bothered, but they've still got plenty of land area and so much climbing space. I think they're pretty happy. And it is a little paddling pool that they can splash around in. In fact, if we smooth this out a little bit, I think they'll be able to access a bit more of it as well. We can raise the water up a little. I think that's pretty good. And can you access everything? You can. They can swim in it if they want. And it should be nicely a good temperature for them. I think it should be 20 degrees. Yeah, that's what we like. 20 degrees and clean and fully powered. Now we do need to throw these into the maintenance 2 work zone. And that's getting quite a lot. I do think we're kind of getting to the point where we might need a maintenance 3 work zone, but I'm not going to do that right now. This seems good for them for now, and they're going to want some actual enrichment items. So let's put a blood scent marker in over around there. Maybe a block of frozen fish up here for the guests to watch them eat. And we can have a cardboard box because they love the cardboard boxes. And what else? They've got another toy. Well, let's give them some rubbing bark right here. And then maybe a pronghorn or a zebra. Let's give them a zebra. It's easier to see from the back. They can attack the zebra pinata. That's probably enough for them. Oh, we could give them a rotation line feeder. That's quite cool. Maybe we should do that up here. That would be quite cool, actually, to watch. I don't want to mess up our terrain, though, and it does want flat ground. So maybe that is just down here. How do they feel? I mean, they're super happy. It's just the quality of the food that they're not 100% on. And they have no plants, which obviously they're going to need. So, you know, have a nice little poop on the plants. So we're going Asia, temperate. To be honest, temperate plants from Asia is probably our best bet because we are living in a temperate biome. So it's going to be the easiest ones to grow for us. And we're about to have a baby deer. Oh my goodness, we're about to have a baby deer. That is amazing. I love our little deer. Are you pooping? Oh my goodness. Why is it whenever I zoom in on an animal it poops? Oh, they're sitting down. I think they're about to have the baby. Oh, there they are. Oh my goodness. Look at them. That is the cutest little deer I've ever seen. Oh my goodness. That's adorable. Absolutely adorable. Wow. Oh. And we're bringing these guys back from extinction. Isn't that cool? Oh, that's a very cute little cry for the mum. It's okay, you can go in the water too. You just gotta follow your mum in. Can they swim? I guess they can. Look at the mum showing them to go into the water and the dad's already there. Very cute. Oh no. Okay, just go through your child. Having a little swim with their dad. Adorable. Absolutely adorable. And this game is beautiful. We've also got a vending machine broken down. Oh my goodness. I think someone sabotaged this whole area. Let's request the mechanic. And let's also replace that. Why are we getting so much crime? I wonder if we need more security guards. We've only got the one right now. I'll tell you what. I'm going to hire another security guard. Patrol the whole zoo, please. And we could, at that point, put them in maintenance zone. Yeah, let's do that. Let's put this one in maintenance zone 1, maintenance 1, and the new one in maintenance 2. And that way they can kind of patrol the whole of the zoo, but they've got a territory marked out, and they're not just patrolling the same areas. They got one half of the zoo each. What do our guests think of everything? I mean, it's pretty positive reviews. Lots of damaged things, but other than that, they're spending quite a lot. The average ATM withdrawal is $90. That's crazy. And they all donate $50 on average. They must love it here. Let's give this little guy some trees, I think, because otherwise this habitat looks a little bit dull. So of all of the Asian temperate plants in the game, these are the subset of plants that are found in this animal's natural habitat, which I'm saying for the purposes of this habitat is temperate China. That's the habitat that we're trying to replicate here. And of those subset of trees and plants, this is the subset that can feasibly be grown in temperate North America, where this zoo is, with a little bit of extra love and attention. So this is the list of plants we're going to be using for this habitat. And let's dive right in. I think that looks so much cooler now we've got some trees in here. It really brings the whole place to life, doesn't it? And he looks pretty happy. We're going to need a name for this little guy. Look at him, just waking up on a new day. I think our leopard is doing pretty well in here, aren't they? Look at them. They're going to use their rubbing pad? Or they're just thinking about it? Oh, wow. Okay, that is not how I thought they'd use it. That's pretty cool, though. Oh, they are beautiful animals, aren't they? And critically endangered, so we definitely need to get a female in here so we can start breeding. This poor guy is all on his own. I mean, that's how they like to live, but we do need babies, so... Last drink cleanliness is 98% as well. What's up with that? Should be 100% clean. Got a water treatment right here. What's wrong with your water? Yeah, it's 100% clean. Okay, that must be a strange fluke. Well, speaking of food and water, let's check up on our vet research, because I want to see if we've got any better food for anyone. I think we've unlocked all the level 3s, actually. But I am going to put one of our vets to start researching the Amur leopard, because we want to get more stuff for them. We want to get more enrichment, more food, everything. And it looks like we've got a challenge done, or 2 challenges done. So adopt habitat species. We've done 2 of 2. That's cool. And breed a new habitat animal. We've done 1. Nice. Get a bit of extra cash. That's not bad. And we've got a couple of alerts. Okay. Vending machine's broken down. Request the mechanic. Why are you making us a loss? Oh, because we don't sell them for much? Prices. I guess they cost more than they earn. But that's fair. Is it just these, though? I suppose let's have a look. And this ATM's without power because this power unit needs your mechanic. Okay. I'm going to leave it just for now before I adjust their maintenance periods. But some of them that have more things in them might need more frequent maintenance than others. I'm actually going to have a look at, not heat maps. In the zoo, there's a facilities tab where we can look at how much money all our stuff makes. So, profit 0. None of the ATMs make profit, but we don't charge anything. Okay, how about these guys? The vending machines, these 2 make money, but most of them do not make money. Okay, I didn't know that. Okay, they have low demand. They're rarely used. These 2 have high demand. Oh no, these are actual places though. So the ones that are efficient seem to make money, but some of them do not make any money at all, including these. Okay, well if they're low demand, let's get rid of them because they're just extra. Like if they're gonna just go here instead, maybe we thin them out. It's just that our guests are complaining about the facilities. Well, let's put the zoo ticket prices up as well because they think it's great. So let's make it like 35 and 18 or something, or 36 even, and we'll have it be double for adults. That seems good. And actually, we've got a great inspection report last, which is good. That's going to help our marketing. Currently, our marketing is the only thing lacking. And I think we're still making money, so we're not doing too badly. But that's definitely not helping. Oh my goodness. A dangerous animal's escaped. How did you get out? Oh my goodness. No, not in the Dama Gazelle habitat. That is a dangerous situation. We're going to have to emergency capture you before you hurt one of our Dama Gazelles. Oh no. How did you get out? You must have jumped this fence from a tree or something. Okay, well that's not good. And we're about to have another baby Père David deer, which is actually really awesome. I'm super excited about that, but this is not good. And they're about to be fed as well. We need to make sure that they can't get out when they get back in here. Oh, now it's saying that these are efficient, so there's still low demand on a lot of these though. I think maybe these two really don't get used. Let's get rid of these because at least we can save a little bit of money there. And any that stay low demand all the time, we can see. But they were doing well, I thought, these two. Okay, we'll leave the others and see how they go. But yeah, let's just mainly focus on getting our leopard back and checking that they're okay. And the inspectors arrived. Thank God the inspector didn't arrive just a few moments before, because that would have been really bad. I'm going to preemptively just move this wall up to be the same height as the other ones. There we go. They're back from the sound of things. There they are. Let's check now on habitat. Can you escape? Yes, you can still jump out here. What are you jumping from? Oh, this rock. This is how they got out. This rock here. Okay, well, I'm going to move this in. And then we can see if you can still make it. Yeah, you still can. Okay, we just need to raise this wall up a little bit. And now if we click on a leopard... Yes! Okay, cool. They cannot escape. That's what we want to see. Right, well, let's have a look at getting a female in here, if we can. Have we got any? Okay, there are a few in here. 302's not bad. Oh, there's a female here we can afford. Their immunity's 17. What's this one like? That one is better. But it's 302 credits. We are 1 credit away. I feel like we can make that work. I think what we should do is maybe... Let's have a look at our otters here. I don't know what groups these guys live in. Let's go to the Zoopedia and have a look. They live in groups of 2. So what we could do is we could release 2 otters, and that would help. I think, seeing as we've only got like 20 seconds, I think we've got to just get this female that we can actually afford. That's just such a shame that she's lower in immunity. But she's not the worst. It's not awful. So let's get them. And then send her to our quarantine facility. And then we can move them into this second habitat we have here that is not fit for purpose at all yet. Like, it's so wrong for what we need. I also think we're going to need another entrance over here at some point, aren't we? Maybe one over here that pulls in the same way. But I don't think we should put that in yet because there's nothing over here really for them to get to. But I think that would be good. If we expand the zoo this way, that seems like a good area. So I think we'll do that. And I do think maybe to resolve some of these vending machines, because I don't want to lose loads of money, we could get rid of these and just eat into the bush dog's habitat very slightly, because it is absolutely massive for their needs. Like, this is way beyond what the bush dogs actually need. And look at them just sleeping by the heater. That's an amazing view from the habitat cam. Oh, look at them in their little huts over here. We haven't seen the bush dogs in ages. They're so adorable. Okay, I think what we're going to do is we're going to just take this corner out over here. If I pause the game, let's delete these benches, take this fence just in very slightly, and we can build a little bamboo shack for drinks that's in keeping with this stuff, but just maybe like 4 meters back. Okay, let's see how that looks. If we click on one of our sleeping bush dogs here. Oh my goodness, 2 of them sleeping next to each other. Yeah, they're absolutely happy with this area and they can't escape, so that's what we want to see. I've left this tree in. Now what we can do is we could, if this is coffee and water, maybe we upgrade this to have the actual stores here. So let's put in guest facilities. Let's turn the blueprints off and put in a pip shop water. Where are you? Pip shop water. There's so many blue ones. Put a water in here and a coffee. How we had it. Okay, that seems much better for everyone. We've got some actual drinks facilities here, which should mean we don't need these as well. Because I'm thinking that's going to serve all their needs. That's an energy drink and a hydration drink. So we should be good. I'm going to have to put them into the work zone though. So they're going to go into the, where were they? Entrance zone, probably. Yeah. Into the entrance zone. And they can work in there. They've got their staff room down there. I'm wondering, do we give them this staff room? No, they'll probably be fine with that one. We could even upgrade their staff room back here because I think it'll fit. Yeah, I think these staff rooms, oh, they're slightly bigger. Okay, I think it might fit, you know? It might just need a bit of a weird entrance point. Because I believe there's enough space behind here. Yeah, I think there is. So I might do that. We just have to adjust the shape of the building slightly. Though they seem fine. There's not really anyone using it, so it's probably okay. We can always give them another small one. I think I'm going to leave the staff room as it is. And we've got this education ratings 12%. We've actually got it to 13%. I'm about to have another Père DVD. Oh my goodness, look at the babies. About to have another baby. Whoa. So we've got our male here. 4.5 years old. Is that the one we bought? I think so. I'm going to pause because a dangerous animal's escaped and it could be the leopard being silly again. Yeah, this is the one. So we've got a young adult male. Oh yeah, because he was just breeding age, wasn't he? And then we've got 2 babies now. That's amazing. And they're both playing in the water together. That is so cute. Oh yeah, the dangerous animal. Hold on. How have you gotten out now? I'm going to emergency capture. Are you climbing the trees? Climbing enabled. Yeah, I think they're climbing the trees. That is something we're going to have to think about. Because we might need to make these trees go a little closer to their habitat. A little further away from the edge. And we might want to just raise these barriers up. I'll tell you what I'm going to do. On this section, I'm going to raise these up to match the other wall. Now we've brought that one up. I think it just makes sense to have them come over here. There we go. Lots of alerts. Okay, so that is fine. Oh, we've got quarantine pass. That's great. And a vending machine's broken down. Let's request the mechanic for that. We're about to have a baby elephant. Oh my goodness. Babies after babies. Look at the baby elephant there. And you're about to have another one. Look at this food as well. That's good food. Look at them. Aren't they just adorable? And we're about to have another baby when they stop eating. They just want to have a little eat before they give birth. I mean, I respect it. I'm not judging at all. Oh, wow. She is demolishing that. Go, girl. You go. She's eating for 2, so fair play. And then I imagine she'll be thinking about having her baby. Nope, still going in for food. Okay, oh, now she's done, I think. She's backing away. And then she'll lie down and we'll have another baby elephant. That is awesome. Oh, she's going to run away. That is a funky run. Are you sure that's how you want to run? Maybe she's finding a spot. Yeah, offspring imminent. She is definitely going to give birth. Please say you're not going to go for a mud bath before you give birth. That would be ridiculous if that is the case. She's literally just living her standard life, like, not concerned that she's about to give birth at all. Or does she want to give birth on the mud? Maybe they do that. Yeah, I think she's giving birth. She's laid down. Is there going to be a little baby? Or is she just playing in the mud? I think she's just playing in the mud. Okay. You can never really tell because all they do in the mud is they sit down. Like the rhinos roll around and stuff, but the elephants literally just stand up and sit down. So I don't know if that's a bug or if that's how it's intended, but it is a bit underwhelming for a interaction with the mud pit we put in for them. Look at those soulful eyes. Please give birth. Oh, this could be it. What do we think? There we go. It was it. There's a little baby. Oh, look at you. Immediately running away. I'm going to have to center the camera on them because they're moving too quickly. Look at them. Constantly avoiding the camera. Very camera shy baby. Oh, look. They're so cute. Very, very sweet. And we're doing our part for the species, which is awesome. Okay. Let's check on this leopard situation. Escape artist. Can you get out? Yes, you can still get out. How can you jump that? That is crazy. I'm gonna move this rock down as well. Otherwise, I'm just gonna have to get rid of it. Okay, now it says you can't escape. 100% says you can't escape. Wow, look, they can get up here. How crazy is that? By climbing. That's so cool. Whoa, what's going on over here? Well, that's not good. Did I not put it in a work zone? Oh, I did. I feel like our mechanics are struggling a little bit. Let's check on them. Educators, mechanics. Apparently that's efficiency. Okay. I'd prefer it if stuff didn't break down, personally. I think we're going to need to just, yeah, emergency call the mechanic on all of these. And I think maybe we hire another mechanic that just does general work. In fact, we've got the money. How expensive are mechanics? At the low level, not that expensive. I'm going to hire like a junior and a senior mechanic for each work zone. Because I think that makes more sense. And instead of editing that, I'm going to go to our staff here. Where are they? For some reason, they weren't both showing up in the other menu. So no work zone. I'm going to put you on maintenance 1 and you can go on maintenance 2. And then we've got a couple of senior and a couple of junior staff members. And the Amur Leopard is still ready to pass. Right, let's move you into here because you passed quarantine. We need to get our female in there. And I think this shop is working quite well. There we go. That was worth doing. Oh, our tree is kind of clipping through here. I didn't notice that. If we rotate the tree, though. I don't think that's too bad. We can like rest on the roof there a little bit. Cool. Hopefully that is helping out our guest needs as well. They need the loo. That's the main thing. And they still like the ticket price. So let's put the tickets up. Let's say 40 and 20. Because we've got elephants here and leopards. So we've got a lot to offer. Oh, and our leopard is here. We've got 2 Amur leopards now. Whoa, look at her. They're so like majestic and powerful at the same time, aren't they? Like they're beautiful creatures and terrifying. I'm gonna click on them, see, yeah, they can jump out in a couple of spots, but it's not that bad. Okay, so let's just raise up this back wall generally. That looks good. Okay, they can't get out. That's what we like. That is what we like to see. And the keepers can't get hit either. That isn't good, but that's because we haven't put it in the work zone. So let's add this to the Africa zone, and we are really going to need to make a keeper after this. We're going to have to make a new keeper zone. But we've got the people assigned. It's just they're not super well organized, but that's fine. We can definitely do that soon. Right now, I just want to get this habitat up and running, though, because look at their little face. We can't leave them without a habitat, can we? They're adorable. So you're not happy with the terrain, I imagine. No, not at all. And it's got no hard shelter or anything. Let's make it more fun like we did for the other one. I think let's raise it up in the middle. I don't want to do too much terrain editing because it's not the most like sustainable. But if we're doing small amounts of dirt like this, it's really not that much excavation. And we've done a little bit elsewhere. So I'm going to say that we've just stored the soil and now we're putting it back over here. Because this will give them a lot of quality of life. Even just having like a little hill like that will make their habitat much more interesting for them. They need a lot more rock and a lot more soil. So let's do that now. Alright, that seems good. And then we're going to need to put some water in for them as well. And it's going to need to be on this side because that's where our water treatment stuff is. So I may have a little area down here. I think that's probably good. Still gives them loads of walking area. Although, how much land area did they need? I think if there's a female and 2 babies, they need 816. So we're going to give them 1,600 at least. Yeah. Okay, so we've done that. Perfect. That's good. Okay, so that worked out quite well. And they've got some swimming as well. Plus, if there are 2 of them in here, that's the other thing we need to think about. So if there's 2 adults, they're the same requirement basically as 1 adult and 2 babies. So that's not so bad. 816 and 816. Cool. But these guys are crucially missing their climbing area, so we do need to put that in. I think they do get some climbing from their trees as well. Let's check on our male over here. Because I think when we add... Yeah, I think that's more than we gave them, because they do get climbing from trees. So if we see here, can we look at... We can look at traversable area. I don't think we have any that say, like, climbing that you can look at. But, yeah, that seems fine. Oh, what does breeding look like? Oh, wow. That's cool. I'm going to pause it. So you can see the ones that are capable of breeding are, like, light blue, and the ones that aren't are dark, like, grey. That's so cool. We do need to get Kevin back in here with the ladies. In fact, Kevin could move back in now that we've got all our males in here. I think I'm going to move Kevin across as our breeding male. Let's shuffle him back in and he can start breeding again. Because I don't think any of these are his babies that have grown up other than these 2 here. Oh, and there's a 3rd one. Okay, we'll put you on contraceptives. We'll give Kevin another breeding season and then maybe we'll release him with the other males and get a new male in because he's got a lot of females in here that are related to him. But I do want to get some more in first so we can breed up the herd a little bit. And I also don't mind if Kevin just lives there. And they're, you know, if they're on contraceptives, that should be fine. I'm also remembering we had some baby otters. So, yeah, there's a female here that's grown up. So I'm going to put her on contraceptives. Because these guys live in animal... Like, they live in a family group. So it makes sense that they'd be with their dad. But we don't want them to be breeding with their dad. Because that is not good. And we have a challenge reward. So increase the spectacled flying fox education rating to 14%. We've done it. Let's claim the reward. Might as well get some cash. Right, back to our leopards. I think let's add some climbing in for these guys. And I'm going to incorporate their shelters in by filtering here by the species of Amur leopard. And that should bring up the shelters particularly that are relevant to them. But they're all climbable. So I'm going to put them all together. And then we can make some shelter into their climbing. Okay, what do you think about that climbing? I think they're quite happy with that. So they've actually got more walking area now, which is even better for them because they can walk on different levels. We've elevated the terrain. And yeah, they can go through there. I don't know why this is so odd here. I'm going to try and flatten this out so we don't get this come through because I don't really like that. Oh, we might just need to raise this up slightly. No, it seems to... I think it's because the bedding needs to be, like, on the ground. Like, exactly on the ground. And I don't know if we'll be able to raise this up so that it's above. I don't think we can. That's a bit of a shame. But we might be able to disguise it. What does the soil look like? Okay, that's not as noticeable. That's really annoying, though. But I'm going to go with that. And we'll have a bit of a soily area here. And then it kind of blends in a bit more. What do you think of that, though? Are you quite happy with that? I think so. They do want some toys and they want some food enrichment. And generally some food would be good for them. So I think let's put some food in. You have a large food tray in here because they are going to be multiple of them in here. And they're going to need a way for the keeper to put that on there. So I think we're going to need a little ramp here. Otherwise our keeper is definitely not going to be able to feed them. And if we're filtering by them as well, it's deselected. But yeah, they can't have the arboreal feeding platform. They need the food tray. I'm going to put this walkway. In fact, I'm going to put the wider one because it is for our human. And they're not a leopard. They shouldn't have to walk in some crazy way that I'm sure the leopard doesn't have an issue with. I think what we may do is we may move this food tray to here. No, it's fine. I'm going to leave it up there. It's a bit interesting. So the keepers are going to have to walk up there, though. But that should be very accessible for them. Now, we do need to check they can't get out. Because we have just added a lot of jumpable areas. But I don't think any of them are near enough the edge. They don't seem to be. Cool. That is what we like. And I figured they have like a little pier here if they want to approach the water like that. In fact, I think it's actually slightly below the water level, which I don't like. So I'm going to raise that up just a tad. So it's, yeah, I want it at, like on the water level. Yeah, cool. And these guys are going to need enrichment as well. So let's add that in for them. If we go on just the enrichment items, I think let's give them a couple of food bits. And maybe we put the frozen block of fish on here. And then we can give them a blood pumpkin here. And in fact, I tell you what I'm going to do. I'm going to give them the same enrichment as the other leopard has over here. So that's a rubbing pad, and we're going to need the rotation line feeder. That one I think we could probably put back there. And then maybe the rubbing pad could go on here. Let's put the rubbing pad up there. And they've got to have a trusty cardboard box. I'm going to put that around the back, because it gives them something fun over there too. And that should be plenty for them. Yeah, habitat enrichment. The only thing is their last meal quality, but they weren't even in the habitat yet. So, and that is going to go up the more we do vet research. Let's see what we've got. Let's see if we're already at a level where we can give them better food. I think we can. Yeah, food level 2. Nice. Okay. And we've got more breeding research and everything. So let's do that. Let's give them food level 2. Amur leopard, food level 2. And who's this? Dama Gazelle needs to be on food 3. I didn't realize we had to do that per habitat. I thought it was like per species. But that's quite good that you have the control per habitat in case you ever wanted to give one of your gazelle habitats grade 3 and one of them grade 1 for some reason. Obviously, we want to give them the highest quality food we can at all times. And look, this is actually drawing people this way, these habitats, which I do really like. Got the appeal over here. Now, they're not going to learn much or donate much, so we need to put some education in. Otherwise, these guys really aren't going to help us out on the donation front. So let's put some habitat education boards. I think, like the elephants over here, I'm going to use the freestanding ones and just put a couple in over here to teach our guests about the beautiful Amur leopard. Okay, we've got a couple of education speakers in as well on the back there. Oh, we've got to put a paw print in for the kids too. That's got to go in. Let's put that there. In fact, let's put a couple in. If we move the bins slightly, I think we can definitely fit one in here. And then, oh, I meant next to the donation bin. I don't know why I put it there. There we go. I'm going to double check they can't escape. Again, they can't escape. And let's... Oh, we're about to have another baby elephant. That's amazing. And we've reduced crime. Oh, what is our crime like, actually? Because we're doing really badly. Okay, that's not too bad. Couple of benches. Not so bad. 14 pickpockets chased. 70 pickpocket victims in the zoo. Oh, my goodness. And we only caught 9 of them. I don't think that's very good. I'm not going to lie. I think we might need more security. I'm going to hire a couple more security guards because I think we've got quite a lot of pickpockets. And again on work zones, I'm going to throw them onto the mechanic ones because it divides up the place nicely. So let's put you on maintenance 1 and you on maintenance 2. My goodness. I think I'm also going to train everyone up. Now, I don't want to train the second mechanics up too much because I don't think we really need them that trained. Like, I don't think we need to pay for them that badly. But the keepers and everyone I want trained up. And the same with the vendors. I want all the vendors trained up because they do a lot, actually. And this needs to be in the entrance zone. Now I'm thinking about it. Our 2 new shops we made, these guys over here, they need to be in entrance zone, not in Fox Street Coffee and Pip Shop Water. I want them to join the others. Otherwise, they only work here and they're not in the entrance zone work zone. So I don't even think they have a staff room. I'm not sure if they'll just go on their own to the nearest one, but this is better that we put them in the work zone properly. And how are our guests feeling about the zoo? Okay, pretty good. Pretty good. It's very spacious. Everything is great. Oh, is that an educator? Who said that? Oh, is that you here? Yeah. Karen, well done. They love them. They love the educator. That's brilliant. Well, speaking of educators, that's what we're missing here. We need to put an education talk point in. And I think it does make the most sense on this side. I kind of actually think this is a good spot for it here. If we level out this so it looks a bit more normal, I think this would be a good area for it. I think let's put them in the Amur Leopard. They can throw food in. And when are our talks going on? That's the main question. This one's April. But what work zone are they in? I think the Africa zone one must be full. Yeah, this is way too many. Oh yeah, but we said we'd move them across, didn't we? So I'm going to add this into the Africa work zone. We'll just divide it out. We've got the educators that can manage it. So if you're April, you guys are in Asia as well. So this is January. And I think that's it, isn't it? So it's these guys and these guys. So we've got January and then April. So then we want to leave a couple of months. So April, May, June. Maybe this one should be July. And they can throw food. So our educators can come down here and teach our guests about them. And hopefully that will help with donations as well. We're about to get another gazelle mature. Oh, wow. Okay, I'm going to move this boy into our male habitat then. Before that becomes a problem. We'll schedule that in. And then it's probably a good idea to put some nature in for this leopard because there's nothing in here right now. And we're going to want to use the same plants we used in this build over here. So I might actually just grab them from here and we can keep it the same moving across. Okay, I think that looks pretty good. And it's a 52% coverage, which is pretty much what they're after, actually. So that works out pretty well. It's got a nice spread of plants in here, I think. And we're about to have our gazelle mature that we know about. They've already been moved in with Kevin and the other lads. So, I think that's kind of all these guys need. Maybe it's time we learn a little bit more about the Amur leopard. The Amur leopard is a subspecies of the leopard found in temperate forests between the Russian Far East and China. The species is adapted for both warm summers and cold winters of the region. It has a stocky, muscular build, a thick tail, a broad face with small rounded ears, and a dense coat that ranges from tan to orange in base color with a white belly. The body of the animal is covered in black rosettes, turning to solid black spots towards the legs and the underside. Amur leopards measure 60 centimeters to 78 centimeters at the shoulder and 100 centimeters to 136 centimeters in length, with further 82 to 90 centimeters added by their tail. Females tend to be smaller than males, with males weighing between 32 and 48 kilos, while females are lighter with a weight of 25 to 42 kilos. The Amur leopard is a strong and skilled hunter and has been known to kill animals much heavier and larger than them. It will often hunt large prey and then drag the kill into the branches of a tree to store it and hide it. The Amur leopard's winter coat is much longer, at around 3 times thicker than its summer coat. The leopard occasionally vocalizes in short, rapid growls to defend territory or announce their presence. Amur leopards are solitary animals and live alone, except for when a mother is raising her cubs. And when in estrus, a female Amur leopard becomes restless, vocalizing and ranging outside her home range in order to attract a mate. The male then tracks the female through the scent of her urine, and once he's found her, she then engages him by pacing around him and flicking him with her tail, which is hilarious. A couple will remain together for only 2 to 3 days before going their separate ways. Amur leopards are pregnant for 90 to 105 days, after which they'll give birth to a litter between 1 and 3 cubs, with an average of 2. Cubs begin eating meat at 2 months of age and are weaned by 3 months, after which they'll begin accompanying their mother on hunting trips. Juveniles depend on their mother until they're 1.5 to 2 years old, after which they leave to establish their own territory. While she's carrying a litter, the female doesn't go on estrus again, so as soon as she's become pregnant, we're going to separate our male and females into their own habitats, and they can go their separate ways until she's fully raised her cub. Unfortunately, the Amur leopard is critically endangered, and it's one of the world's rarest cats. As of 2021, only 110 Amur leopards were estimated to live in the wild, which is devastating news. And even further, in 1970, there were thought to only be 30 individuals left in the wild, so they were almost extinct. While habitat degradation and low prey availability are factors that threaten their survival, the main reason for their extremely low population numbers is overhunting. This is due to their furs being highly sought after in the fur trade. Captive breeding programs and conservation efforts mean that their numbers are now slowly recovering. However, despite protective measurements, even today the species is under threat from poaching, and the low genetic diversity in Amur leopards that resulted from their low population numbers leads to high infant mortality. In 2012, the Russian government declared an area containing 60% of the remaining Amur leopards to be a national park, and conservationists are campaigning to increase the boundaries of this park into the Chinese areas of the leopard's habitat. Hopefully measures like this, as well as our breeding program in our zoo, can slowly help to recover this beautiful species and push it away from extinction. And now this habitat is complete, let's move our male in with the female and have them both together. So if we add him in here, they can start breeding, which is awesome. That's exactly what we want. And our breeding program has begun. Oh no, she got out. Let's emergency capture her. I think now we've put this stuff in here, this side is too low. I did think it was low. So let's move these up to be a bit more realistic height-wise. In fact, I'm going to change it so it's not windowed on this side, I think, because I just think it seems a bit more natural to have it like that. When they're high walls, you don't really need a high window, do you? That should be fine. If we need to, we can raise this one up as well. Maybe we'll do that. We'll raise these up slightly, and then this wall can come up. I think that works. And we have a perfect test because I think our Amur leopard has just joined. Oh no, they haven't yet. Our male. They're still... Oh, there they are. Okay. But they can let us know whether this is good enough for them or not. Oh, this tree's a bit weird as well. It's got its roots out. Let's move that down. The sycamore maple. Okay, let's see what they think. Now we have our male here. Can you get out anywhere? You're the real escape artist as well. Says that they can't, so that's perfect. And they can access all of the stuff we've made for them. We do also need a door through these habitats. So what I'm going to do is I'm just going to pause the game here. I'm going to take this wall here and turn this into a hinged log door. That seems fine. Okay, so that one is opened there. Yeah, they open the door in. and they can use both of these spaces. There we go. That's resolved. And now it actually, realistically, they'd use this whole space when they're in together. And then if we need to block it off, we just close this door here. It's just a shame that we can't have that open, realistically, because they like their own space solitarily, which is cool. They like their own space. I can respect that. And they need to be apart whenever they're, whenever the babies are there. They're a lot more reactive than they actually are as well, because they're not that damaged. They're just looking like they are. And I'm sure our female will be collected soon and put back into the habitat. I'm so glad we got this habitat built as well. Like, this is such a cool breeding habitat for the Amur leopards, and they can finally start breeding. And I think we have an inspector's report ready for viewing. Whoa, we got 5 stars and everything. Wow, it literally just flashed off. There it is. So 5 stars. They loved the Père David's deer, the Dama gazelles, and the bush dogs, the other Dama gazelle. They even like the Dama gazelle male habitat. That's great. And our tapir and Asian small-clawed otter. We got 5 stars for education and cleanliness. So I think we're doing a pretty good job. And hopefully these drink stalls are working as well. There's no one working here, but I think that is helping our guest needs out. And we've just crossed $1 million as well. That's pretty cool. Well, if we're crossing $1 million and one of our worst things is marketing, maybe we should do a little bit of marketing. Where is it? I think it's in finances. Yeah, marketing. We're only doing cereal box adverts. Maybe we stop this one and we do TV commercials. Now, it's much more expensive, but it will, yeah, 5 stars in marketing now. It's really going to help us out. And we're also missing the habitat cameras. I know we've done them in a lot of the habitats, but I don't think the Père David's deer have them. I think these guys are missing one, unless I'm mistaken. I don't know if there's a way to look at them. I think you can from here. Can you look at them in this menu? No. Unless it's in facilities. I don't know if they show up there, though. No, they don't. Okay. Oh, we've got cameras here, actually. Okay, cool. So linked habitats. Yeah, we don't have Père David's deer, but we have all of the other habitats. So let's put a little habitat camera in here. I think they're here. Yeah, habitat webcam. Cool. And if we put this on... Yeah, let's put it on line to surface. This is probably not a bad shot here. If we just push this into the wall slightly. There we go. That's pretty cool, isn't it? So we've got our habitat camera there. Oh, and it's snowing. Wow. Okay. And then we're going to need a habitat camera for the leopards as well. Now, they are probably going to... Oh, this is the male's one, isn't it? So this is quite a big bedding area under here. I wonder if we have it down here. I think that's quite a good one for the male. And then the females one... I mean, I know they're both in here. Oh, look at them. Wow. Oh, they're both in here as well. Cool. I think the females one could go here. That would probably be a good shout. Oh, I've just missed it as well. Habitat camera. The camera wasn't helping me out there. We sync that in. That's probably a reasonable shot. Yeah. Cool. I mean, it misses this one right now. How is everyone doing in the cold? I know that these guys are okay, but I think actually I missed the heater in the elephant habitat, didn't I? Yeah, there's no heater over here. So I think what we'll do is we'll put a heater in, because I want to make sure everyone's nice and toasty warm. Let's put this on the back. And that can be 30 degrees, range 20. And that way, yeah, if they've come here to warm up, look, they're cold. They can get much warmer now. Little baby. Oh no, who's attracting protesters? Oh, bush dog. Why have you attracted protesters? Because you're cold. Why didn't you just not sleep outside of all the warm areas? I'll tell you what, move over to the warmth and you won't attract protesters. There we go, look how much warmer you are. You're an adult, you're supposed to be able to do this yourself. Okay, the temperature will rise rapidly now. Yeah, it's like 30 degree heat. Okay, they're fine. The guests are going to be a little bit cold, but that's to be expected in winter. I feel like if you rock up to a zoo cold because it's snowing, that's kind of on you. Like, you traveled here. And these guys are such a small area that's not hot. I think they're fine. Okay. And our temperature is going back up now, so everyone's fine. It doesn't snow for very long here. That's why I'm not putting in long-term measures, because it literally snows for like a couple of days and then it goes back. And they do have heaters in all of their shelters, so they have places they can go, and usually in the rest of the habitat as well. They have places they can go where they can be warm, and it's not like they're that restricted. Oh my goodness, look at the babies eating. That's adorable. Oh, I love these guys. When we've got a few babies by the same mother, I think these are breeding really well, actually. When we have a few babies by the same mother, we can then change it so it's like one family group, because they're supposed to be a female family group and then a male that's not related. So we could probably release our herd, like keep a few females that are related, release the male and the other females into the wild as like a herd, and then we can get a new male in and breed with our female family that we've cultivated in the zoo, basically. And the same with the elephants. Like, we probably got too many female elephants because we bought a number of them, and really we're gonna end up just releasing them back into the wild. But at least they'll be released with a baby, so we've done a good job there. And in the meantime, it gives them a nice family group. They've got, you know, and the guests have something more to see, and hopefully draws them to the zoo to learn about all our animals as well. Speaking of our animals, we do need to sort out the work zones here, because there's only an Africa zone, and we now have 4 habitats in an Asia area. So I think they need their own work zone. The staff buildings are so far away as well. We're going to build another staff building right in here. We're going to have another little section. So for that, we're going to need staff facilities, turn off our blueprints. I'm going to put a large staff room in just because we can afford it now. And I think I might even just build... I suppose we need to see what the negative range is, the negative impact. Okay. That's probably not bad though, because we could just tag it on to the side of this habitat. I think, let's build out with a path. I think that's far enough back where it's not gonna do anything negative. Yeah, that's more than enough back. Okay, cool. Well, we can easily add this in. I'm also going to put a large keeper hut in here. So we've got a staff room, a keeper hut, and I think maybe we have another research center. Although we've only got one. And it's not going to be that much closer for a lot of these than that one. So I don't think that's really necessary right now. Unless we have more animals. Okay, I'm going to put one in because we've got the space. Let's put a little research hut in there for our vets. And then if we've got more animals over here, we can research them way quicker. That seems good to me. It is on a slight slope, but that's fine. Now, staff path-wise, perfect. We can put a little strip in there, which is what we want. And then just adjust where these things are. I think I'm going to get rid of this bench and move the bin so it's on that little piece of fence where the bench was. And other than that, our benches just need to slide very slightly out the way. But that seems good to me. Let's decorate up this building and give it some power too, because at the minute, none of these are powered. Oh, that's so unfortunate though. They could be powered if we just adjusted where these were. Okay. Does this have a negative impact? It does. But not if it's here. Will that be within power? Apparently yes, but I don't see how. This solar panel is on maximum range as well, but is this powering everything? It says it is. Okay. Well, that's not the worst thing. I don't like that this is on a massive slope, though. Okay, I think that works. It's very weird, the terrain here, but I think we've smoothed it out. It all seems good now. And if we make this long grass as well, it'll blend in much better. In fact, I don't think this is long grass out here, but we can definitely make it long grass along this edge. Okay, and then for the actual theme, I think we need to keep it in the Asian theme. So we might... Oh, look at all the elephants in this side of the habitat as well. They never come over here. I think we might go with the bamboo because there aren't many building pieces, but we can definitely use this like thatched roof we have, and that should tie everything in together. So I think we'll do that. And because we've got power over here, we don't have to put a solar panel on the roof, which is definitely helpful because that means, you know, we've got fewer solar panels that need maintenance basically. Let's start building that up. It's a little bit bumpy there, but I don't think it's too bad. Just wondering if we can smooth out that little bump there. Yeah, that's better. There we go. That looks much better. I think that's kind of the best I can make that path there. It's just a little bit squiggly, but it's fine. It'll work, and it's definitely traversable for the staff, so it's not an issue. Right, let's build this building in here. I think I might even use some of these logs to tie it into this habitat because I do think they're very cool. And other than that, I want to be using bamboo and the thatched roof pieces that we have, but the like Indonesian thatched roof. So I wanted to use these thick wooden logs as like the main foundation of this building that kind of ties it together with other habitats as well, and it gives it kind of a strong foundation and makes the building look a bit more sturdy. And then I used these small Indonesian roof pieces, and I don't know why I didn't use the bigger ones. I just saw the small ones and I went with it, but I wanted to use like a overlapping layering system, so it kind of looks like the one that we did for the elephant habitat that's just in front of the building. And then I wanted to use the green bamboo because it's one of the few sustainable materials that's also in the Asian theme for the construction pieces. So we're using green bamboo as well as the wooden logs. And I kind of like how they look together. I think they do complement each other. And then this was when I realized I'd made a massive error by tilting the roof manually and not going by a 45-degree angle that would line up perfectly with the other construction pieces that are on a grid. And then I stumbled onto the large roof pieces and I decided I was just going to get rid of this roof and put the big one in that's much easier to build. And I wanted to add in some of the yellow bamboo pieces that just add a bit of variation and a bit of depth to the building and make it look much fuller. And then I decided that seeing as I already had a little box room off to the side for the vets to do their research in, it's kind of perfect for one of the solar panels, and it means that this whole area has its own power supplies. So we're not going to keep having an issue where it stops being powered the second the other solar panel reduces its range at all. So I put a solar panel on the roof and connected it with some stairs, and I wanted to keep these on a gradual ramp down so that less able staff were also able to access the roof and do any required maintenance on the solar panel. And then to round off this build, I wanted to make something a little bit different, and I never use rocks for planting. I always use flowers. So I decided to make a bit of a rock feature out the front. And this is also going to be a unique type of habitat for some insects, I'm sure, that will hide in the crevices. It's kind of like an insect hotel, but we've made it naturally out of rocks. Okay, I think that looks pretty cool. We went for a different thing here because I'm always using like flowers out the front as well. So I went for kind of a rock planter this time. And I like how it's turned out with like the logs and the bamboo. And I thought I'd kind of reinforce this little walking area. And I threw in a solar panel because I figured if it's right on the border, the second this solar panel starts deteriorating, we're going to get alerts that the research building doesn't have any power. So it doesn't seem that bad to give it a solar panel. And it's realistically high up as well. The only thing I don't like is this rope coming out of the roof, but I kind of just made my peace with that. There's not too much I can fiddle around with before I'm like, nah, it's fine. I'll leave it. We'll just pretend it's not there. So now we've got this set up. Let's create the work zone for this. And this is going to be our Asia work zone. So it's going to include everything from over here. I don't think it needs all this stuff, but I'm just going to add the water stuff in as well. But it definitely needs the education and the habitats in it. I think this is everything, and it's got the keeper hut and the staff room there. This should be all we need for the Asia zone. So I'm going to do that. I'm going to leave this in the Africa zone, this set of shops, because I think that's fine. And then we're going to edit the Africa zone to take out these bits. Oh, so I hadn't put the power and stuff in there before, but that's fine. Let's take that out. I think that's all of them gone now. So they have their own work zone now. And we've just had an alert. Is that the inspector's at the zoo? Yeah. Yes. Okay. Yep. Literally said yes. Okay, cool. Right, well, they're out. Let's move our staff members into the work zones now. So we've got a lot of people in Africa. I think this one I'm going to move to the Asia work zone. In fact, let's see how many keepers we have. We've got 1, 2, 3, 4 keepers on this work zone. I think we need 3 in the Africa work zone and maybe 2 here. So I'm going to put one of them in now. Oh, it's work zone 7 it's called until I rename it. Asia zone. And then we're going to hire another keeper and put them on as well. In fact, I think I might move one of the more experienced keepers, like one of the level 5 keepers, to the Asia zone. And then we've got 2 keepers on this section now, because it's not that many habitats to do. There's only 4 habitats at the minute, and one of them is completely empty. So I don't think it's too bad, but I would like a couple of keepers. And then other than that, we're going to need our educators. So if we close these educators, we've got 1, 2, 3, 4 on the Africa zone. And again, we probably want a couple at least. I think I'm going to leave 3 on there and hire another educator as well, because we've got loads of money. So let's do the same again, where we're going to move an experienced one to the Asia zone. And then our new one to the Asia zone. And there's now 3 on the Africa zone and 2 on the Asia zone. I think that's fine. I think that'll be good. The endangered exhibit says that they've got a high workload, but then there's 2 more that say they're efficient. So I think that's probably okay. Maintenance-wise, I also think we're pretty good. Security can definitely be trained up. And the caretakers, let's hire another caretaker and put another one on maintenance too, because this zone keeps getting bigger. So I want to make sure we're keeping up with the demand. I think they're similar sizes now, though. I have to say, like, maintenance 1 and maintenance... Oh, maintenance 2 is probably a lot bigger, actually, now. So maintenance 1 is just there, whereas maintenance 2 is all of this. I think I'm going to leave it as it is, and then when we get a maintenance 3, it can probably absorb some of the Asia stuff, and that'll work quite nicely. Oh, look at them playing with their babies. Oh, that's adorable. Oh, they're so cute, aren't they? They're both playing in the mud bath together. That's so cute. How it's like looking at its baby. Very, very cute animals. I'm so glad we've got the elephants in here. And I think this looks quite cool. Like, set against the jaguar habitat as well. Oh, our jaguars... not jaguars. Leopards. Our leopards should be in here now. Yes, our female has been successfully retrieved. She's not pregnant, but they are both fertile, so hopefully we do get them soon. And our habitat is a cleanliness disease risk. That's not good. Well, we did just move everyone over. Oh, no, that's not good. Is that the... Oh, it's just the guest. I thought it was the inspector. Well, let's call the keeper for these guys then. But I don't think we need more keepers than that. I have to say, we've just messed up the work zone. So I'm kind of assuming it's because of that. I don't want to make any rash decisions. I'm also going to move this seating away and take this bench from here. And this is a key viewing area. So again, let's do the same. Maybe in the corner here. Gonna have a bit more seating over here. But there's not that many places to view the Père deer, and they've got some seating here, so I want them to be able to see through. But I'm gonna take this seat away too. I think that should be good though. And they're being fed as well. Feeding time. Look at that food variety. Look at those watermelons. They look great. And all the babies running up. And it looks like the leopards have been fed as well. Tucking into some meat of some variety. I don't know what animal that is, but it must be some kind of like elephant's ribcage, because that is enormous. What have we got? Have we finished the vet research on these guys? Because we might have food level 3. We have! Okay, cool. They have plowed through that. We're 100% research on everyone, which means we can go into animals and food and give them the grade 3 food. And this, at least, it won't feed a habitat that's empty. So our male habitat right now there's no food being put in it, which is what we want. Because there's no one in it to eat it, and it's just going to go gross and be wasted. I would like to do some wilding in our zoo as well. I think that would be really fun. So I'm going to just go over what we've built already and put in, like, there's loads of empty spaces here. I want to put some big trees in that would reasonably grow here. And from the North American trees, if we go filters, biome, temperate, that are found in North America, these are all of the trees that the game says could be grown in this region. So we've got to go with that in this case. I'm not going to grow redwoods because I feel like that's a bit ridiculous. But other than that, I'm pretty sure all these trees we planted in other habitats before anyway. So we can go with those. Plenty of trees to have some interesting... to just make the zoo more interesting and massively contribute to the biodiversity as well. So I'm going to go through and just upgrade this whole area with a lot more planting. Starting with trees. And now we've added some trees in. We've got a few varieties of trees. So we've mainly put in beech trees, London planes, and elm trees. And these are really gonna add some diversity to like the birds that can live here, which look at these nesting opportunities. It's really important that we add these in, but I don't just want to put these in. I want to put some hedgerows in because they are also amazing for local birds that can nest in them. So let's put some hedges in. I think I'm going to line the areas here with hedgerows because it should add quite a lot of interest and a lot of biodiversity. So I'm going to go for that. And as well as hedgerows, I want to add a load of flowers in. So I've done quite a lot of hedgerows, but then for the other spots which don't have as many hedgerows, I want to do a bunch of flowers just like we did here with the meadow buttercups. And I think they're actually the perfect flower for this because they just add so much vibrancy as well. So I'm going to add some flowers to this area. Okay, that is a lot more flowers, but I do think it really brings the place to life. And I love these little fig trees on here. I did forget to randomly rotate like all of the trees and a number of the other plants. So that's slightly annoying, but I'm just going to do that manually there. And then it adds a bit more variety. And I think we can also get rid of this Fox Street Coffee and Pip Shop Water because they've got the provision like just over here. So it should be absolutely fine. They should be getting their needs met. I don't want to give them a vending machine right next to the actual building that serves it. So planting wise, I've done a lot of this area, but I did miss all of this habitat along here and around here. I don't want to encroach too much on the wetlands area because that is like its own biome and we've done its own thing. But I do think it would be nice to put some hedgerows maybe back here and then throw in some meadows, flowers just between the habitats. So I'm going to add them in now. Okay, I think that's a lot. Now, we have a lot of meadow buttercups, and I think maybe in other areas of the zoo moving forward, we'll use a different flower if we do a bit of a wilding project. But you can just see how much greener this makes the whole area. And when you combine it with the long grass that we've put in everywhere, and I'm just trying to make sure that we have actually put it in everywhere, like including along these little habitat edges. When you combine it with the long grass, it really gives you like such a massive boost to the biodiversity. Like think of all the insects that can live in the long grasses and the flowers and the hedgerows. We've got like the birds that can live in the hedgerows and all of the trees as well. Like this is really, like the idea is that this becomes a bit of a haven for wildlife. And I think we are achieving that much better by doing this. In fact, there's a couple that went a bit weird, but generally, I think we planted most of these okay. Yeah, I think that's good there, isn't it? Look at this place, though. It looks so much more alive with all the flowers out and the trees. Like, I really like having more trees around here, too. It really does, like, it adds so much. Look at that. We didn't have this tree before. And the hedgerows, like, I feel like it's really come alive a lot more just by doing this wilding. Look at that! Like, it's so much nicer. It makes a massive difference, I think. Well, our zoo definitely looks a lot greener since we did our wilding project. And I realized I missed a tiny little section here. There's no flowers in this bit or along here. So I'm just going to add some more of the, I think it was meadows we used for this, into here. Let's get the meadow buttercups. There we go, that's a bit better. Now it looks a bit fuller. And look, we've got a talk going on right now. And they've got the deer right there. That's such a good talk. What a good view. These guys are doing well in here. I do like the Père David's deer. I think they might even be my favorite animals that we have in the zoo. And we have elephants in our zoo. But just look at their little babies swimming around. They're so adorable. And their little faces. But now we have our new keeper area over here, a new staff area. I do want to expand this way with the zoo and put in another habitat over in this area. So we're going to keep drawing our guests this way, and eventually we will put another entrance over here and connect it up. But I don't want to do that when there's a massive walk, because then people are just going to complain that like if they enter from this side, they're going to say there's nothing to do from like, wait, how far back is it? All the way back here. They have to walk all the way in, and that's a tree for scale. So like we're quite zoomed out. That's a long way away to get to something interesting. All this way along here. So we're just going to keep pushing out this way. And hopefully we keep drawing the guests through like this. Obviously the guests are going to be more packed in near our entrance because they're also leaving this way. So we've got everyone coming in and everyone leaving, going in the same path. Whereas if we do have two entrances, it might balance out a bit. And they might come in through one and leave through the other, so that we have a bit more of a system, because they'll want to see as much as they can. And then the closest exit should hopefully be the other entrance to the zoo. That's what I'm going for anyway. And look at this view that the staff have. That's really not bad, is it? Whoa, what a staff room too. And a little elephant clock. And they've got a cute little view out the back of a hill. I don't think there's much to complain about there. We have a challenge complete as well. Adopt and place 4 different exhibit species. Cool. We've smashed that. And breed a new habitat animal. We've done 2. Very nice. And I imagine we have a ton. Yeah, we do. A ton of exhibit animals. Why can't this one be released? Oh, it's one of our original ones. I mean, I don't think any of them can be released to the wild. I'm not going to lie. Because in franchise mode, you can't release them to the wild because you could just farm conservation credits. I don't know if you can in challenge mode, actually. Let me know in the comments, because if you could in challenge mode, that would be more interesting. I am actually quite interested in challenge mode because it gives you like random animals rather than you having access to everything. You kind of have to adapt to what's given to you, like what's available at the time, which is, it's just a different challenge, I guess. It's a bit more interesting. But for now, let's continue this way. I want to continue our path along a little bit here. I think maybe we should have another guest area in here. So I'm going to leave space for that. And then I want to put another habitat over here for the red-crowned crane. Now, these guys are vulnerable with only 2,300 estimated left in the wild. So we really need to help these guys out. And interestingly, they live in like wetlands. So we could probably adopt them into the wetlands area we've created. Maybe we just change a couple of the trees, but they're native to the wetlands, rivers, and tidal flats of Eastern Russia, China, Mongolia, Korea, and Japan. So as long as we change some of the trees in these areas, I think we could even expand the wetlands into this section, like expand the river, but give them a slightly different habitat. I think that would be an interesting thing to do. And we do need to offset some more biodiversity, but we have this whole cliff region over here and another little pool potential over here. So we'll see whether we turn this into a habitat or if we just give it back to the environment. We can definitely do that in the future. For now though, let's make this habitat. So if we look at the species data for the red-crowned crane, they live in groups of, whoa, 2 to 80. That's crazy. Okay. Oh, it seems they can live solitarily or in large flocks. So within flocks, there'll be a mix of solitary cranes and mated pairs with or without offspring. They're sociable species, but will act aggressively towards each other if they don't have enough space. So I'm going to say, let's have a smaller group of them and give them plenty of space. So they definitely don't act aggressively towards each other, because I don't think we need 80 together. That's not something our zoo needs. So let's say we've got like 10 and 10 babies. What would that look like? 5 mated pairs. They only need 510 meters squared of land and 200 meters squared of water. And they're only grade 1 taller than 1 meter fencing, so you can use the really low fences. So if these guys need 510 square meters of land, I think we've got to give them 1,020 as a minimum. And if they need 201 square meters of water, let's give them 402, so we're doubling everything to give them as much space as possible and make sure that they don't act aggressively towards each other. So if we add those together, we need to be hitting a minimum of 1,422 square meters for the whole habitat. I think that's very achievable. And if we set this area out so we can see how big it is, let's put a small wooden habitat gate in over here. And I'm going to put this as close to the edge as we can because I want to make sure that our keepers are close to it if possible. Also looks like these need maintenance. I'm going to request the mechanics for this. And then if we do have issues like this, I'm going to just put them on maintenance every 9 months instead, because they're obviously not hitting them enough. I don't know why though, because it's not really doing a lot, this section. I don't think these touch this water. No, they don't. So they're not trying to clean this whole lake. It's literally just doing one habitat, so I don't know why they would break. But if they do, we can sort that out. And also, I forgot to link up this one, so I don't know if that's been a problem here, or if they're able to access it. But it seems like it's got good health, so I think even without being connected to the path, because the path won't connect for some reason, they are able to access it, so I might just leave it. Also, you guys notice this. I completely missed this from the habitat, but I accidentally put 2 floating logs in here, so I'm going to take these out of the leopard habitat before they annoy me. Look at them. Look at them just living their lives, jumping around. And that is a great view. And they're doing a talk. Wow, how do I always catch all of the talks? That's awesome. Okay, let's set out this barrier area so we can see how big the habitat is. And for this, I'm going to use null barriers in multiples of 4 for their length. Just so we can use the construction pieces and know that they're going to fit perfectly. Okay, that is 1,536 square meters. That is kind of perfect. And we only have to move a couple of trees. So I don't think that's too bad. We can just have the water flow in through here and give them a nice water area on the right-hand side of the habitat. And it's also going to be covered by this water cleaning. The only thing is, it is then going to mean that this whole area would be clean. So for the game, I may put something in, like some rocks or something, and actually have a new water area, but we're going to say that the whole area is linked. I just don't want... I think this water regulator is going to be broken constantly if it's trying to clean a massive area of water like this. This is 25,000 square meters. So we're not going to clean the lake that we've left for nature. We're going to just clean their small habitat so it's definitely drinkable. Let me know what you think, though, if you think they should be linked up and we should be cleaning this. I'm just kind of the mind that we should leave things like this for nature, like let them grow wild. It's all just a wilding thing that we leave on its own. So we're not supposed to be touching it. I don't want to then be like purifying the water because I don't really know what impact that would have on the rest of the wildlife that live there. And speaking of water, look at this little one playing around. Our elephants seem to be enjoying their water habitat. Look at them. I love that they're in like the male side. Like they've really moved into this section. But good for them. And now we have more power over here. We could actually put some more education for these guys. So I'm going to just add a couple more education boards along here. So we can keep the education of these guys going. There we go. That's a bit more education for them. And it looks like this solar panel also needs maintenance. I'm going to put it down to 9 months. And we'll let them sort it out. Seeing as we have the money as well, like we're not short of cash, I think let's train up the mechanics we have. In fact, let's just train up all of our staff. Not all the vets, all of our staff. There you go. Because our mechanics can keep just getting better. We've got 1 senior and 1 junior mechanic on both work zones. But I think maybe the junior mechanics need to become a bit more senior. And while we're looking at it, actually, maybe let's make a 3rd work zone, because we've got the Asia zone. I think we might need maintenance area 3, because maintenance 1 is basically our entrance zone. Maintenance 2 is then, it could just be our Africa zone. And then we could have a 3rd maintenance area that's just for our Asia zone. I think that might be better. I'm going to change that now. I'm going to say that it's this area for the maintenance 3. So it's basically just where we turn into the Asia zone here. And then I'm going to call this maintenance 3. We're going to need to move some of our staff around. And then maintenance 2, I'm going to take out all of these bits. So they've got a lot less to do. Now that they're still doing a lot, though, because they've got all of this area. In fact, none of it's assigned. None of this bit is assigned. So I'm going to put this all into maintenance 2 because I want them to clean this whole area. Oh, they do have the solar panels, actually. Okay, they do. They've got all the bits in here, like the education and stuff. So they will be going in and cleaning. That's fine. And we might as well give them... Is this just a keeper hut? Yeah, they don't really need that. I've just started throwing them in now to the work zones, but they don't really need it because it's just going to be the caretakers, the security guards, and the mechanics that use this maintenance zones. The vets are just on no work zone, and the keepers are assigned to specific habitats. Yes, there's no staff now, I know. Let's have a look at our staff. So for our mechanics now, I think maybe we leave the senior mechanic on each work zone and we put the other 2 to maintenance 3 and we see how they get on. Because if one mechanic can do the whole maintenance zone, there's no need to worry. We'll see if anything breaks, and if it does, we can put someone else on it. But if it does work and they can do it, then we don't need to mess with it anymore. And it looks like Kevin is doing his job. We've got more Dama gazelles on the way. That's perfect. Let's also just move our security guards. So I'm going to do the same thing. This is more difficult, but I don't think it's that bad to hire a couple more security guards. Because we did have a lot of crime. I think let's hire all of these security guards and put them onto maintenance 3. Because they're very cheap as well. And then the caretakers, I'm inclined to do the same thing. I think let's leave 3 caretakers on each one. We want our zoo to be clean. That is a lot more in staff cost though, so we're gonna need to get these animals in here and try and get some donations to cover them. So as we're happy with this area, we can start building in the barrier. And for that, I think if it's just 1 meter, I'd like to use the fencing we have from this habitat, but just the low-level fencing, which is ideal. So I'm going to filter by material. We're going to have wood organics to make sure it's as sustainable as possible, because we want everything to be sustainable. And then the theme is going to come from Indonesia. We'll do India as well, and East Asia. We're basically saying anything from Asia, unless we can actually filter that differently. No, we can't. They're the places we're going to get these pieces from, but I don't think there's any East Asia construction pieces. It's just basically Indian and Indonesian, which isn't a massive variety, but it does give us some stuff, because really East Asia would be better for this these native regions. But we're going as close as we can. And seeing as this is all split into 8 meters, what I'm going to do is I'm going to decorate up an 8-meter section along here, and then we can just duplicate that along to make sure that it's the right length for the whole habitat, because I don't think there's much more needed than just decorating up the section of fence. The guests are going to be able to see over this easily, and it's easily 1 meter. So there's nothing too complicated about this build. And now I've got this built, I could then duplicate it with Control D, but it's not got anything that's tied to a 4-meter grid, which is kind of makes this easier. So instead of doing that, I'm going to add in a 4-meter construction piece. Do we have any here? It doesn't really matter what they are. I'm just going to put some, whatever the first one is, here, this small Arctic wood piece. And as long as I line this up correctly with the edge, we can then duplicate the whole thing. Let's put that in and then check, is this the right level? Yeah, that seems about right. So now if we grab all of it, we can duplicate it and it will stay on the grid. And what I'm going to do as well is I'm going to do some without the all this extra stuff, because we don't really need it if it's on this side of the habitat. And now it's all in here, I'm going to delete these wooden pieces that are on the 4-meter grid, and everything's in the right place. There we go. And I'm going to take this one out as well, because I don't really think it's necessary on the side. I should have started on the front here. And I'm also going to remove this one because it's right by the door. Now, if we make this barrier here null, and the same with these wooden posts, we can sort out the door as well. I'm going to have to adapt the design very slightly to accommodate this door. There we go. That hides the end of the fence, and it kind of adds a little bit of something. Kind of ties it into like the log keep area we have there. So I'm quite happy with that. Obviously, we don't want the elephants, but it's just to demonstrate that it actually works. And we can see where our power cuts out. So that's a little bit annoying, but I don't know if it's actually worth adding in anything else right now. I might just leave the board off, and when we expand the zoo in the future, I'm sure we'll add more power and we can see if it ties into here, because 3 boards isn't too bad anyway. But it does have it nice and centrally if we have the 4 boards. So we'll leave it off for now, and we'll see if we want to add some more power as we keep expanding the zoo, because I'm sure there'll be a solar panel somewhere around here. Next, I think let's try and get these animals, because we're gonna, if we can't get any, we're gonna be in a bit of a pickle. Okay, we've got 3 females available. They all seem pretty good as well, actually. So let's grab all of these. And they can live in groups of just females as well. So let's send them to quarantine. I would like to buy 5, though. 5 and 5. Though I don't know how they look after their children. I suppose when they grow up, we'll release them, won't we? But what does it say about their children? So they're monogamous and they mate for life. And at around 3 to 4 years old, they grow up and they search for a partner. So that's a good time for them to be released into the wild. So in this instance, I don't really think it's worth building a little section for the babies to go into, because if we have 2 of them, like, grow up at the same time, which reasonably we will, because we're going to put a number of them in there together. They're going to breed at around the same time and have babies at around the same time. We should just be releasing them into the wild at the same time. And as soon as their babies grow up, we'll release them into the wild in groups of whatever. It doesn't really matter. It's not like we have to have a male bachelor group like we do with the Dama gazelles. Because with these guys, they need to live in group. Like, we want them to be released in groups of 3, which means that really we need to keep at least 3 in the zoo at all times, so that if there's one baby male, it can be added to the group and it's not going to be lonely, because it can't be left with its dad or they'll start fighting. So when we get to 6 in here, we've got 5 right now. When we get to 6, we can release the 3 oldest ones into the wild, and then we've still got 3 left in here. But for these guys, if we have 1, we can just put them on contraceptives for like the 2 weeks until the next one is ready, and then we'll release all of them, or however many are going to be in the same group, like breeding group. We'll release all of them together into the wild. And it looks like there's a few more available as well. We've got a male here. And that's a much better male. I'm wondering which ones we get. Well, if we get our 2 more females, then we've got a group of 5 females. I don't know if they'll fight without all the males. This isn't a very good male. And I don't really want to use the credits when... There's quite a lot of credits for an animal that we can easily get for money instead. And we have a lot more money than we do credits. So let's wait until we get some more come up. That's a better female already. I didn't actually check how old they are. So they live to be 40. 40 years old. Wow. Okay. Well, I did not expect that. Let's move our... We've already got our 5 though. So let's move these 2 into quarantine as well. And then we've got 5 females just waiting for 5 males. Oh my goodness. It looks like we have a bunch of Gila monsters in here because we didn't turn on management. That's so silly. I can't believe I missed that. Okay, so we're going to want 1 male and 1 female, I believe, for these guys. Let's double check them in the Zoopedia. Group size 1 to 4. They're solitary and only interact to mate. So yeah, that's 2. That's 1 male and 1 female. So we're going to say management 1 male, store and trade center. We're going to say appeal lowest first. That's what we've been doing, whether it's right or wrong. Appeal lowest first, and then turn on management, and these guys will be moved out. I can't believe that. That's crazy. And these don't have any anyway. Cool. So if you turn that on, they should be booted out. There we go. Now we've only got the 2, and balance is restored. And we can release the others to... Well, we can't release them into the wild, but we can sell them to another zoo. Got some great ones here. What are the 2 that we left in here? Because that'll be a good test of whether our system works or not. Also very good. 2250 and gold. And 2250 and gold appeal. Oh, we just got a fine for that as well. Well, it is our fault. We didn't take them off. We should have put the management on. Let's grab all of these guys and quick trade them out. A bit of extra cash for the zoo, and our inspectors left. Okay, so we did get 5 stars, but we also got a fine. So I don't know how they did that at the same time. Yeah, your zoo is literally perfect. 5 stars for your zoo, but also we are fining you for incompetence. And the Père deer is a habitat, a disease risk. It's because they poo all the time. This one keeps being a problem. What keepers have you got working here? Like, I think our keepers are actually completely fine. I'm going to train them up. Oh, you're on no work zone. I think you're probably supposed to be in the Asia zone. And I've missed that. So there's 2 keepers on the Asia zone. Yeah, I must have not put them into the work zone properly. And it looks like our red crown cranes are passing quarantine. So let's put the original 3 in there. The other 2 are going to take a little bit longer. Oh, and the other 2 are passing now as well, actually. That's not bad. Okay, let's move them in as well. Everyone's good. No illnesses, no injuries. That's what we like. It does happen occasionally where they do have an illness or an injury and they get moved straight into the vet surgery, which is why you want to put them through quarantine before you just put them into your habitat and then they interact with each other and get everyone sick. And actually, speaking of sickness, you guys were suggesting, seeing as our vets are pretty free right now and we're doing things ethically, we could research diseases that we don't have. Like avian influenza, if we're getting birds, I feel like that's a risk, isn't it? So let's research some avian influenza, because it means that if we do get these diseases, we treat them way faster. And I can't remember any diseases we've already had, so I think let's get our second vet to just be researching avian influenza, and then we're much quicker at treating it. So it also decreases the likelihood of animals catching the disease, which is good. So we definitely should be doing this for all of the diseases. And it looks like they're incoming. Okay, here they are. I don't know how big they are. I didn't look at that. Whoa, they're big. They're huge. They're as tall as the caretaker. Wow, that is cool. Are we sure they can't escape? They said 1 meter fencing. I guess they can't fly. And their legs aren't tall, or jump, really. Or they're not bothered to, the other alternative. Let's check that, though. If you go heat maps and then click on our animal. Not habitat cleanliness. Let's go traversable area. Yeah, they can't escape. Okay, I'm going to pause it before the game freaks out. Yes, we don't have everything set up. I'm going to add this into the work zone. So if you go work zones, Asia zone, we can then select this habitat, and then our keepers can definitely enter it, and it's already in the maintenance 3. So that's what we want. And we can change this education to be for the red crown crane. Teach our guests about the right animal. Look at these guys. They're amazing. Do you have enough area? You do, but you don't have enough water. Yeah, I did kind of forget that just now. Let's pause the game and make them a little water area. Okay, I think we've done this pretty well. So we've got 1,023 square meters of land and 442 square meters of water. So we're definitely hitting those targets. And it should all be within the water treatment range as well. Yeah, it's easily within that. And this is not within it. So it's not going to be covered. I think that works. Now, this is also based on them having 10 adults and 10 babies in here, because the requirements for 10 adults is a lot lower than having 10 adults and 10 babies. I think a baby is normally like half the requirements of an adult. So if we say like 2 and 1, it's 315. And then, oh wow, the babies barely had anything. 15 square meters for the babies. Oh, okay. So they're mostly going to need it. If we didn't have any babies, which is going to be a lot of the time, it's 435 they require instead of 510. So this is definitely within their range. And the temperature is easily going to be within their range because it's minus 13 to 31 degrees C. These guys are not bothered about the weather. But this is definitely not the right terrain for them. So I'm gonna change the terrain now to be what they want, which is basically more soil and more long grass and more short grass and less long grass. That seems pretty good. That seems to be what they want. Now, they're happy with that, but they're not... Oh, look, there's people come to see them as well. And they got their little photos up. So they're not going to be happy with these trees, though. So they actually like the holly tree, apparently. But we'll see if they can grow there. But the bald cypress is going to have to move. This is definitely not for them. And I'm just going to shuffle it across to the wetlands area. We don't have to get rid of it completely. But now they've only got 2 holly trees. This isn't counting as in their habitat, which is good. So it's just these 2 that they're not sure about. So let's leave this in here for now, but I think we may need to move it. Let's also see if we have any more males, because if we can get some males in here, that would be great. Okay, there are some good males. There's 1, 2 really good ones. This one is okay. It's not the worst, to be honest. It's quite small and it's not got amazing longevity, but I think it's actually fine. And they're vulnerable, so we can't be too picky on the species. We've still got some really good breeding pairs. And it's just females right now, but at least that's 3 males we can introduce and then have 8. And then we can hopefully get our other 2 males in there as quick as possible, because I don't really want them to get aggressive fighting over the males that are there. I think the next step for these guys is to put in some nature for them to make it come alive as a habitat, and also fix this area, because I want this to realistically kind of flow from one habitat to the other. What? How have you just gone out? Oh, you can jump there. Why can you jump there? Oh, because the land... the land is ever so slightly raised up here. Okay, fine. What if I smooth that? Can I push that? No, because of the water. Fine. I have to flatten this down here. Okay, let's call the vet for you. I don't think anyone's in any real danger, are they? They're just going to explore the wetlands nearby until the vet gets there. And what about everyone else? Can you escape? No. And your traversable area, 445-126. That's fine. Oh, the ringing is annoying, though. Where's our vet? Oh, they're coming. They're almost here. Do we have any more males available? No, just a load of females. Okay. Okay, they are here, our vet. Please capture this mischievous red-crowned crane that is broken out. Why aren't you going to them? Maybe they need to be on a path to be able to do that. Yeah, oh, can they do it? They're going to do it now? No, they're stuck. Okay, I'm going to emergency capture them. And that way they're, yeah, they'll just go back in much quicker. They think tickets are underpriced. Well, that can be resolved very quickly. Let's make it 46 and 23 to get in. Earn a bit more money. And we've got quarantine passed as well. That's good. Any more males? No. Well, I think we need to put the males in. I don't want to just leave them in quarantine. I don't think that's very ethical. So let's move them across into the habitat. And we can rename the habitat as well to red-crowned crane. That was almost a tongue twister. Let's get these plants sorted out for these guys. As we recently added the Amur leopards into a similar temperate biome from China, we can quite easily work out the plants that we need. So this is the list of plants that in the game says they grow in temperate Asia. And from these plants, this is the list of plants that would grow in temperate China rather than just Asia in the real world. And from that list, this is the sub-list of those plants that would feasibly be grown in the North American temperate biome where this zoo is located, with a little bit of extra love and attention. So this is the list of plants we're going to be using in this habitat. And actually, these holly trees are on that list, so I'm going to leave them where they are and just add in some other nature. Oh, the boys are arriving too. Look at them. Oh, found the women already. Ran over to them. Well, I'm going to pause the game and add in the nature. I think that's probably what these guys are after here. I think that's enough nature. And I've joined these habitats up with a little, like a couple of waterfall pieces that look as if the lake is flowing into this habitat. So it's still joined in theory, but we're not cleaning the whole thing in practice because that would be crazy. Oh, can they get out now as well? I need to just, yeah, they can jump out. I did wonder with this rock if they'd be able to jump out. I might just be able to sink that down a little bit or just swap it out for another rock. That's slightly less in the way. If we look at temperate rocks, we can put a smaller one in here. Slightly less easy to jump on and get out. That's what we're going for. Yeah, they can't escape now. They're completely in the habitat, and they can still traverse 990 square meters and swim 403. I think that's fine because we've almost doubled the area, and that should be pretty good for these guys. Alternatively, we can have fewer in here. How many is it that we've got? If we go on the Zoopedia, so let's say instead that we had 8 adults and 8 babies. In fact, how many babies do they have per thing? Usually 2. Oh, wow. Okay. So actually it's more like, thankfully the babies don't really take up any space, but let's say we had 16 babies. We're looking at 525 and 6 and 12, 465. I think we might just want to extend the habitat out very slightly. So I'm going to do that because I want to make sure they've got the space that they need. There we go. 1,030 square meters and 475 square meters. I think that's pretty good. And we can just kind of move these little bits of nature slightly further this way. And that looks good to me. Oh, the only thing is they've got a fig tree in their habitat now. What do you think about that? You're okay with it? Ah, yes, I think it's actually on their list of trees that they're fine with. Yeah, it is. Cool. And that's kind of good for their area. If it was slightly taller, they'd be able to access more area. That's the only thing. Because they're kind of missing out on this section of habitat. But I think I'm going to call that good. They've got plenty of space. And they only really need 405 and 138 meters. So they are absolutely fine. It looks like we've got yearly profits. We've exceeded expectations. And our education, we've exceeded expectations. What is everyone shouting about? Oh, how did you get there? Go in there. There we go. No need to cry. My goodness. Happy to go one way where you're not allowed, just not happy to go back. Right, these guys are going to need food and enrichment and hard shelter. So let's give them all of the above. I really like the arboreal feeding platforms as well. So we're going to put that on this tree, I think, here. Well, we need a decent tree. I'm wondering whether we swap out the fig tree for another tree. Maybe we move the fig tree over here and we get a different tree in. Because if we adjust where the holly tree is, we can maybe have another tree a bit more front and center. I think that might be better for these guys. And then we can put a nice big tree with the arboreal feeding platform on it. Okay, 1,073 square meters and 475. It's even better now they don't have the fig tree there. And we can just move this fig tree so it's slightly closer to their boundary. I think it looks a bit more normal. There we go. And now we can get the arboreal feeding platform in here. If we get the 4-meter one, and say it's like there, they should then be able to... Ooh, I'm going to move this so it's properly located here. I want the keeper to be able to reach it, but they should be able to do that. It says no suitable species. Oh my goodness, I didn't filter for them. That's why. Okay, well, let's get the red crown crane. Yes, obviously we have to filter for this species, and they don't use the arboreal feeding platform. Oh, that's a shame. Well, they like it. They're happy to walk on it. Let's get rid of that. And let's give them instead a nice large food bowl. Now, we don't have much for them. We've got a forage pool. That's probably much cooler. Let's put this here. And then we can move their tree just next to it. And a herb scent marker at the back. We haven't got loads of enrichment, though, for these guys. I want to give them a mirror mobile, because they'll like that. And then a sprinkler. So I think, let's put the sprinkler around here. Out of the way. And then the mirror mobile can go around here. And these are kind of like their dry toys over here. And then they are happy shelter-wise. Now, it is going to snow, and I want them to have somewhere where they can shelter from that. But they do also like the jetty. I'm wondering whether we give them more of a jetty. Or whether we give them... Whoa, look at you go. They're going straight for the food. Are you? Or are you just running... Oh, why? Why do you always do this? No, don't you... I'm starting to think you're not happy living here, you guys. Come on. Let's move this one here. And let's raise this rock very slightly up. I believe that will stop them getting out. If I click on them now, we can see they can jump out here. Okay. In that case, let's put some more rocks here. There we go. Now they can't get out. I also don't know why they can't walk on this piece of land. It's a bit strange. But it seems it is what it is. Let's give these guys a small jetty here, because I feel like it makes sense, even if we have to adjust their water area after. $385, to be honest, still isn't that bad. Oh, they've got more land now. So maybe we do... Oh, look at them! Look at them foraging! That's amazing! Oh, they're very cool, aren't they? Still no more males in here, which is a shame. Can't find any more, but I'm sure more will come up. I'm just going to extend their water area out very slightly because I want to get this right for them and find the balance. I think that's probably pretty good. They got 420 meters squared and 1,100 meters squared. That seems pretty good to me. Now, they're going to need some hard shelter overhead as well. Oh, we've got the waterfall too. Oh, I got to put this in. Oh, they have actually got a reasonable amount of enrichment then, it seems. Let's put this around the back. I just think that's so cool there. And enrichment-wise, I think they're pretty happy now. Yeah, they just want more hard shelter. They need hard shelter. That's the only thing that's wrong. Cool. Well, let's build them some of that. For hard shelter, we can either have one of these big shelters, or we can have these. Oh my goodness, they're noisy. Or we can build them one with the pieces that we've done over here. And I think we're going to just make a small version of this shelter at the back. Okay, I think that looks all right. We've got a nice big shelter in there now. And we even added some supporting beams along here for the solar panel. But this should meet all of their hard shelter concerns. Yeah, it does. And it hasn't changed where they can go because they can access this whole area still. So that's pretty good. Now, I might put some bedding in here. I don't really know what bedding they would use. Like, it doesn't have any... To be fair, it doesn't have any in here, so I think actually I won't. I'll leave it as it is, but it's a sheltered area in case it like snows or something. They're a bit more covered this way, or like the wind coming through. They're a bit more covered. And I think they just sleep like this on the jetty normally. So I'm glad we've got some jetty for them. They can do whatever they want, basically. And there's plenty of everything for them. They will need some better food at some point. That's the only thing. So I might look at our vet research and see how we're doing on that avian influenza research. We have crushed it. Okay, cool. So we've done that. Let's get researching. We'll get our other vets to research the red crown crane and get some better food for them. And let's also add in some donation bins as well as some normal bins and maybe some benches just so our guests can properly appreciate these guys. And they don't have any speakers either, so let's add a speaker in. And they've got the educator in here that can throw food. So the last talk was in July for the Amur Leopards. So let's give them a few months. So let's say August and September we'll leave, and we'll put these guys for October. And then there's November and December, and they're back for the Pairs David Deer in January. And let's add this into our work zone, and then our staff, our educators can actually start doing it. So if we add this into the Asia zone and also into the maintenance zone, I don't know if they need to maintain them, but I'm going to put them in. And our educators can do talks in here, and they can even throw food in. So I'll throw food in the middle. I don't think we need dedicated seating for this stuff, because the talks aren't that long anyway. So I think that's probably good. And these guys seem pretty settled in here now. So I think let's learn a little bit more about the red crown crane. Among the largest of cranes, the red crown crane is a species of wading bird native to the wetlands, rivers, and tidal flats of eastern Russia, China, Mongolia, Korea, and Japan. Many cranes migrate and spend their summer in Russia, China, and Mongolia, and the winter in Korea and China. Japan's population of red crown cranes, however, are residents and do not migrate. The plumage of the red crown cranes is white with black tail feathers, neck, and face, as well as a row of black feathers on the wings. They are named for the distinctive patch of bare red skin on the top of their head. Red crown cranes stand 1.5 to 1.58 meters tall and can have a wingspan of 2.2 to 2.5 meters. They weigh between 4.8 and 10.5 kilos, and the males tend to be heavier than the females, but otherwise the sexes are alike. Red crown cranes have cultural significance in Chinese, Japanese, and Korean myths, attributed with virtues like loyalty, purity, strength, and peace. The mating dances, called duets, of the red crown cranes are very complex and involve two cranes mimicking each other. While their meaning is not yet fully understood, dancing in cranes is generally thought to express excitement, which is super cute. The red crown cranes will be highly aggressive towards any animal approaching their nest. And they are the heaviest of the crane species, with record weights measured at 15 kilos. Red crown cranes can reach an age of up to 75 years in captivity, which makes them one of the longest living bird species. Red crown cranes may live solitarily or in large flocks. Within flocks, there'll be a mix of solitary cranes and mated pairs with or without offspring. They are a sociable species, but will act aggressively towards each other if they do not have enough space. Red crown cranes are monogamous and generally mate for life, which is super cute. They choose their partner in a courtship ritual called a duet, where they perform a synchronous dance. To initiate a duet, a male and female will move towards each other rhythmically until close. Then they may hop, call, spin, skip, bow, jump, beat their wings, move their necks, and strut alongside in a long mimicked sequence. In a flock, one pair duetting is likely to cause other pairs to join in, and a pair's dance can occur in different situations and are also thought to play a role in advertising territory, choosing a nest site, and fending off rivals. Close to breeding season in April and May, the female of a pair will choose a nest site and both cranes will build the nest together, generally on flat ground near tall grass. Nests tend to be built from sticks and grasses directly on the ground. Once built, the pair is likely to aggressively defend the nest and territory around it, so it's a good thing we made sure that these guys have enough space. After mating, which takes about a week, the females lay 1 to 3 eggs, and usually 2. And both she and her mate will take turns incubating the eggs over 30 days. Once hatched, the chicks are fed and cared for by both parents until they leave the nest at around 2.5 months old, after which they will slowly become independent and forage for themselves. Offspring remain closely linked with their parent until they're around 1 year old, and in the wild, often only one chick will survive into adulthood. At an age of 3 to 4 years old, the red-crowned cranes reach sexual maturity and will search for a partner and appropriate nesting site themselves. Unfortunately, the red-crowned cranes are listed as a vulnerable species. In Japan, much of their natural wetland habitat has been destroyed for human settlement and infrastructure. And in China, many of the areas used by migrating populations have been converted to farmland. To protect cranes, conservation groups have begun to create habitats for them and study their migration paths to better understand their choice of location. Additionally, captive breeding and reintroduction programs are in place to help bolster the wild crane populations, and that's exactly what we're going to do here. Their current population is estimated to be 2,300 in the wild, but we're going to see if we can change that by breeding up some more red-crowned cranes and releasing them into the wild. I love our red-crowned cranes. They're so interesting. Look at them just living their lives. Their little water area. I'm gonna go in for a swim. Oh, you're just having a little drink. Okay, fair enough. Well, they seem pretty happy, and we almost have all of them in here. I think we're short 2 males, aren't we? And they're so cheap to feed. Oh my goodness. Yeah, we've got 5 females and 3 males. Let's see if we can get another couple of males. Oh, I had them already there. Red-crowned crane. Oh, there's a hyphen. There we go. And there are a few males, but they're all bought with a ton of credits. Apart from these 2. Oh, perfect. From Frontier. Let's grab these 2 males. They're both decent males as well. And we can send both of them into quarantine to check that they're okay before we put them in the habitat. Quarantine is quite far away. I'm going to leave it as it is, but we might want to get another quarantine building soon, because it is quite far from these animals. And if we have, like, animals get sick on this side of the zoo, I feel like we should have better response for, like, a quarantine and vet facility than that. Maybe even just adding a quarantine and a vet here. I think we'll leave it until we go into the next section of our zoo. Maybe around here we'll have another one, and that should get everyone, like, serviced quite well. It should capture the whole area. Oh, and it looks like our Amur leopard is expecting offspring. Oh my goodness, she's pregnant. Okay, perfect. Well, that means that the male can go back to their habitat, because we don't need him in here anymore. We're going to put him back in the male habitat and close this door, in theory. So there's just going to be the female in here waiting to have her cubs, because they live solitarily normally. It's just for breeding that they come together. That's amazing, though. We're doing a great job, because I think these guys are endangered, aren't they? Let's have a look in the Zoopedia. They're critically endangered. Yes, that's it. There's only 110. So hopefully we can make it at least 112. Have a couple of cubs. It's a little bit gloomy, but they're plowing on with the torque in pouring rain. It's quite a cool view, though. Like, they're right there. It's so awesome. I've just thrown some food in for them. It's a pretty cool spot, I have to say. It's actually a very good view of the animals. And our guys are just starting to pass quarantine. So let's move them into the habitat as well. I'll wait for this other one and then I'll move them in together. There we go. Both of them are ready. Let's move them both in. And then we've got 5 breeding pairs. That's awesome. Well, while that talk goes on, we're going to need to continue expanding. And I'd like to get a new habitat in here, but I want to leave some space over here for another guest area. So what I'm going to do is I'm just going to plot out a little guest area. The same as we've got them elsewhere. We've got like these bamboo areas think we've done 7 meters and we've done 5 by 5. So I'm going to do the same here. Okay, that's connected in a very strange way, but it looks a bit more normal. It's got 2 entrances now, so I think we'll leave it there for that. Now, let's build out our new habitat for a new animal, and the animal I want to get is the Binturong. Now, these guys are vulnerable, and they're super weird. They're an Asian animal, so they're going to fit in perfectly in our Asia zone. And they live in groups of 2 to 5, so it's up to 5 males and up to 5 females, but they're solitary. So I feel like it says here, if 2 Binturongs meet, they're likely to avoid each other unless it's a male and female during the mating season. So basically, we're going to get a mated pair in here and just have 2 of them, because I don't know why we'd have a big group of them unless they were bachelor groups. And how many babies do they have? It doesn't seem to say. I'm going to lean towards the side of they have multiple. And let's say there's 2 adults and 4 babies. Let's say something like that. Oh, they barely need any space. Okay, they need 236 square meters of land and 88 square meters of climbing. So as long as it's grade 2 climb proof. Oh, 3 meters. Okay, they really can climb. All right, we can definitely fit this in here though. They don't need much space. So if they need 236 square meters of land, I'm gonna double that and give them 472 square meters of land just to make sure we have enough, especially when we put the nature in. I want to make it as ethical as we can. And if they need 88 square meters of climbing, we're going to do the same thing and give them at least 176 square meters of climbing. So if we add those together, that gives us 648 square meters that we need this habitat to be, which is really small. I'm sure we can easily accommodate them in this space. So I'm going to put them in this space, but bearing in mind, this is going to be a guest area that's probably going to be fairly noisy. These guys are shy around humans, and although the guests can enter the habitat, I don't feel like that's very ethical if they're shy around humans. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to leave a little gap here for us to put some trees in, and it can feed into like a biodiversity program. Maybe we'll do some wilding around here behind, and it will give a nice view as well for the guests over here. But if we do that, I think we leave a bit of a buffer so we've got some noise pollution absorbed, and maybe we start our habitat a little bit further along, maybe somewhere like here. And that way, there's plenty of space here where we can put some trees in and some hedges and stuff and get some noise cancelling going. Now, I'm going to use the null barriers to mark out the area of this habitat. And I'm going to use multiples of 4 so that we can easily use the construction pieces and they'll map on perfectly to the grid we have. So I'm going to set this out now. Okay, this is 1,000 square meters. I think this is plenty, honestly, space-wise. And I'd rather give them more space than not enough, because I don't want them to be cramped in when their requirements are so low anyway. It's very easy for us to accommodate them. And given that they're shy as well, I'm not going to have the guests run along both sides of this habitat because it's quite shallow anyway. I feel like guests can see in quite easily. I'm going to give them some more hiding spaces. And we're going to have a little bit of a buffer here, and then the path can wind down next to it. So you can put some trees in here to block the guest view. Now, this tree is right in the middle of a path, so that's going to have to move. We can put that there. And I'm also going to change these barriers to all be null, because we don't want them to be wood. Now it's completely empty. We can start work on making the fence for this area. And if we're going for eco-friendly things, there's not many pieces we can use that aren't climbable. Wood and organics are what we really want, and wood is fairly climbable. So we're basically going to be using, I think, the mud walls. That's all we're going to really have. to build from, but that's absolutely fine. We can definitely make that work, because other than that, we just have different shades of wood. Oh my goodness. How have you gone out? Oh, everyone's getting out. No, stop it. I'm going to pause the game. Why are you doing this? I thought they couldn't escape. Oh, it says they still can. How? How can you escape just here? I don't understand it. What if I move your tree to be here? Does that block you? Yeah, see, that blocks them from getting out. It's just weirdly this one spot where they can seemingly escape. Well, let's emergency capture all of them before they run too far away. Why don't you guys like living here? I swear, I've done everything so nicely for you. You hate it here for some reason. Also, we can put in a solar panel in this section because we're going to need one anyway. So let's put that in next to this habitat here. Ah, it doesn't like being next to the barriers. Fine. Okay. Well, if we put it here, has it still got a good reach? I think that's good enough. And we will decorate this up in the same way that we've done here with the bamboo. Let's just add a little bamboo framing to it. All right, that looks a little bit better, I think. Just having it like that is more interesting. And it is kind of facing the trees here, I'm not gonna lie. But this is one that's gonna angle over. So when the sun's behind it, it'll be facing the other way. Now you're inside. Are you? Yeah, you're just stood by the edge, that's fine. Everyone is back in, and now it's fully powered all of the education along here, which is perfect. Why are you here? You're waiting to start an animal talk in October. My goodness, well, you're going to be waiting a while. It's August. Right, let's move these benches out of the way here. And I'm not probably going to put many benches in this space because there's not much of a space for guests to see these guys. I think this is now a perfect place for benches because this is just going to be a wildlife area. And it's probably better that we have them along this side here instead because this is, again, just a wildlife area. And the same here. We might as well add them going down this way. And while I'm here, actually, I'm going to put in some donation bins. I'm just going to put 2 along here so they have spots to donate when they've seen them. Now, let's make our barriers for this area. And for that, we're going to be using the mud pieces. Okay, so now we've got 2 separate wall pieces, basically. I've used the mud pieces because I did want to use the sandstone pieces from India that we have, but it's not really sustainable when you compare it to organic stuff like mud. So we're going to be using the mud wall pieces. And then we've got a little bit of thatch roofing as well. It's all eco-friendly. And the one-way glass here, which will basically dominate the front of this habitat. And then we'll use this wall piece around the side. So I'm going to copy a version of each of these away from where we're building. And then it's quite easy to just like grab them when you want them. And then I can delete this one and basically just going to duplicate this all on the front and then duplicate the other one around the sides. Okay, that looks reasonable. It's all worked out relatively well, design-wise. I need to change this, though, obviously, because this isn't going to work for our design. But that should be fairly easy. I think if we can get a small column or something in here, we can fix this. Or even this panel might be a nice way to join this on. There we go. And now it's sealed off and we've got a little door here. I think that looks quite cute. It's got the Indonesian pieces on it as well. So it's bringing it into the habitat that they're actually from. Now let's get ourselves some Binturongs before we forget. And there is a male here. Oh, he's 0% size. I feel like that's not a good one to breed with. But this is quite a good female. She's 5.7 years old. How long do they live? They live to be 22 and they can breed from 1.5 until 15. So if she's 5 years old, that's quite good. Oh, and it says there actually, I missed that. It says here, number of offspring is 3. So 1 to 3. So we said 4, which isn't bad. Oh, it was a reasonable guess. Let's grab this female and send her to the zoo. She's quite expensive as well. Compared to the cranes we just had. She's very expensive. And once she's past quarantine and they've said that she doesn't have any scrapes or injuries, we can move her into this habitat and then we'll know how else to change the habitat. But it seems like 3 meters high should be enough. It's all climb proof and they've got one-way glass in. I feel like it's a reasonable habitat. They're really small as well, so I didn't want to put anything really low down. Otherwise, you're not going to have a great view of them. Like, at least here, you're at ground level. You'd be able to see stuff. So I like using these archways. And from their perspective, they're completely walled in with a massive habitat. So they should be fairly happy. It is 1,024 square meters. Now, she's past quarantine, so let's move her into her habitat. It's pouring with rain as well. We need to change the name of this habitat to Binturong. Interestingly, if these guys live solitarily, they're likely to avoid each other unless it's a male and a female, and the female's an estrus. We should probably actually do the same thing we did for the other species where they live solitarily and make a male habitat that's joined to this one. So what we may do is we can probably have this come off here, actually. That might be a good shout. Okay. Oh, we're about to have a baby leopard. Oh, we can hold on to wait for the baby leopards. She looks uncomfortable, but she's not laid down yet. That's a weird pose. Why are you doing that? Yeah, she's clipping a little bit through the terrain, but that's fine. Here she is. Is she? Whoa, big leap. Okay. I think you should probably give birth soon rather than jumping around like that. I don't know if that's good for the cubs. She does look uncomfortable. I think she's going to lie down soon. Yeah, there we go. She's lying down. And the babies! Oh, it's usually 2, I think. She just had 1. Oh, my goodness. Look at your little face. Oh, they're adorable. A baby leopard. That is adorable. Absolutely adorable. Whoa, big jump as well. What a cutie. And yeah, I'm pretty sure they normally have 2 babies. So this is interesting. Let's have a look at this in the Zoopedia. 1 to 3 and average of 2. Yeah, it's usually 2. So she's not had many. Oh, she's playing with her mum's tail. That's so good. Oh, happy mum. Our Binturong is in here as well, I think. So we need to put it into the work zone. I'm going to do that. Staff, work zones. It's in the Asia zone. So let's add this in. And then maintenance 3 is going to need this stuff as well. So the mechanics and the caretakers and security guards come over here. Now, what is going on here? We're about to lose an otter to old age. That is very sad. Olivia. She's got her kids in here as well. How many did she have? So she's got 1, 2. I think this is the dad here. Oh no, so yes, she had 1, 2, 3 babies. No, she's died. Is she? Are we sure? She looks okay to me, I won't lie. Oh no. It's the end for her though. I think we're about to see her. No. Oh, that was much sadder than I thought it was going to be. I won't lie. Okay, well, let's call the vet for you. You poor little thing. It's our first death in our zoo. Livia. Well, we need to decide what we're going to do with our otters, because for now, I think we just need to put the dad on contraceptives. And we can take everyone else off. But I think we need to sort it out because they normally live in family groups. And that's not going to work. Oh, he's attracted protesters. Yeah, oh, she has. Yes, because we haven't actually made the habitat good for them at all. Let's hold on a second. How much space do you need? So I think we've given them a lot of space. Let's get it up again. So let's say there's 1 adult and 3 babies. They only need 200. So actually, the space we have is... Oh, I mean, it's basically half, isn't it? Yeah. So we could just cut this habitat in half and they'd be absolutely fine. Because 182 and 40... So basically, we're just looking at, what, 364 square meters we need for the male and 80 square meters of climbing. We can easily do that. Let's cut this habitat into 2, and we'll put another wooden habitat gate over here to break it up. And we can give the male a little bit less space because the female's going to need most of it, thinking about it. So it doesn't look like it adds much to have the females. So I'm going to give the females just slightly more than half, and then the males can have just under half. I think that's fair. Okay, so now our males area is 464. And I think that's double, isn't it? Yeah, that's definitely double. They needed 182. So they've got 464. There's definitely space for climbing in there as well. And the females should be just over double that, 560. I think that's pretty perfect, to be honest. And we can just change one of these to be a door. And I thought this one here would be a pretty good candidate. If we just have this... Now, the log pieces technically would be climbable, wouldn't they? That's the only thing. But we need something that represents a door that's not climbable. There we go. We've got a little door here made out of stone. And it's not full height, so it still then merges into the wall. I think that works. Okay, we now have the door that we would, in theory, open and let them in together, but we can have both of them housed together. Do we actually have a male now? Ooh, that one's not got great immunity, and that one's the... Yeah. I'd rather wait for a male that's a little bit better, to be honest, before we put them in. The female's happy in here anyway. So this is going to be Binturong. Have we called the other ones females? I think we just call it, like, the main habitat. Oh, no, I have called it female. Okay. Well, I'll call this one Binturong female. And then this can be the male. There we go. And the male doesn't really have any viewing in, but we don't really need it by the same score. We could have it across here, maybe. But they're not really going to see it because we're going to have trees here. So I think that's fine because they're going to see the male when he's in here. And when they're not, when it's just the babies, I think people will be interested in seeing the babies. We could maybe have a little path that leads up, but I don't want to stress them out too much by having them easily visible. I feel like it's a bit of a shame to do that. Maybe for the males, we'll slightly change this. I tell you what, let's have a little path that goes here. So the guests are going to be able to go up to this one, but they can only go up to here. And then they're going to be visible just on this section here. I think that works. Okay, I think that looks pretty cool. So now we've got the habitat set up. Let's actually make it the right terrain for these poor little guys. Because they have, they do not have the right stuff in here. They're going to need more short grass and more soil. But we can do that. And I'm going to do the same to both habitats while we're here. So hopefully that's going to be correct for the male when we do get them in here. I think that should be good. And now I want to put some water in for them as well. I don't think these guys swim, but they need somewhere to drink. So they've not asked for any water anyway. They don't have a water requirement. But I think maybe we should put a little bit in for them anyway. Just so they've got somewhere. Yeah, like I say, there's somewhere safe to drink from. And we've got our water treatment just here. So it should be able to reach. Ah, it doesn't reach. Okay, that's not a problem though. We can add in some more water treatment. That's irritating though. It's so close. What I'm going to do is I'm going to, instead of having this solar panel here, I might duplicate the water shack over. The only problem is I don't know what the negative impact zone is like on this. It's quite a lot. I feel like we can make this work into the habitat here. There we go. I think that works. Nice. Okay, so now we've moved the door. We've got a better viewing area over here. And the area should be powered, the whole thing, and should have clean water, which is exactly what we want. The only thing is we are now cleaning the lake. Not sure about that, but I guess we're doing it. There's not really much we can do about it, so it's fine. And it's just an odd mechanic of the game. We can always say that we wouldn't be cleaning the lake. It's just, I don't know why they have these on these radiuses. They're quite annoying to put around the park. Because, like, in real life, what you do is you maybe have water treatment, but you wouldn't have a separate water treatment tank for each habitat going around the zoo. You just have a water treatment facility, or maybe a few, and then you'd plug them into the others. So I feel like that could really do with changing. But we'll go with the mechanics we have right now. Let's make a little water area in each of these habitats so that they can have a little swim. Okay, how much has that taken away from their land area? Let's check this now. 471 is still plenty, I believe, for them. So 1 adult and 3 babies. Definitely more than double still. And if it were 1 animal... Oh, we can't tell that until we put the male in. But I think that's probably fine. We'll go with that. Okay. They still don't have everything they need. They're going to need climbing area. Otherwise, we're still going to get this. And we can build in some hard shelter with it. So we're going to get this warning until we put some in for them. I think I'll also just very slightly raise up the terrain over here to add a little bit of interest on this side of the habitat. But just very slightly. And let's build in some climbing for them. I'm not going to do the other one. I'm just going to do this habitat while the female's here until we actually get a male. And if we filter by the Binturong, it will tell us everything that's actually appropriate for these guys. And including feeding, because we do need to put some food into them as well. So they use the food trays. In that case, let's put a small food tray, like here. And then make sure that's... Now we know it's like in here, we can build the climbing. Okay, that's quite a lot of climbing enrichment. If we have a look at how much that is, that's 200 meters squared of climbing. And that's actually improved their walking, I think, because they have more areas to walk on. So let's just double check where they can access. Yeah, so the green lines, they can climb these as well. I don't think they can climb these logs, though. Oh, no, they can. There's a green line on it. Okay, so they can climb it. Cool. I've just thrown in a few toys and food enrichments for them as well, and that seems to be everything they need. They've got 100% enrichment. They're pretty happy with that. And if we're going to make this their shelter, we should put in a little bit of bedding for them. I'm just going to put a little bit of bedding with random rotation on in these areas here, because that's kind of their shelter. That's probably enough, actually. Just the one is probably good. If we put it on the bottom layer here, it makes the floor go very strange, which I don't like. Which we had with the leopards as well. So I'm going to leave it at how it is. And they've got some space under there for hard shelter too. They've got more than they need. They're very happy. So now they're in here, let's put some education in. And then we should probably look to make the habitat a little bit more beautiful and a little bit better for them by putting in some nature. But for now, I do want to get this education so we can teach our guests about the beautiful animals. And here I am going to take off these decorations we've got. Every other thing, just to put a board in instead. And what I'm going to put around the board is a frame. So let's put the theme back on. We've got Indian and Indonesian, which are 2 places these guys are found. And we've got a couple of options. There's a very colorful one and a brown one. I feel like the brown one fits in better with the theme we have here. So I'm gonna use that. They are quite obstructive, actually. I tell you what, I'm gonna reduce the number of them just so there's some more better viewing areas. Like, I don't want it to be too obstructive for our guests to actually see the animals, because learning about them is very important. But if you don't see them, they're not going to donate, and we're not going to get to help the species out. So let's do that. We'll have a couple there, and then we'll also have an educational speaker and an actual talk that goes on. And this talk point might as well go straight in the middle. And these guys are going to probably need to be on another one. I think we've got January for the deer. And then I believe the elephants are in April. Yeah, and then it's July here. And then October or November, whatever is the correct one for the birds, which finishes off this cycle, October. So maybe we should get another January over here. And we'll have a second one going on at the same time. Because we've got 2 educators that do this area. So maybe let's do that. And instead of starting off in the same month, I tell you what, let's start them off on March. And we'll have it be a couple of months offset. And they can also throw food here. So we just need to put it into the work zone and they'll be able to throw food and do all the other bits we want them to do. Including getting this in maintenance 3 as well, because this is missing from here. There we go, that's better. Now all of our staff can access this area properly. Let's actually have a look at them as well, because we haven't really looked at them yet. They're so weird. They're very strange looking, aren't they? Especially when they're climbing, like through things. Very interesting animals. Well, let's get some nature in for them because they're not super happy with what they have right now. They want plants from temperate and tropical Asia. I think temperate Asia is going to be our best bet here. And seeing as these guys live in China, this is the same plant set that we've used for all of these habitats over here. I think it just makes sense to use the same set of plants in this habitat too. And the game thinks that these are all the temperate plants that grow in Asia, but this subset of those plants actually grow in China, where we're going to say this habitat is. And of those subsets, this is the subset of plants that could feasibly be grown in North America in a temperate climate where this zoo is in the game. So they're the plants we're going to be using for this build. And it is snowing. That is definitely not good for these guys. Temperature is going to be all wrong. So it's actually a great reminder to put in a heater in here. And it makes sense to put that in this area here. I'm going to put it on the roof here. And that can be set to 30 degrees. What is their natural temperature? 13 to 42. So 30 is actually pretty good for them. Let's put a heater there. And then we could always just whack one in the other area they have over here. Let's put another heater in there too for the same thing. And that should pretty much clear up their whole habitat. How do you guys feel about the snow? You don't mind it. You're pretty chill. That's good. Okay, well, I don't mind that. Oh, what's wrong with the terrain? Oh, they've not got enough soil and grass, but they're generally happy. It's just that they'd like a little bit more soil and grass. Well, if we did put a heater in here, it would give them more of it. Maybe we whack a heater in just in the shelter. So that it's, because the elephants will appreciate that anyway. And we can put this on like 20 or like 10 degrees or something. I'm going to say 15 degrees for this one. And then that will give them, it'll just basically melt the snow around here. So they get the soil and the grass that they're after. Because that is going to boost the amount that we have. Just needs to melt the snow. And what's the disease risk? Their habitat is, well, let's call the keeper. Our keepers aren't super well trained. So let's train up all of the keepers here. Yeah, the Asia zone. They've got 2 keepers. I do wonder whether we get a third. Let's get a third keeper for over here, because we have loads of money as well. And we do keep expanding this area. Let's get another keeper on the Asia zone. And we'll train up the educators that aren't trained up too. As well as our security guards. I just don't want to train up the mechanics, really, because I'm going to train up all the caretakers. And all of the vendors. I just don't want to train up our mechanics because they're kind of on a good level right now. And your welfare has attracted protesters. Why? Oh, you haven't got enough long grass and soil. Okay, so you need more heaters as well in this area. We can do that. Let's build them a little hot hut over here. I know we don't get it for very long, but I'm going to build these guys a little hut because I think they'll appreciate it. I think what we'll do as well is we'll duplicate this shelter that already has it and add another shelter in over here. Okay, this should help thaw out a lot more of the stuff for them as well. Oh no. And now the snow stopped anyway. I think this would help though. I think this is basically getting there for them. You've attracted protesters for the temperature as well. Okay. Well, we will deal with these on the next one because it's hard to tell if they've just strayed out of their area or if they actually are in a problem. At the same time, guesting tickets are underpriced, so let's make it 50 and 25. A straight 50 to get in. And let's get back to doing some nature over here. I'm going to put in the same kind of plants we have over here in this habitat. And I don't think they want that many. Oh, they do. They want lots. Okay, so we're gonna cover this area in the same kind of trees we have over here. And we've got to just be mindful of if they're climbable or not, I guess. Okay, I feel like that's a lot of nature, so we've probably covered it off here. Ooh, that tree is just very slightly leaning through. That's not what we want. There we go. And then that tree fern can just slightly wiggle. There we go, to there. Cool. These guys should be pretty happy. They've got 80%, which is pretty well into their area. I'm really happy with this Binturong habitat. I feel like this female is very happy in here. But I did realize something, is that the Binturong are monogamous, or at least they're thought to be. So what I think is that maybe we open up the habitat after all. But what I'm thinking is we don't let that go to waste. What we do is, if they don't want to mate and be monogamous, we can separate them. But if they do like each other and seem to be very cute and closely bonded, we can just leave the habitat open for both of them. So how we're going to do this is we're going to delete this door, but we're going to put in a fake door that could reasonably be a door for the habitat. And then at that point, we can knock through this wall and just let this all be one habitat. But in theory, it's still two habitats. So I'm going to do this for a keeper habitat gate. And then we have access in here. In fact, I'm going to duplicate it as well so it sticks through on the other side. There we go. So we have access on both sides. And then this door is simply going to be opened. So barrier-wise, we just need to knock out these middle ones. And that should recalculate the habitat for them. Except they're not going to be able to access all of it. So let's open up this gate. Okay, well that's through. Where are they? They're very small and quite difficult to see. They're in here. Let's go on habitat and see what you can access. So it hasn't recalculated their habitat for them because supposedly they can't fit through here. I wonder if it's just the pea shrubs in the way though. Does that open it up at all? Yeah, this is now the whole thing. So this is 900 square meters. So it's just that they can't get through, I think. What we could do is put them on the other side of the habitat. Oh, no, it's calculated now. They're able to get through. Cool. Okay, so they have 810 meters. They've still got loads of climbing area, but I think we should put some more from on the other side. And the terrain painting is pretty good that we did, so they're happy with that. So we've got to put some stuff in on the other side, though, because if the male is here on their own, then they're going to need some stuff themselves. So we're just going to put some of the same trees in. I'm kind of just going to duplicate these across, but we'll have random rotation on. And that way we get a similar look, but a lot of the same trees. And before I do that, actually, let's put some more climbing in here because that is much more difficult to do when there's trees everywhere. So I'm going to filter by the Binturong. Where are they? is higher. There we go. Binturong. And then we can get them in here as well. Maybe put a couple of different enrichment items in here. Okay, I feel like that is quite a lot of climbing enrichment for these guys. So hopefully they like that. What is it in total? 421 meters squared of climbing. That's loads for them. So now we just need a few of these trees to come over, and I think we'll be pretty good. Okay, I think that looks pretty cool. Got a lot more nature in here now. So that seems pretty reasonable. And we can definitely get a male in here. So let's see if there are any males. There are no males available still, but that's fine. We've got the habitat ready for them. And we've got some challenges done. So let's claim the rewards for those. That's not bad, is it? And seeing as we've got these in, I think, firstly, they are shy. So let's put in some security measures. I'm going to put in the please be quiet sign. Do not disturb, that's what it's called. Because they're not going to appreciate guests being really noisy. I'm going to try and put it at points that aren't disruptive. But I think it's in security and crime you can see do not disturb. They've got quite a wide radius on them. So just a couple is probably enough. Sprinkled around. That should be good. And then guests would be a little bit quieter. And to facilitate with that, I'm going to put in a nice big nature area here and a nice big nature area here. But first, let's get some more shops in over here, because this is why we need the nature areas to make them quiet, is because we're going to put some shops in. And what shops do we have? Our guests desperately need some shops. In facilities, we've got lots of water. We've got milkshakes, coffee, and soda and energy. Okay, so maybe it's time to get some... We've got smoothies? That's an option, isn't it? What I guess wanting, actually. That's a really important thing. They want hunger and thirst about the same, to be honest. Okay, fine. Lots of damage things. I mean, barely. Okay, there we go. No more damage things. That's good. They don't like the litter, and they don't like the damaged things, but that's pretty good. They're going to need a toilet, and they're going to need basically food and drink. Both of them. So let's go guests, turn off the blueprints, and get ourselves... I'm pretty sure they have a smoothie somewhere. Pip Shop smoothies and juice. They've got juice and smoothies. Let's have both. Okay. Let's put in a little building. Now, we're only going to want to set it so far back because of the terrain there. I think I'm going to put this over here. Have them start around here. Set them back a little bit too, so there's a little bit of a queue. And if we have the smoothies there, let's put the juice on the other side. And then we could get some Missy Goods. I don't think we've got Missy Goods yet. What do these do? I thought this was... oh my goodness, it's donuts. I thought it was like a souvenir thing. Oh, let's get donuts then, sure. And Mexcellente. Yeah, let's have Mexcellente. And maybe in the middle we do have something to buy, like some souvenir type things. We've got hats. Have we got anything else so far? I don't think we have much, to be honest, in terms of stuff for them to buy. We've got lots of drinks and food. Merchandise, we've got Looney Balloons, Just a Memento, and Hat. Fantastic. I think that's actually all of them. So let's start with another hats over here because I'm pretty sure that's the one we had at the start. So there's quite a distance between the hats we have all the way over here and the hats we're going to be selling over there. Let me just double check though. What did we put over here? This is just food and drinks. We've got Just a Memento over here actually. It's just a memento. But that's fine. There's still very far away from hats. Hats must be... They're not here. This is balloons. Oh, actually, Hats Fantastic is over here. So that's really much closer than I thought. Let's swap out Hats Fantastic for another souvenir shop because that's really far away from this. Just a Memento can go in here. There we go. I wanted to get the rope between all of them because I think it just looks a bit more uniform to have the rope there. And it makes sense that they're roped between them. So you can't go between. Now we're also going to have some toilets. I think maybe this is a good spot for toilets over here. So let's put them in. And none of these have power, so they're going to need a little solar panel. So what we're going to do is build in a building that has a solar panel on the roof in this section here. I think this will work. And we'll have the same for the toilets. And to be honest, I kind of like this theme. We're going to use the bamboo, the log, and the Indonesian pieces, I think, because I think they just look quite nice together. Okay, I think that's a reasonable toilet. These roof pieces are becoming the bane of my existence, but I think this ended up looking okay, and it's a desperately needed toilet, so we're going to throw it in the work zone as well on maintenance 3, as well as all of these actually. I'm going to put them all in there, and then we probably want to put this in the Asia zone, all of these shops, and then we can add these vendors into that work zone. Let's put you into the Asia zone, all of you. And I think let's hire another couple of vendors as well, just to work this area. And then there's 7 of them to do 5 shops. And then they've got a bit more, like, resilience in the team. Otherwise, if they all go on the break at the same time, we're not going to make any money at all. So hopefully that gives them enough space to, like, mix it up and swap out with one another. But they've got a nice big staff room here, with a keeper that has lost the will. Bless him. Just staring out the window. So let's decorate up this building and put in the solar panel we need to make this actually function. Okay, I feel like that looks so much better as well. Like, it's got a nice green roof to it, and there's plenty of space for the guests to come in now and actually use it. Let's lay out some benches for them, and I want to put a nice tree in the middle with some hedges, because we've done that before. Oh, no, wait, before we do that, what's wrong with you? Your hydration is 0. Can you not access the water? Yes, you can. Okay, well, tell you what. Why don't you have a drink? You might feel better. Go have a drink and you'll feel a lot better, I promise you. Oh my goodness, stop assaulting our guests. They're so noisy. Right, let's see if we've got another male Binturong as well. We do, and it's a good one. Oh, perfect. Okay, well, let's get him and send him to quarantine. And then we can see if he's got any illnesses or any bumps and scrapes before he goes into the habitat with the female. And they can start breeding. We've actually set up a successful breeding habitat. It just wasn't what we expected. But it is still a breeding habitat. We're actually missing any education on this side, so I might put some in. I think if we just select the habitat education board, let's take off these. Probably just one is fine over here, because there's not that much space. I need to send random rotation off as well. And I don't know how the education looks. Let's do guest education coverage. Yeah, we could get another one in here. Get another little speaker in on this side. It just needs to be much smaller. But we can definitely do that, because then you basically don't want it to overlap. So where it's red there, it's overlapping. I'm just going to make that 12. And that still covers this area pretty well. Cool. And we've got a donation bin and a be quiet sign. So everything should be good. And they can now learn about the animals. Just want to make sure it's central as possible without encroaching on the door. Because we don't want to do that, do we? It's still supposed to be a real door. Facilities having significant negative effect on guests. Oh. Why is that? I thought the radius would be smaller on that, to be honest. Okay, well, let's just grab you and move you slightly back. Okay, I think that's fixed it mostly. Yeah, this should work. The only thing that's moved is this is now out of the radius of the power. But that's okay. And to be honest, we don't really need this board. I'm just going to take the board out and move the speaker. I'd rather they be within easier to reach power sources. It seems like there's another power source here as well. Ah, yeah, its own one. Okay, well that's much better, isn't it? What about education? Let's put it there. I think these guys can have the education, and we'll take this bush dog one off because it does not really, it's like really far away from the guest, where the guest would actually look at them anyway. And then this Dama Gazelle education point can just be moved to like here. And it's definitely in the right place at that point. There we go, that's resolved that. And then this shouldn't have an impact on guests negatively. Like, this should all be good now. Cool, oh, that's a slight crisis resolved. I didn't even realize that was happening. And quarantine's passed for our male, so let's move him in. Can go into the, oh, we need to change the name of it. It's just gonna be Binturong now. It's just one habitat. We should actually check on our vet research as well, because I bet we finished it on the red crown cranes. We have, cool. So they can have maximum food now, highest quality food, and we can start researching the Binturong. I think I've missed it. Yeah, I did. Let's get one of our vets researching them, and maybe the other vet can start working on another disease, because they smash them out so quickly. We've done these. Let's go for the next one. We're just going to go alphabetically and get rid of all these diseases if we can. And the vet's done a little checkup and are leaving while the male is about to come in. Look at them in their box, ready to be delivered. Let's have a look at them. Our Binturong male. So they're a little bit smaller than the females, the males. I'd be interested to see them together, actually, for a size comparison. But he is quite small. He's a little boy. Bless him. I'm going to need names for these guys. I think in the next video, I will rename a bunch of animals that we haven't renamed yet. So please do suggest names in the comments. And we'll rename both of these ones. Oh yeah, he's definitely a little bit smaller. Okay, she's climbing out of view, so we can't do the size comparison. But you can tell he's a little bit smaller than she is. Bless them. Well, I hope they do mate and like get on really well. Because if they can be a monogamous mated pair, that would be awesome for us. And now they're both in here, let's learn a little bit about the Binturong. The Binturong, also known as the bear cat, is a species of mammal that lives in the forests of South and Southeast Asia. It has a long, stocky body with comparatively short, broad legs. They have wiry black hair with a brown face and white-tipped rounded ears. Females are approximately 20% larger than the males, with the Binturong having a head-to-body length of 71 to 91 centimeters and a tail length of 56 to 91 centimeters. Their tail is huge. The males weigh between 9 to 20 kilos and the females weigh between 11 to 32 kilos. The genus of the Binturong is Arctictis, which means bear weasel. The Binturong is an excellent climber but is slow-moving, so does not leap from branch to branch, instead preferring to move between trees on the ground. Binturongs are a very vocal species, making purring and chuckling noises when happy and wailing when upset. It's also an important seed disperser for the stranglerfig because unlike other animals, its digestive system can break through the tough seed shell. The Binturong's scent glands secrete a substance that smells like popcorn. And that's pretty cool. The Binturong is a solitary animal, but is not territorial, and individuals will tolerate each other in the same space. If two Binturongs meet, they are likely to avoid each other unless it's a male and a female, and the female is an estrus. They may also be found in groups of a female and her litter, or a mated pair and their litter. Larger same-sex groups have been kept together successfully in captivity. The reproductive habits of the Binturongs in the wild are little known, but they are thought to be monogamous. When the female is an estrus, she will make calls and emit a scent that attracts males. In response, males in range will mark excessively with urine and track the female. During courtship, a male and a female will be very affectionate with one another. They will lick each other and even sleep with their tails entwined. The male may then be aggressive towards other approaching males. Binturong females are most likely to give birth between January and March, and they're able to delay egg implantation until conditions are favorable, which explains why there are peaks in birthing at certain times of year. Young are born in an underdeveloped state and spend their first few days hidden in their mother's fur. They begin eating solid food at 6 weeks old and are fully weaned by 8 weeks old. Males may or may not assist in rearing young. The young of Binturongs are referred to as both kits or cubs and are independent and leave their parents and litter at 6 to 8 months old. Unfortunately though, the Binturong is a vulnerable species and is threatened by habitat loss, degradation, and fragmentation through deforestation. Its population has declined by 30% since the 1980s. It is also hunted for meat and is often a victim of the wildlife trade. The Binturong is a protected species in Bangladesh, Thailand, Malaysia, and Vietnam. So hopefully our zoo can help the species out and push them further away from extinction. Now, let's make this a bit more of a guest area. Right now it's a bit of an odd area. Let's put some bins in, put some benches in, and make it usable. Okay, I think that's a lot of benches. Now, do they have umbrellas? That's the main thing. I didn't actually check that, but I'm not sure they need them. They've got Indian picnic canopies for the Indian benches, and they're quite cute actually. But I like the big Indonesian picnic bench. I think it's pretty cool. And it doesn't seem to have a canopy, so that's absolutely fine with me. We'll leave it as it is. Oh no, why are you attracting stress? How are you stressed? Move away. Stay in your zone. Whoa, look at all them feeding. The Dama gazelles. That's crazy. Okay, let's put the nature in here. I want to put a bit of nature in here, and then I want to have a buffer here and some more nature around this side as well. Now, these both need tending to. That's not good, is it? Maybe our mechanics do need training up. We're going to select all of our staff and train them up, I think. And the research is going well. That's good. Okay, staff, everyone, train up. Now, I didn't actually check if they could escape the Binturong. But let's just double click on them. No, they can't. They also can't access this. That's a little bit odd. I think it's this tree here. How about now? Okay, now they can access everything. Yeah, that's fine. They can still get in there. Cool. I just want them to be able to access the whole habitat. They want lots of plants, but if they can't walk around the plants, that's not really ideal, is it? And they can't swim, but they do drink from the water. So it's fine having it there because, I mean, where they live in the wild, there's going to be water nearby. So it's not like they're not used to being around water, even if they don't swim in it. They don't have to swim in it. Let's put some nature in these areas. Okay, I feel like that's quite natureified. And it's what we wanted. I like that we've got big trees. I might actually just put another big elm over here. Just because I think it really adds something to have the big trees scattered around. And we're going to fill out more nature this way. So I tell you what, I'll take the tree out and we'll do that in another episode. We need to add another biodiversity area. And I think this is an awesome place to do it around here. And we're about to have another Asian small-clawed otter die of old age. No. Is that one of their daughters? Oh, it's the dad. Oh, we didn't figure out something to do with them, but that's fine. In that case, maybe one of the daughters, like even the youngest daughter, we could get a new male and start breeding with her. I just know they live in family groups, so I don't know if sisters count, or if they wouldn't be happy with living with their sister if there were a male involved. Because we've got 2 adults and a young adult. Oh no, she's passed away, or she's about to. I'm going to call the vet. Or he has passed away. Poor thing. Bubbles, it's your time to go. Oh. Well, the mated pair are the first to go in our zoo. And it wasn't even Bubbles, it was Peach. Bubbles is their daughter. Oh no, I feel bad, I got his name wrong. Bless him. Yeah, Bubbles is their firstborn. Poor Peach. We've lost 2 animals now in the zoo. Maybe we should set up a bit of a memorial. We've got them on aging ×5, so they really do age slowly, but you do still, you know, this zoo's been going for quite a while. We've got quite a lot of stuff here, so we are gonna get some animal deaths. And it's quite a thing to respond to, though. I think it's a good mechanic in the game, because it means you have to respond to it and change up what you're doing. Oh, we need a new mating pair basically now in our otter habitat. So it's definitely something positive. Oh, I've missed a little area here. I tell you what, I'm going to add in some hedgerows or maybe even just some flowers in here because I think that'll be nice. I'm going to use cornflower because I think these just add a bit more color that we don't have elsewhere. We've got a lot of yellow in our flowers, so I want to get some blue in there too. Okay, that is much better. I'm going to leave this space because it's going to be part of the nature area. But that seems pretty good. This side could probably do with similar treatment. There we go. That's much nicer, isn't it? Got a lot more flowers in here. I think that's really added something. Our Binturongs are so cute, aren't they? They look nicely settled. I just can't get over how long their tails are. They're actually like the length of their body again. That is just so crazy. But they seem to like this place. I don't actually like their little pool of water here. I think I'm just going to add a couple of rocks to it and maybe some reeds because it looks very boring compared to everything else. Like the one we've got over here. Whoa, I'm in the trees. The one we've got over here is like so much nicer. So I think I might even just put some reeds in and I think it will really transform the area. There we go. I think that's much better. And if we click on one of them, we should be able to see whether they can access everything. And it looks like they can't because of this. That's fine. We just need to move a couple of the shrubs out of the way. I don't know why these shrubs seem to completely block their movement, like altogether. It's a bit weird. Because you'd think they'd be able to walk past them, but it's okay. We can make it work. There we go. So that works. And then we just need to do the same over here. Probably just move this tree a little bit closer to the water. There we go. Now they can access everything. Perfect. And the cranes are kicking off. Look at them. They seem to be having a good time. Oh my goodness. There's a Baba. How did I miss that? Oh, they're adorable as well. They're not even remotely the same colors. That's really cool. Look at them. Doing their little kicks under the water. You see their little feet? Oh, that's adorable. We've got baby red crown cranes. And it looks like they've got a lot of food in this. I think they could do with some more food enrichment, actually. Let's go species red crown crane and see what they have. Because I want most of their food to be given to them in an interesting way. I don't want them to all just be dumped in the food bowl, you know? What about, no, enrichment items? They've only got the forage pool. That's probably why. Have we not researched them enough? I mean, we can put another forage pool over here. They're just quite large. I think one would fit here, though. So I'm going to move the mirror mobile, like, back there. And see if we can get it in. Seems like that's the closest we can get it to the edge of the habitat, but that's okay. Maybe we put the mirror mobile a bit closer. And then they've got that as well. I might just even duplicate it. Oh, it doesn't like anything down here. It's probably because the entrance is there. That'll be why. Okay, well, that's fine. This can just be moved to, like, here. And then they've got another spot for food enrichment to go. That seems good to me. And it looks like we got a challenge reward as well. Let's get this. Nice. Breeding exhibit species. We probably actually got a lot to trade out. We do. Look at all of these. That is crazy. Let's quick trade these and take the money. Look how much money we have. Wow, we're actually rocking like a 5-star zoo right now. Guest happiness and guest education is the only thing that's slightly dragging us down. Well, if we look at our vet research, that should help with education. We're getting there on the Binturong. And we finished another disease. Perfect. Well, I reckon we get our vet to research yet another disease, because we might as well just knock through them and cure all the diseases we can. Canine distemper virus. Okay, sure. Go for that. Now, I want to continue the zoo in this direction so we can maybe get another entrance going over there. And for that, our next animal is going to be the Gharial. And these guys are critically endangered. There's actually only 600 left in the wild. So we can really do with breeding these guys up. Let's have a look. We've not done a water habitat in ages, so I really wanted to do that. Now, what group sizes do they live in? 1 to 7. So it says they may live in close contact with each other, as well as compete for sandy riverbanks to use as basking sites. They're not social, though. But they're unlikely to fight. That's not bad. Okay, so competing males may buzz at each other to intimidate each other. But basically, they're actually fine living together. That's not bad, then. Okay. All mature offspring are tolerated in the group as well. That's pretty good. That's not too bad, and they're very easy to reproduce in captivity. So their age we need to keep in mind is 50 years, and that's when they go sterile as well. So they need to be at least 14 if we want to breed with them, and they need to be maximum 50. Well, they'll die at 50, so we don't want to get them at 50. Let's have a look at what's available. So if we reset our filters and put in Gharial, there's quite a lot, but they're quite expensive. Oh, they're different amounts. This is not a bad male, and we can actually afford them. And then there's a couple of 23-year-olds that aren't too bad either. Okay, let's grab these. I want to get them from Frontier Zoo as well, because then I know that they're not related, which is obviously what we want here. Let's get this one as well. 23 is fine. Like, if they're gonna live to 50 in their 20s is absolutely fine. And this one annoyingly doesn't have the best rating. Let's refresh the list, because I think some of them just expired. Yeah, it's just this one right now. We might wait on another female, because I think 4 would be a good shout. Like 2 males, 2 females. Got a little bit of space to have children. That seems good. And we can build the habitat for maybe 7 adults in mind. Because the maximum adults is 7. Let's say we've got 6 adults maximum and 6 babies, because... Oh, wow, they really don't need much anyway, much space. So 338 meters and 540 meters of water. Wow, that's really good. And they only need taller than 1 meter fencing, so we can use our cute little, our small entrances. I love them. And I want to build the habitat around the path that we've got, so the path can kind of be going through the habitat. And if we want to give them 338 square meters of land, I think we should double that as usual in this zoo. So if they need 338, we're going to give them 676 square meters. And that should be pretty good for them. And for water, they need 540 square meters. So we're going to be doubling that to give them 1,080 square meters. And if we add those together, that is 1,756 square meters, which isn't even actually that big. If we look as well, they don't have any deep water requirements at all. But I think I'm going to give them a bit of deep water, because I'm sure they will use it. And we can actually probably test that out. If we go into the Habitat tab, and instead of filtering by the red crown crane, let's filter by the Gharial, which should be here. And we can see if they use the underwater fish feeder, they're only available in deep water. So they'll definitely use the deep water if we give it to them. As well as common sense that probably they'll like deep water because they swim. And what I want to do is have this path go over the habitat on this side, which is going to be the land side of the habitat. So I'm going to have a set of solid stairs here, and that's probably the right height. Like, that's a good height. The Gharials are very small. We could even potentially get away with a bit of a smaller one, but I don't want it to be too close to where the Gharials are. So let's build this out like that. And then I would like an accessible ramp as well to get up there. So I'm going to build in, probably if we move these benches, we can build a more accessible way for guests to get across. So I think if we put the path this way, we can have a small ramp going there and a little platform. And then as long as this path just goes down, that should be the same height. Perfect. There we go. So that guests can come this way and go up, or they can just take the stairs up this way. But at least we've got an accessible route up here. And I'm going to whack a couple of benches on this side as well. Probably here, because I don't think people will use this side as much to see the Gharials. Like in this little section here. But they will want to look out on this side. So let's have that along here. Then we can continue it. I think the bridge could probably go to there and then come down. And the same thing, we're going to have it probably go on the same side because it just makes sense. That seems to be decent to me. That seems very reasonable with the same benches over here. I like that we're doing something a bit different as well. We're mixing it up. This is probably a good size for the actual habitat. I'm going to continue the path just in this direction so we know where it's going. Maybe we could even have our entrance kind of around here. It depends how far we want to push this zoo and expand it out. But for now, let's make this habitat. So let's put the barriers in. We only need the tiny little habitat gate. And I think this is a good spot for it, just here. So our keepers can access it and remain close to their keeper hut over... where is it? Over here. It's probably the edge of where they'd want to be. In fact, we could even consider a small keeper hut and a small staff room on this side. just to give the staff a little bit of a quicker route to things. Even if we just put like a small building in here, I may do that. But for now, let's build out the null barriers of this habitat and just map out the size we want. And for the null barriers, I'm keeping this in multiples of 4 just in case we want to use the construction pieces in the game, because it's a 4-meter grid, so they'll map nicely to that grid. There we go. Okay, so we built this in. How big is that? That is 3,700. Okay, I've gone way too overboard on this. I'm just going to rein in the habitat a little bit because it's obviously much too big. And I think maybe it's too long. That could be the issue. I think I'm going to modify this bridge so the habitat doesn't need to be quite as long. And then we can also reduce it in size. Yeah, okay. In length here. So I think this is a decent line to cut out from. That seems a good size there. And then I think we can modify this path structure so it's not quite as big. For me, the ramp option here is too low. Like, I think that's enough space probably. Like, it might be enough space for the Gharials to get underneath, but I don't think it's like a comfortable amount of headroom for them. However, the stairs are just so overkill. Like, the next level is loads more. So I think what I might do is try and find somewhere in the middle. So I might even use both of these heights, and then we can kind of recognize where we want to be. Because we want to be somewhere in the middle of these. And then if we just build a path up, we can then choose the height we want for this. And I think we want something that's about this height. So what I'm going to do is place that path. So you can do that, but if you hold control, the paths won't snap to anything. And then if you hold control and shift, you can then raise them and lower them as to the like desired level, and then just place it like I've done here. And now we have a new path. So what we can then do is attach this to our path, and it should be the height that we want it to be. Yeah, and something like that might even be better. So if we have it come to here and then down, that's probably a better angle. It's like a slight slope that goes into a steeper slope. I think that'll work. I don't think that's too steep either for guests to navigate. I think that's okay. I am wondering about it though, but it gives a much better amount of headroom for our Gharials. So I think we're going to go with that. I don't think it's too bad slope-wise. So I think, yeah, we'll use that. This is what I was aiming for, is a slope that's more gradual like that. I think I'm going to see if we can get that over here. If we turn it to 2-meter paths. There we go. That's what we want. Like one continuous slope that's at a much lower angle. I don't think that's too bad. Okay, cool. And then we have our path in there. That's much better. Now these floating benches can go. And let's tidy up these barriers so we can create a better space for them. Okay, that is 2,600 square meters. That's still very big. I think we take it back even more. 2,100. I'm going to stick with this because if we put any nature in, I think that gives us the space to give them like traversable area without compromising anything. And I don't think the difference in a few hundred square meters is going to make that much difference to them. Like, I think this is fine. I'd rather give them a little bit more than air on the other side. And this is still an amazing view. There's no way that guests are going to complain about this view, because also I believe the Gharials are confident around humans. Yeah, they are. They don't care. Why would they? We are obviously the prey in this scenario. Why would they care if we're here? So I think let's also put a walking option around the habitat, just on foot over here. That seems good to me. We've got a way all the way around. And now this side can be on the water side. And what I want to do here, actually, is I want to dig down a little bit. Now, we haven't done this because we're going for as sustainable as possible. But now these paths are the right length as well. We can. Let's turn on tunneling, I think. Do I want to do this? No, I'm going to turn off tunneling because I don't like tunneling. And instead of doing this, I'm going to just mark the terrain out myself. So we want to just slightly take the terrain down. For width on this, I'm going to stamp this out. We're going to use a 7-meter path tool here and raise it up. So this would be at the same level. We want it to probably come down to like here. I don't want to dig too much other than like surface level stuff. So what would a 4 meter? This is 4 meters here. That's probably too deep, 4 meters. Well, it's not the worst. I think if we take it up slightly, let's take it to like 3 meters down. I don't think that's too bad. And take it as close as we can to this path. And what I'm also going to do, instead of making it 7 meters, is I'm going to make it 9 meters. So we've got a meter on either side. If we go on minus, this is 4 meters. I want to make it, I think 4 meters is too much. So if we've got a 9-meter width to give a meter on either side and 4 meters down, I think if we hold shift and raise it up slightly, let's make it 3 meters and stamp here, I think. So let's place that. And then if I hit X, we can go in like a straight line and do this whole area. And I don't think that is too deep as far as excavation. I don't want to do too much excavation because I feel like it doesn't fit the sustainable theme. But this is a certain amount where we can hand dig this reasonably. I don't think that's crazy to hand dig this. And then we can reuse the soil in the habitat. So we're not like getting rid of it either. We're going to reuse it. Now let's delete these paths. Now let's just extend it out slightly to where the path was before. Okay, and with tunneling on, we can just remove that like that. So I think this will now work. I didn't have it dead on. I don't usually like using tunneling, but because I always find, yeah, you get the terrain modification failed. I don't know why. I think it could be to do with the barrier that's close by. But what I'm going to do is just have this stamp in. I'm going to go on minus stamp and try and align it to the floor we have here. Just take out this side. There we go. Right, that is now buried underground. We've got a small ramp going down. And again, it's basically the same as these ramps here, but it's now underground. And then what we can do is we can take this land out and have it be water. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to remove the barriers on this side. And we can then take out the water over here. And I know we're taking out more water, but we can add it in as well. So let's remove, if we want it to be deep water, it needs to be at least 4 meters deep. So let's take out chunks of this, I think. Okay, and then the rest we can just do... Oh, that's hilarious. It's left like a little gap there. Oh my goodness, look at that. That's so funny. Right, I can just delete that with the push tool. What we can now do is we can smooth up. We've got this massive void here. We can smooth this out so it's not quite the same as this. It needs to be looking a little bit more natural than that. And I think let's also just add in a couple of columns or something here to make it a little bit more interesting. And then we're going to put in some glass. And here I think let's use the two-way glass because they might want to do tricks and stuff and see the guests. So for that, we're going to need quite tall barriers, I think. We can change the height of these later. And for these, it doesn't really matter whether it's 4 meters or not. We can just put in whatever size makes the most sense. I think let's do 20 meters from that side and then a 20 meters from this side. And maybe that was a bit too much. Let's do 12 meters. Let's do 14 because I want to have the main... I don't want like big barriers in the middle. You're going to have these like columns where the glass joins. And I don't want that to be super visible. I'd rather that was like connected in the middle with a massive glass pane like this. So if you just connect this up with glass, glass will hold the water in. So we're all good on that front. Now we should be able to fill this in with water. And what I'd like to do is have this be a little island in the middle. So if we fill it up to the water line here, does it flood that area? No, it doesn't. That looks okay. Right. There we go. Now all we need to do is make it look a little bit more natural by smoothing these areas out. So it's not like a massive drop off. And this is 786 meters squared of water. So it's not all the water they need, but we could give them a little pool of water on the other side as well, which I think would probably be a good shout. And speaking of water, it's all covered in the water treatment facilities we have over here. So it'll be the right temperature and it will be clean, which is, you know, ideal. There we go. That's 1,428 meters squared of water. And how much land? Oh, I've got it here. 1,347. So with the deep water, it's more. But 1,347 square meters of water and 1,224 square meters of land. I mean, realistically, given that we gave them extra space, we could give them even less land and more water. I'm wondering whether that would be more ethical. I think it might be. So what I'm going to do is, yeah, I'm going to take this out. I'm going to smooth these areas out, and I think I'll give them a little bit more of the water than the land. But I'm mindful that if we add trees in and stuff, they are going to lose land area. So I don't want to go too heavy on that side. Cool. Okay, I don't know why it's long grass everywhere as well. It's so funny. I think I've got it selected on the painting. Yeah, it's that instead of auto paint. That's fine. We just got long grass everywhere. We're going to change that now. So these guys have a pretty reasonable area here, I think. That's a pretty good boundary for them. Now, let's actually get our Gharials into quarantine. And maybe there's another female available now because it's been a little bit of time. Have we got any more females? That's a decent female. I think that's a bit of a better female. There's another one here. It's better again. Right, we're going to get this one. And then we can send our 4 Gharial into the quarantine. That's all the way over there. Could probably do with another quarantine on this side. I did talk about maybe putting one in. But they can go through quarantine. If we hit play, they can check them for any injuries or bumps and scrapes before we put them in the habitat. I think this is going to be really cool, and I like that the guests have some proper viewing of the Gharial here. We're also going to have to upgrade this because I'm not going to leave wooden barriers next to a fall into the water with a bunch of Gharial in it. Oh no, one of our Dama Gazelle is about to pass away from old age. Oh, there, the water looks good now. Okay, cool. Let's have a look at them, the poor thing. We are starting to lose our earlier animals. They're very majestic creatures, aren't they, the Dama Gazelle? Oh, there's one right there. Oh no. Oh, not in front of the baby. No! Okay, well, we shall call Lily Scott. And call the vet for them. 14 years old. Please don't say you were their baby. Where's your stud book? Parents. Oof. Okay, all good. Although any child of Kevin's is not really well, are they? You know. Right, I'm going to call the keeper. I don't think any amount of trauma is going to change them. Right, let's put some barriers in. We just need them to be level 1. Like, we could actually just use this fence here, I think. That wouldn't be a bad shout, because it's very thin slats. And I do like this little fence. So I'm going to put that in around, because they're from the same region. I believe that's Indonesian. And they're from India, Bangladesh, and Nepal. Given we don't have much in the way of Asian decoration pieces, let's use them. And it looks like they've all passed quarantine. That's good as well. If we look for fence, there it is. Okay. Now I'm going to turn off random rotation because that's going to get very annoying very quickly. And then we can just make it so that it basically aligns along here. I don't think we need to do much to it because it's the same as the red crown crane where it kind of just distracts at a certain point. I think if we use the wooden logs, that would be cool because we can use them as supports as well for this bridge. And yeah, I think I'm just going to put in the fence around the side and then we can look at supporting the bridge and putting the stumps in after. Okay, that is in. Let's add in the logs. There we go. We've got some supporting beams. The bridge looks a lot more realistic now, and we should probably do the same down here, or at least sort this out a little bit. And I think what would make a lot of sense, because you wouldn't just have this wall of dirt here. That would just collapse in. We're going to need some kind of retaining wall in here. And as far as options for construction material, I think actually these wooden posts would be pretty cool. And realistically, they'd probably be up this way. As much as that is just going to be a lot of logs, I think I'd rather go for what would be a bit more realistic in this instance. Okay, there we go. That is a complete bridge. And they can actually go in here. It's all watered up. Let's put them in. Oh, I can't wait to get these guys in here. They're all past quarantine, so let's move them over into Habitat 38, soon to be renamed to Gharial. I'm excited for these guys. And we've just passed our Binturong education rating. We've got it to 11%. We only needed 8, so that's good. And yeah, we've got that alert. We can move them over. And I think we look at getting some enrichment for them. To be fair, we don't really have very much. I'm going to look at all enrichment, not just food. We've got a bit. So we can give them a mud bath. I wanted to give them more of a dedicated land area on one side because I thought they'd have something that was a bit more land-based. So let's give them that. And then the frozen pumpkin they could have here. That would be awesome to watch them eat that. Can you imagine? Like right there. And, oh, there's a diseased animal discovered. Oh my goodness, no. Okay, let's assign you and quarantine you. How are you sick? Is the water not good? Why can't I select the water? No, the water is clean. You need to just clean up their poop a bit quicker, I think. I'm about to have another baby crane. Soon, I guess. They're still asleep right now. Offspring imminent. Oh, they've woken up. They've woken up. Okay. All right. We can watch you have a baby. Come on. You can do it. We can see the other babies swimming back there as well. Just have a little wander around and then, oh, this could be it. You're going on one leg. There they are. They're here. Their little face. It's really hard to select them because they're in the reeds. There we go. Welcome to the world, little one. Aww. They're really nice color. They're like sandy browns. Very cool. What is happening here? Everything, power source has failed. Ah, that one. Okay, yeah, fair. Let's request the mechanic. Maybe put that to 9 months. And let our mechanics get on it. And it looks like our Gharial are here. Oh my goodness, look at them. That is awesome. And terrifying. Look at them. I think, aren't the males really small? Yeah, I think this is a male here. Oh, the females are really small and the males are massive. That's it. There's like a massive, I knew there was like a massive size disparity between them. Straight in the water as well. Loving it. Yeah, they're swimming along the top. Wow, they are actually crazy different in size though. The males are massive. My goodness. And yeah, it's not in any work zones. We need to add that in, to be fair. We've finished... Oh, we haven't finished the research on any of them. I think I'm going to take the researcher off of the disease, though, and put them on the Gharial. Just because it'd be good to get some research done on these guys. And then, yeah, let's put them in the work zones before we forget. This is going in the Asia work zone. And then everything required is going to go in maintenance 3. Which I think is just the barrier, which is literally just the barrier gates that the mechanic needs to maintain. So it should be fairly easy. We've also got our inspector here. They're about to leave. They're just looking at the Amur Leopard, the female habitat. In here, look at the little carb. Having a little snack. Eating it all up. So adorable. Right, well, we haven't actually given these guys much in the way of enrichment. So let's add in a prey-scented snack. Ooh, no, let's put a rubbing pad in the middle. Got to put something in the middle, don't we? And we could put a sprinkler in the middle too. Maybe put a sprinkler there. And the prey-scented snack can go at the back over here to give them something to do over there. And then I think, really, other than that, they don't need much more. Let's put in... they haven't got much in the way of... Well, they've got one food there. Let's put a block of frozen fish over here to kind of mirror the blood pumpkin. And then a couple of underwater fish feeders. So we want one of them really like here. We can dispense the fish. I'm going to put it just underground here. Just in front of this so we know where it is. Because I don't really like the look of them. But then it will still dispense. And it's accessible. And it's obviously deep enough. So that's good. And let's put another one on this side. So they've got a bit of a choice. That one's just in the middle of the water there. We'll never see that again. Now, the water, we could customize it and change it. I think you can you can't really see that well, can you? Everglade. We could make it more interesting. Tropical is actually not bad. Crystal. But we could make it tropical water because I believe they're from a tropical environment. So let's make it tropical water because you can actually see in. Oh my goodness, I forgot about this. You can make it like toxic. Cosmic cow. Gulpy. Oh, sometimes we get coffee. Oh, it doesn't look like coffee though, does it? Pip shot is vibrant. Make it just juice. Oh, midnight's cool. Oh, that's like the Halloween one. Oh yeah, very cool. Now let's make it tropical because that seems good. You can actually see them in there. And what are you guys feeling about this place? There's too much long grass. You want more sand. Easily arranged. Don't worry. Let's quickly 180 this grass into sand. Okay, so it's kind of like a sandy, rocky environment we've given them here. Hopefully they like that. They don't have any trees, and I think they do like the old trees. So probably we should give them some nice trees in here. And as we're going for like a rocky, sandy area, I think we should look at the tropical and aquatic trees that are found in Asia for this build. But obviously not all of these trees are going to be able to be grown in the North American temperate climate where we are. So let's have a look at what we want to put in here. So this is the list of trees in the game that are tropical or aquatic and found in Asia. And of this list of trees, these are the subset of those trees that are found in the actual environments where these guys live, which I'm going to say is the sandy riverbanks of North India. And of this subset of trees, this is the list of trees that could feasibly be grown in a North American temperate climate where we are with this zoo. So this is the list of trees we're going to be using for this habitat. So let's get planting. Okay, I feel like that is pretty good for them. They're well into their coverage, and it's like massively brought the habitat to life. I also used the basket ferns like along the bridge, and I'm so happy I did because I really like the effect of that. Now, this habitat isn't fully functional. Whilst it is meeting all of their needs, like they should be super happy. We've got everything that they need. We're going to need a little bit more if we want to make some money from it. We're going to need some donation bins. So let's put in some bins. And actually, we've already got our colored ones. So I'm just going to duplicate them over. We've got one here, I think. Oh, yeah, there's one there as well. Okay, we have put that in. Right, let's put a few donation bins in so our guests are actually able to donate. Because that wouldn't be great if they couldn't donate, would it? Let's put some in at each point. point, basically. I think it makes sense to have them like that. I think the spacing on this is good as well. I don't think they need to be too, like, they can be reasonably spaced out. They don't have to be too close together. And then I do want to put some normal benches and bins in as well. So let's add a few of those in, just so our guests can sit down if they're finding it a little bit too hard. The climbing and everything, because there's quite a few elevations around here. Or if they're just tired from their general stay. Maybe they've been here quite a while and they need to sit down. Okay, and we're gonna need some education because there's currently nothing. I'm gonna use the little ones on a stand for these. I'm just thinking about power, actually. I don't think we've got much over here. Yeah, there's not much in the way of power over here. So, oh, is this still broken? Can they not access it or something? I don't know if it's to do with how we've set up this path, but it should be connected. Oh, there's some guests stuck down here. How have you gotten here? It's so annoying that it doesn't seem to recognize it. Here, I'm going to make this section of staff path as well, and then hopefully they won't get stuck. And which work zone is this in? Is this in work zone 3? Ah, it's not in a work zone. That's why it's not getting serviced. Because none of them are able to do it. Okay, well, let's just fix that. Now, who's going to work on it? So actually a year is probably fine. We put the thing down. Let's locate the mechanic, and let's just move you manually. Please fix it. And then we can get power back. Right, so if that is up and running, that's not really going to hit this area, but this solar panel will. So let's put in some education on this side. This is within reach, although maybe we could just shuffle it in a little bit so it's more within the radius of the power source. And then I'm also going to turn random rotation off because that's going to be super annoying. Let's put in some education for these guys. Okay, and as far as educators, I'm trying to think. Our last habitat, Binturongs, I think we put them on a new one, didn't we? So they've got March. So let's leave 3 months again. So if we've got March, then April and May, we're not going to do anything. These guys can be June, and the educators can do this. And let's put this into the work zone as well. Oh, I accidentally clicked on vet research, and we've completed it for the Binturong. That's amazing. I'm going to leave that vet just to go around and actually do the vet jobs, because I don't want our animals to get sick because we haven't been keeping up to date with that stuff. Now let's put this in mechanic 3 so the mechanic can maintain it, and then let's put it in the Asia work zone so our educators can actually do all this stuff. And I'll throw the solar panels in there as well. Why not? Because it's just everything in this zone, isn't it? This zone is getting pretty big as well. Maybe we should get like a keeper hut, a quarantine building, and a staff building like over here, just so that they've got a bit more access to everything. Ooh, these are not looking good. How are our mechanics doing? They say that they're all good. I mean, I'm just going to train up everyone. Are they not in the work zone? No, they are. Okay. You're not doing a great job, are you, if everything's broken all the time? It's just not 100% broken. I'm going to put them on 9-month maintenance if they're not getting done. And let's request a mechanic for them. They can come fix them. But that looks pretty cool. The guests can actually come down here as well and see this underwater, which looks awesome. And then if they want, they can walk over the bridge and they can see them from above. Like, look, that one's using the mud pit. That's awesome. Now the Gharials are in here and they're looking pretty happy. Let's learn a little bit more about them. Gharials are a critically endangered species of crocodile native to the rivers of the Indian subcontinent. They have long, thin jaws adapted for eating fish and are almost entirely aquatic. Unlike other crocodiles, they have weak legs and are poor movers on land, but they are extremely agile in deep water due to their long, flattened, muscular tail. Males have a distinctive bulbous swelling on the end of their nose, which is used to make sounds that attract females and intimidate other males during the mating season. Gharials are actually named after this growth that the males have on their snout, which resembles an Indian pot called a gara. Gharials are the only crocodile species that show sexual dimorphism, where the male looks different to the female due to their distinctive nose bulb, as well as their size. Gharials lay the largest eggs of any crocodile species, and despite their appearance, they're not aggressive. Their long, thin jaws are ill-suited for attacking large animals. They really just like the fish. Gharials' snouts contain sensory cells that detect vibrations in the water, making them excellent fish hunters. And while Gharials may live in close contact with each other, as well as compete for sandy riverbanks to use as basking sites, they're not actually social animals. Despite this, they're unlikely to fight, although competing males may buzz at each other in intimidation using their snout bulbs. During the breeding season, many females live in close proximity as they guard the eggs that they've laid in the sandbanks. And during the breeding season, both the male and female Gharials pursue each other until they decide on a mate that they're happy with. The males will mate with as many females as possible, but the females will select only one male. Once a partnership has been decided, the male fertilizes the female's eggs before she then lays them, and she buries 30 to 50 of them in a sandy riverbank. The mother and her eggs will be guarded from rival males by the father. After 3 months, the eggs will hatch and the mother will take over, protecting her young Gharials for a few days until they're able to fend for themselves. And unfortunately, the Gharial is critically endangered, with recent estimations stating that there are just 200 left in the wild. The dwindling population is now restricted to just 4 stretches of river in Nepal and North India. Their collapse in numbers has been caused by the increase in river pollution, reducing the amount of fish in the water, as well as by sand mining destroying the sandbanks that are essential for their egg-laying females. Thankfully, captive breeding programs such as this have released many young Gharials back into the wild in an attempt to increase the population and prevent the species from extinction. But with such low population estimates, they are really at risk and they desperately need our help. Look at these Gharial in here. Aren't they so cool? They're so interesting. Look at them swimming underwater. Oh, look, they're going to swim into each other as well. There we go. Little collision. They're very cool. I absolutely love this habitat. It doesn't really have anyone in it, though. That is a massive problem. So I think what we're going to do, it's about time. Let's add another entrance over here, and then we can really spread the guests throughout the zoo, because look at that. It's kind of becoming a problem. So I think what we're going to do is we're going to duplicate both of these, and we can literally just copy the building over. I wonder if I can copy it with the gates as well, because that would be ideal. Oh, I can. Perfect. And it looks like by selecting this, we've also selected the guest spawners inside. So let's grab these. Can we duplicate them? No, I think I might have to duplicate each one individually, but that's okay. Let's build ourselves the guest entrance gates and go from there. So if we build these over here in facilities, it'll be a guest facility, I believe. And if we turn the blueprints off, it's going to get rid of most of these options, and then we should be able to see it very easily. Now they're down here, the zoo entrance. Let's put 2 of them in here. I wonder how we actually want them to go, though, because we kind of want them to be symmetrical. It might actually be better to copy this across first, because then it's going to give me the guideline of where to put everything. So let's copy this and line it up with our path. And now we can duplicate the spawners and the gates together and put them over here so that they line up, basically. Okay, that's in. The path is pretty much there, so that's not too bad. I'm just going to check what we did with the pathing here. Oh, it just has a little bit of weird rope, but that's fine. Okay. That's not the worst. We could change all this to be the same, to be fair. Ah, it won't let us edit off the map, will it? But that's okay. Yeah, there's just a little bit of rope there, but there's not really much you can do about that. We could put a log in there or something. But I'm not too fussed about it. It's just a bit of an annoying snapping thing. And the main thing is it's in now, so that works. And there's already so many more people over here. That's perfect. Exactly what we wanted. We've got another entrance to our zoo. Over time, basically, now our guests will leave and be able to come in through here as well. And they'll space out a lot better across the zoo, which is which is what we want. And I also think we're just going to copy everything from this solar panel and attach it to our other solar panel we've just built over here. Just so it's got a bit more interesting decoration. Okay, that looks much better. And that fits in with the Asia section over here. Right, have we got any challenge rewards? We do. Adopt and place 4 different exhibit species. Let's claim that. Nice. Bit of extra cash. Look at all these people. I just can't believe how many people are coming through. That's amazing. I'm just thinking as well, it'd be good to link this to our guest facilities over this way. So I'm going to add in a little section over here. I'm going to put the railing back on the ground path so that the kids can't just run away. We've got a bit of a barrier for them. And I think we can just build this out this way and link it up to our guest facilities on the other side, because these are right here. So if we do a little bit of editing here, I think we can get this to work. That seems good. That's connected up now as well. And if we put some meadow in as well, some meadow buttercups, we can, I'm going to put this on random rotation as well to make it a bit easier. We can kind of nature up this area a little bit. And then we do just need to connect up this path. So I'd like to use a staff path if possible and just connect this down. That seems good. It's nice and connected up there. There's a gradual slope and they can still access it absolutely fine. But we've now connected up the guest area here, so there's a bit more space for them to go. Just need to move these benches out of the way because these people are now blocking the whole path. Okay, if I exit that group, I should be able to do that. And this is much better connected now, so there's not too much of a gap in guest facilities. I do wonder whether we add some more in, but we're not going to do that right now. Like, it could maybe have a couple near the other entrance / exit. But really, I think in this section we need another keeper hut and another staff room. I don't think we're going to bother with another quarantine, because if we were going to make the zoo like much bigger, then I probably would. If we were going to go out like this way and do all this section, I'd be like, yeah, let's put another one here. But we've got one here, and it's kind of centrally located. It's a bit to the left, but ideally it would be around here. That's not far off, and it's not that much of a walk for our animals to go through it, because really, you rarely use the quarantine. It's only if you get a disease outbreak or when the animal first comes into the zoo. So I don't think it's that big a deal to not have it. With our power as well, we could add a couple more education boards over here. Just need to turn off random rotation and then we should be able to duplicate these across. And have a couple more in here. There we go. That's good. And they're using the underwater bit as well. That's so cool. They're actually trying to see in. Oh yeah, you can see one there. There we go. You can see them swimming around. Let's put a small keeper hut and a staff room in this area here, because there's a good space for it here. So staff facilities, I'm just going to put a small keeper hut in, because I don't think it needs much. And the same with a small staff area, although I think the large keeper hut is the same area. like in depth as the small staff room. So maybe I will just put in a large keeper hut and not worry about it. What negative impact does this have? I don't know why a staff room would have a negative impact on guests. They just don't want the staff to be able to rest, you know? It's unreasonable to see that. But they don't mind looking at a keeper hut as much. But a staff room, ugh. It is an odd decision with how they've set that up. Right, I'm going to move these benches out of the way. Just so they can actually use the buildings. And then we can decorate them up so they look a bit more interesting. And in keeping with this theme we've got over here. And probably the best thing for that is to keep with the bamboo. We've got them over here. I'm going to duplicate this kind of style, I think, over. So using bamboo and then the Indonesian roof pieces and the wooden logs. Because that way we keep it as sustainable as possible as well. And we're kind of using as many pieces from Asia as possible to stay in the Asian theme. There we go. Look at that. That looks okay. I quite like that. So we've got our keeper hut and our staff room in here. We do need to add it into a work zone. So if I go staff work zones, I'm going to throw this on the Asia zone and then also into maintenance 3. Because then our mechanics can use it as well if they're in this area. They can use the staff room. Oh, we also need to put these in to maintenance 3 and probably the Asia zone as well. I don't think they need to be in the Asia zone, but for the sake of completion, we might as well just throw them in. And then everyone should be able to reach everything. What are our guests thinking right now? If we look at our guests, they're thirsty, they're hungry. Other than that, they like it and the ticket price is good. Okay, well maybe the ticket price, to be honest, the ticket price could stay at 50. We're earning a lot of money. Like, I don't think that we need it. Let's let them in and let them enjoy themselves and think it's a nice zoo. I don't know why our average guest needs it like that when our star rating is almost 5 stars. You should be pretty happy about everything, I think. You got a lot of stuff in here. There's toilets right there, and then they've got all loads of facilities here. I think that's pretty good. And it looks like we've got another challenge completed. Education. Increase the Gharial education rating to 4%, and we've done 10. That's pretty good. Okay. Well, let's get started on the next habitat of this zoo, and that's gonna be for the Monarch butterfly and the Malabar rose butterfly. And these guys are actually, they get interspecies enrichment from being in the same habitat with these guys. So we can mix them up, and they're both endangered. So there's actually only 2. If we filter by exhibit, any continent, and then extinct in the wild, critically endangered, or endangered, you can see there's actually only 2 butterfly species there. I wonder if we select vulnerable as well. Do we get any more? No, I think that's it. Okay, so they're the only ones we can get. So there's 2 species there, though. Malabar rose and Monarch, both of which are endangered. And what I'm thinking of doing is instead of building them like a little butterfly house to walk through that's like inside, let's build them a habitat they'd be happy with outside. Because I believe they both live in... So this one lives in a tropical environment, and this one lives in temperate or tropical. So as long as we make it warm and give them the right trees and stuff, I think they should be fine. And we can definitely do that because we can support a tropical environment with some heaters here and there. I think this is doable. It may be ambitious or naive, but I think we can do this. And I'd love to make a big biodiverse habitat area on this side to have like a beautiful backdrop for this area. So I think what we'll do is we'll dot a few of these exhibits around the area, let the guests walk through on a small path. We can have like a four meter path that runs all the way through this area, and it can like wind round and stuff. And then it can go through different butterfly exhibits, but we'll turn off all of the walls and everything. So they're not going to be able to see it. And it's as if the butterflies are just outside. What facility is having a negative impact? How? Why are you there? Oh. Okay. This is supposed to be a staff path, I think. Why would you even stand there? There we go. That's resolved. Now you're not going to do it. Okay, so let's put in a couple of these exhibits. So if we go on animal exhibits, we want the walkthrough exhibits here. And then we probably want to... They're quite large. I think we're going to want a few in. I mean, this is a really good spot for one. So let's put one here. And then maybe we do have one at like this angle. And maybe a third one up here. Like here. I think that's probably good. And then we can connect them all up with a small path that's 4 meters. Okay, I feel like that is a lot of pathing there that we've just wound around. And that's pretty good. That's kind of what I wanted. I wanted it to be a bit organic. And none of these are too steep. Like, I've tried to keep the ramps really, like, low down as far as slopes. And obviously, they're not going to look like this. We're going to put in some supporting beams and stuff as well. I think we'll use the wooden logs for that because it looks quite nice. And most of it is on the ground, though. So I think I'm going to add in the wooden logs now, and then we can really see what this path is going to look like. Okay, I think that is all of the wooden supports we need. So we've done a pretty reasonable job there. I think let's actually get the butterflies in here and see what they look like when we get them in. So if we go on exhibit trading this time, we're going to search by the Monarch butterfly. And we've got quite a few in here. Wow, okay. So let's look at them in the Zoopedia and see what group sizes they live in. 1 to 90. Okay. Well, we can pretty much do whatever then, can't we? And they do actually live in North America, so they should be pretty happy in the current climate that we're in. However, the marble rose live in Sri Lanka, so I think that's the kind of habitat we're gonna have to emulate here. If they live together and they're found worldwide, yeah, so the monarch butterflies can really live anywhere, but the marble rose are a bit more interesting, a bit more difficult to house, I guess. They only live in Sri Lanka, so they're still fitting in the Asia zone as well, and we're gonna need 1 to 90 of them as well. Maybe let's just get like 10 of each for each of these. And that's probably good enough, honestly. Let's grab these. So 1 female, 2 females. I didn't actually check whether they're monogamous or anything, but I don't think they are. Yeah, polygynous. I don't think any of the butterflies really are. Yeah, okay, fair enough. Promiscuous and polygynous. So they have 1 mating event per lifetime. They're not that difficult, both of them. Yeah, okay. We've got 2 female monarch butterflies. What I'm actually going to do is I should have done this before. I'm going to empty our exhibit trading. I'm going to sell everyone else, because these are all the babies that we're selling to other zoos. 2 females of the monarch butterflies. Let's get some more. Okay, that is a few of them. So that's 1, 2, 3, 4 males and 5 females. And they're kind of differing quality, but when you're getting this many, I don't think that's crazy. Let's, just to start us off, let's put a couple of pairs in each habitat and see if we can go from there. So we'll have 4 in here. And then let's grab you guys and put you in here. And then we can wait and see if we can get any more. Now, what kind of climate do you like? Let's pause the game. They're happy with 21 to 30. And... oh, they don't have humidity, they just have temperature. Oh, so they're actually happy exactly how they are. Perfect. Except they need power. So let's make sure these have power. That's very important. Oh, that really should with this building here. That's kind of annoying. It's just between power sources, but it's fine. It can have its own dedicated spot. We've got one here. Let's put a solar panel right there. And then let's add another one up the top here. And these can all go into the work zone. So let's add everything in. Work zone. Asia zone is going to get all of these. And then I think that's gone in, even though there's nothing in it. And then maintenance is going to get all of them as well. Okay, and it's super easy because what we can do with the sides is we can customize them and just put none on everything. There we go. I had to put one of the monarch butterflies in here just to get that. And we don't want to have mulch floor. We'll just have none for the floor as well. It doesn't seem to be showing up in these, but it is on there. So I'm going to just select none. I don't know why their one isn't showing as mulch, but we don't want it anyway. And if I hit play, we can see if any more come in. But we don't just need the monarch butterflies. We also need the Malabar rose, and these guys, there's a few here. Let's just grab all of them. And we can kind of go between. I mean, they are going to breed, and that's the whole point. So as long as we can get a breeding pair at least into each one, that's perfect. But I'm sure we'll do at least that as we go on. Let's put you in there. You in there. And then just the male in here. And again, let's check out what they feel about that. 21 to 30. They both seem happy. And now if we click on the animals, we can select which species, and they should be getting their enrichment from being together. I don't know where that comes out, actually. But they're 100% social group. They just want better layouts and stuff, yeah, because we haven't unlocked anything for them. So actually, let's get our vets on that right now. Our vet research, they must be done with what we left them on. Oh, they haven't finished on the Gharial. Okay, well, I'll leave one of them to research. Although the Gharial's got a lot of stuff by now. I think, seeing as they're halfway, let's get some stuff for these guys. Because if they don't have any research, then they have really bad enrichment. Whereas the Gharial's actually very happy. They just don't have food level 3. Oh, and they do. Oh, wow, it's just extra toys and breeding stuff that we would unlock. Okay, cool. Well, let's put them on food level 3. That is definitely the most ethical thing for us to do right now. Just put them on food level 3, along with everyone else that's not already. And then we'll research them later when we can. But they're not a priority. The butterfly should be our priority. And they're already in here. I can't really see them. They're very small, aren't they? When there's oh, there they are. There they are. You can see them. The Monarch butterflies are there. And there should be a couple of the other ones somewhere. Oh, yeah. You can see one on the side here. It's so hard to show you without jumping the camera around. But you can see both types right there. There we go. That's pretty cool. And it looks like a few more Monarchs have come out. So let's get all of these. And let's check the other ones. Malabar Rose. Yeah, there's another female. So let's send these in. I believe there's only one male in here for the Malabar Rose. So that's actually a breeding pair now. And then the Monarch. Oh, we got one female. But that's okay. We can have 2 more females and a male in here. We'll try and get another couple of males if we can. And we also need to put in some donation bins and some regular bins and preferably some education. So I think before we get too crazy adding in any of the nature around them, let's do that now. And that way we know that it's in there. And they don't actually use those habitat education boards. They use the small exhibit education boards like this. And we can put them on the path so they don't interfere with anything else. And I'm actually going to grab the one from the spectacled flying fox because we changed the colors on this. So I want to use the same color scheme all the way on the other side of our zoo over here. So it keeps nice and, you know, in keeping. Let's delete these. And then we can have 2 of them right next to each other, I think, because they should like match into each other quite well. That seems good. And now we can duplicate the set of them and have a few of them. And we want to make sure we're painting long grass everywhere. Otherwise you can see the outline of this. But that hides it nicely. There we go. That should be quite a lot of education there. Cool. Now we can also add in an educational speaker. And I think I'm going to do this on the back of one of them for each one. Oh, we're going to need 2, aren't we, to talk about them. In fact, in that case, let's put them on the ends. Then we can see what kind of range they can do. If we like alternate them on the furthest away. As long as we put them on the edges of them, and I may even just sink them all the way in, because I do think they're quite ugly. I think I'm going to sink them all the way in. And as long as they're on the edges, we can have them on like range 7, and they're absolutely fine. There we go. Nice. And it does make sense to put in an education talk for both of these. So we need to put it inside. It's just going to be a little bit clustered, but let's put one education talk in each area. So, and they can handle them, which is pretty cool. So let's put one there. I need to actually check what thing our Gharial are on. They're on June. What month? So June, we want to leave 3 months really. So then we'll have July and August, and then this one will take place in September. And then the other one for the Monarch butterfly can come in here, and that can be October, November. This one can be in December. And I think that should work, because I believe the other one starts in March, so then it's like a full loop. Now we just need to add these into our work zones as well before we forget. So the Asia zone and the maintenance 3. And I'm also going to do is just duplicate this decoration for the solar panels we've put in. There we go. They look a lot better. And let's see if we've done any of the vet research yet. Okay, we've done the first one. Does that unlock us anything? Yes, we got our first exhibit enrichment. So we are going to do these. I don't want to do it too gradually, but we've unlocked enrichment level 1, and I assume they all have the same, so it doesn't really matter. As far as the layout stuff, like, they will get the same stuff. Let's just add everything in to all of them, and then they should be good. We can also move the vet to make this research go a little bit quicker. We'll pick them up and put them near the research building, which I think is over here. That's where you want to go, right? Yeah, okay. Just save them a bit of time. And there's some more butterflies, so let's get them. We've got 4 more Malabar, and what about the Monarch? We've got 2 more females. Oh my goodness. Lots of females and enough males of these guys. I'm going to add another female to each of these for the Monarch butterflies. I mean, they will have babies that are boys, and then it'll be much easier. And let's remove the filter on here. We've had loads of spectacle flying fox babies. Let's put a female and a male up here. And then another female into each of these, probably. And I'm going to call this Butterfly 1. Because there's no point naming them. Like, as long as we know what they are. Butterfly 2, and then this one is going to be Butterfly 3. And crucially, we also need donation bins, so we can get some money in for these guys. I'm going to put a donation bin probably like kind of opposite where the education talk is. And it looks like they're doing them as well, the education talk. So we probably only need 1 donation bin in each one. And then I do want to put some general bins just around the area, because otherwise it's going to get covered in litter, unfortunately. There we go. That's a lot more bins. And then we do want to put some benches in, because this is a long way to go. Got a nice set of benches along here to look out over what's going to be a beautiful lake when we're finished with it. There we go. I think that's good for benches. That's a lot of benches and a lot of bins and everything. I think we're pretty good. Oh no, we've got a disease. Okay, let's call this for quarantine. Call you for quarantine as well. And let's clean out their habitat just to make sure. Looks like the vets just arrived too. We're going to quarantine them as soon as possible and get them treated. And let's also call the keeper over here. Oh no. Oh, they're all getting disease. The birds, they're passing it through them. Does happen occasionally. Let's just quarantine everyone that gets sick. And basically, they'll take them to quarantine, and then they'll see that they're sick in quarantine, and they'll take them straight to the vet surgery when there's space, which is why you want to do it that way. Keeper's been called here as well, so please clean up. Look at you guys and your little babies. They're so cute. Alright, I think it's time to put some trees in here and get this place looking a lot more lively. This is the list of all of the tropical plants that can be found in Asia in the game. And of this list, not all of the plants can reasonably be found in Sri Lanka, which is the tropical environment we're trying to emulate in this habitat. So this subset of plants are actually found in Sri Lanka in the tropical environment that we're trying to emulate. And of that list of trees, not all of those would reasonably be able to be grown here because we're in North America in a temperate climate. So not all of the trees would survive in this climate. And this is the subset of trees that could feasibly be grown here in the current zoo with a little extra TLC. So this is the list of trees I'm going to use for this habitat and make kind of a biodiverse wildlife area because we've been missing one of those. And this is a huge area to give back to the environment. So we're going to do a bunch of wilding, but it's going to double as the butterfly habitat. So let's get planting. Okay, I think that is plenty of nature for these guys. However, I do really want to have a nice lake here, and none of the plants from the Sri Lanka environment would have been able to grow here. But seeing as the butterflies aren't actually using the water, I think it's fine just to put some North American stuff. Like, we can get some, I think, cattail reeds, temperate North America. I'm just going to filter by temperate North America and see what we get, and maybe just put some reeds and some lilies in or something like that. Yeah, let's get some cattail reeds and some water lilies in. I think that'd be good. Okay, that just looks a little bit better. Just a little bit of interest over there. And I think this area is really shaped up. I actually really love it. And look how in nature it feels when you walk through. You just feel like you're completely immersed. That's awesome. Okay, let's see what research we've got done as well. Because they've probably done a little bit while we've been doing that. Oh, they've just got the Monarch level 1. Fair enough. We were paused for most of that. So when they do get the level 2s, we can start actually getting more layouts in here, but we've got enough that they're fairly happy, I think. Let's see what they're saying. Yeah, exhibit, they're 75% happy. They're on 60% of the layout, but everything else is perfect for them. And we could just say we put some heaters in. I don't even know if it's really worth us. Well, we might as well. Let's add some heaters into certain areas, and then we know that, like, they're completely suitable for these guys. So if we put them on 21, I think that's what they want the temperature to be. Go climate 21 degrees to 30. Maybe we should make them more like 23. If it's 21, actually, let's make it 25. That's what they'd want, isn't it? So let's make everything 25. And we'll just add a few heaters at 25 degrees. Just, you know, strategically around the place to bring the temperature up. Okay, it's hard to tell because it's actually 26 degrees anyway right now, but I'm pretty sure that'll be good in the winter. It should give them enough temperature, and also the trees and stuff as well. Like, we want this area to be quite well heated. So that's what we're going with. Now, we've also got one of these. We've adopted and placed 5 different exhibit species, so we smashed the target of 4 there. And we're expecting Binturong offspring. Oh my goodness, they've just mated, and we've just got a baby. Ah! Nice. That's brilliant. Let's have another check for butterflies. Yeah, we've got loads. Okay, let's get all of these monarch butterflies and put them all in, I think. And we'll do the same with the others as well. There we go. I've just sold all the others as well, and we've distributed these out, so there should be plenty flying around. You just can't see them super well because they're so tiny, but for the guests, like, they're definitely here. Look at them. There they are. Aren't they beautiful? Look at them. And they seem to be nicely in here, so I think let's learn a little bit about both of these beautiful butterfly species. The monarch is a butterfly found in a wide range worldwide, but is most commonly seen in North and South America. They have a wingspan of 8.9 to 10.2 centimeters and weigh approximately 0.5 grams. They weigh half a gram. Its wings are orange-red with prominent black veins, lined with thick black edges and white spots. And their legs and antennae are black, and their body is black with white spots. Monarch caterpillars have a plump body covered with yellow, black, and white stripes, so you definitely see them. Some populations of monarch butterflies are migratory and will migrate over 4,800 kilometers from Canada and northern USA to Mexico. It may take 4 generations of butterflies to complete this round trip. How amazing is that? During the migration of the monarch butterfly, thousands of the butterflies will cluster together to create the ideal temperature for themselves. And when male monarch butterflies attempt to court and mate with females, 30% of the time they will accidentally grab a male and attempt to mate with him instead. Monarch butterfly caterpillars feed on poisonous milkweed, which makes them toxic to predators. The orange-red color of the adult is thought to signal danger for this reason. And during the caterpillar stage, a monarch caterpillar will eat 200 times its body weight in milkweed. So they're really trying to pack the poison in. Non-migratory monarch butterflies are solitary for most of the year, while those who do migrate will cluster in massive swarms of up to 10,000 individuals. A female monarch that's ready to mate will release pheromones to attract males. She will be pursued by a male in the air who will attempt to pull her to the ground. If he succeeds, they engage in a courtship ritual, during which he produces a spermatophore and presents it to the female. She may choose to fertilize her eggs with it or feed on it for nutrients, which is hilarious. As she is more likely to accept one of the later spermatophores presented to her, males generally attempt to mate as close to dusk as possible in order to maximize their chances of reproductive success. Once her eggs are fertilized, the female finds milkweed plants on which to lay her eggs one by one, up to 300 in total. 4 days after laying, monarch caterpillars hatch and begin feeding on the milkweed. Following a 2-week feeding period, the caterpillars pupate. And after a 9 to 15 day pupation, the adult monarch butterflies emerge from their chrysales. Depending on the time of year, the adults may begin looking for a mate or a place to hibernate. Breeding generally occurs in the spring months, which are different depending on whether they live in the northern or southern hemisphere. As monarchs die after mating, those who hibernate before may live up to 9 months. The nominate species of the monarch, which migrates across North America each year, is now categorized as endangered, while the global species is considered of least concern. Due to consequences of climate change, habitat loss, and universal use of pesticides, the population of monarch butterflies has declined by 80% in the past 30 years. The monarch commonly overwinters in forests. However, widespread deforestation means that hibernating butterflies are more likely to die of exposure to the elements or predators. Conservation initiatives like ours are encouraging habitat protection in Mexico to mitigate this issue. But as it stands, this nominate subspecies of the monarch butterfly is endangered, and we should really be doing more to help them out. The Malabar rose butterfly is also known as the Ceylon rose or Sri Lankan rose. It's a swallowtail butterfly native to the rainforest of southwestern Sri Lanka and has white wings with black rims and veins and red accents on the edge of the hind wing cells. Like many swallowtail butterflies, it has tails extending from the hind wings. The body of the butterfly is black with red stripes around the abdomen. Males and females look similar, though the female's forewings are slightly larger with more visible patterns. The wingspan of the Malabar rose butterfly is 9 to 13 centimeters, and caterpillars of the species are black with red antennae, except for one white segment in the middle of the body. The Malabar rose was considered a subspecies of the crimson rose, which is a related and more widespread butterfly of the same genus. The genus name Pachyoptera is made up from the Greek roots for thick and appearance. The striking bright coloration of the Malabar rose are a form of aposematism, a way of communicating to predators that the individual is toxic or inedible. As caterpillars, the Malabar rose also feeds on toxic plants, which makes it unpalatable to predators. This toxin is retained even in the adult after emergence. And the Malabar rose species was first described in 1853 by British zoologist John Edward Gray. Unfortunately, as an endangered species, the Malabar rose suffers from habitat loss in its already restricted habitat. The dense tropical forests of Sri Lanka are being cut to make space for agricultural land. Additionally, it's sought after by insect collectors and may be targeted by illegal animal trading, so they desperately need our help. It seems like one of our pair, David's deer, has grown up, and we now have 2 adults, so they've just been fighting. That's so bad. Okay, I'm gonna send them to quarantine, and then the vet should treat them in the vet surgery. So our main adult won the fight, but the poor thing, he's been injured. This little bubba here, I think they get like scratches and stuff as well when they've been fighting, if they are injured. But I can't see any on him, so I guess if I can't see anything, he's probably not too badly injured. But anyway, the vet's gonna take him now. We've got the caretaker taking him to quarantine, and then the vet will have a nice look at him in the vet surgery. and make sure he's okay. And then we can probably just release him into the wild. Anyway, though, while they have a look at them, I think we need to continue our zoo this way. We've got this huge space here, and I want to have a nice mixed habitat in the space. And there are 4 lemurs I'd like to put in it. So if we have the ring-tailed lemur in here, you can see if we go on interspecies enrichment, they also want to share their habitat with these other animals here. So we've got the black and white ruffed lemur, which are critically endangered, as well as the ring-tailed lemur that are endangered. And then we've got the red ruffed lemur that are also critically endangered. And we have, oh no, the one I can't pronounce, Coquerel's Sifaka, that are critically endangered as well. I have to look up how to say them. But they're critically endangered. So that's 3 critically endangered species and 1 endangered species that can all share one habitat and be happy together. So that's definitely something we need to be doing. These guys live in groups of 2 to 6. It's up to 5 males and 5 females. They're in matriarchal groups. So there's basically 1 dominant female and you can have a mixed group and the dominant female will decide who mates, I think. They're also neutral with humans, so we don't have to worry too much about them being shy. That's good. Now, the ring-tailed lemurs live in groups of 3 to 30. Wow, okay. And they're also matriarchal, so they live in family groups of up to 30 individuals. And they're also neutral, so again, not too shy. Then we've got the black and white ruffed lemurs, that live in groups of 2 to 16. They're also neutral, and they're matriarchal. I think all lemurs are probably matriarchal, which means it's actually really helpful because they're not going to fight if we have mixed groups of multiple males and multiple females, because the female will just keep everyone in line, basically. And then finally, the red ruffed lemurs are 3 to 30. Matriarchal. So basically it's like a minimum of 3, I think, across the board. Or maybe the first one was 2, but it's pretty much, as long as we've got 3 lemurs of each species, they're absolutely fine. Now let's say we've got 5 adults and 5 babies of these guys. They're going to want 262 meters squared of land and 46 meters squared of climbing. Now for these, we can use, as long as we've got 3 meter wide water that's at least 1 meter deep, they can't get out, which is really interesting. We could consider that for these guys. And the ring-tailed lemurs are exactly the same, as are the black and white ruffed lemur. And then the Coquerel's Sifaka have slightly higher requirements. So they're 345 meters squared and 90 meters squared. It says grade 2 climb proof. So I don't think that they can be separated with water. I think they would be able to get out. They must be able to swim. So we can't just block it off with water, but that's absolutely fine. It's effectively, we need climb-proof walls taller than 3 meters. That's not too difficult to do. And it looks like our deer is done in quarantine, so let's release them into the wild. So our combined habitat barrier requirements were 1,131 square meters of land that these guys need. And they don't need any water, although we're going to put a little bit of water in for them. So if we say maybe we're going to have like 1,250 as a requirement. If we're doing 1,250, because we're trying to make the habitat as ethical as possible, I'm going to double that and give them 2,500 square meters. And that should be plenty of room for them when we put nature in and we put other things that might obstruct their land a little bit. Plus, we need to make sure we give them plenty of climbing enrichment, as they all had a climbing enrichment requirement, but we can get to that when we actually build the climbing enrichment and make sure that there's enough space for them in there. So I think the best way to start is to just lay out the habitat. If we're using the barriers, we want to use the tall habitat gate, and probably we want to put this as close to this edge as possible. So I'm actually going to move our solar panel slightly. I think it's better that we delete this path and put it kind of as close to the path as we can get it. If we remove it from the group, we can put it like here. And then it's much closer and less in the way. And then this can just be moved over it again. And that looks pretty good to me. Now, let's build on the barrier. So if we select the barriers, we can put a wooden habitat gate in. Probably, which area is quicker? This, if the keeper hut is there, either way is fine, actually. So maybe we put the habitat gate further away from where the guests are. And that way it's a bit more out of the way, isn't it? And then I'm going to use null barriers to just mark out the whole habitat here. And for that, I want to have it on multiples of 4 so that we can use the 4 meter grid when we're placing the barrier pieces in here. So I'm just going to lay this out now. Okay, 2,784. That seems good to me. That's probably a good size for them. So let's change this barrier here to just be null, because we want the whole thing to be null barrier, and we're going to build in our own barriers. And I think for this, I want to use something similar to what we've got over here, because all of our lemurs here are from Africa. So I know they're kind of in the wrong place, but I just really wanted to get them in here. And I feel like it can still work quite well, because I have a plan for this habitat that's going to make it a bit special anyway. So it can be a signature habitat on its own. And then next to the butterflies here as well, that are kind of many regions, as well as Asia. They're from multiple regions. So I think it works to have this entrance here before we go into the Asia zone. It's got something a bit different, just like we did at the start over here with like the South America. Had a small little South America zone. So I'm going to use the same kind of style that we had in the Africa area, but it's also very similar to what we've got here with the Indonesian pieces. So I think we can come up with something that looks quite good. Oh my goodness, we just got a spot fine as well for an injured animal. Who's injured? Let's pause it. Is it one of our otters or our tapirs? Oh my goodness, we have a baby tapir that's grown up. We do. Oh no. Okay. So we've got... Who are you related to? Your current mate is them. You have an unknown father. Okay, so that's fine. But they've injured the male because there's 2 females. Okay. And you're the daughter. Okay, okay. So the daughter's grown up. We need to release you into the wild. And then our male tapir is going to need some TLC. Let's take them to the vet. Oh my goodness, I can't believe we've had so many babies. I'm just going to double check our animals here and just make sure we haven't got any grown-up babies. No, I think we're okay. It's quite hard to check, but I think we're okay. I'm pretty sure we're fine with what we have. So they should all be good now. And now we've got this in, let's lay out the barriers for this. So if we're going to use, I think if we want to use unclimbable stuff and we want it to be eco-friendly, really we've got to go with the organics, which is basically going to be the mud pieces that we have here. But that also fits in with the Africa quite well, like the theme for Africa. So I don't think that's too bad. And then we just need to align it so that it's aligned up with our grid here. So if we have that there, what I'm going to do is design 2 pieces. One that is a windowed piece that guests can see through, and one that is a solid piece that we can have around here where guests don't really need to see through it. And then what we can do is we can decorate these up and then duplicate them, and it saves us having to decorate all the pieces individually. So I'm going to do that now. I knew that I wanted lemurs to feature heavily in this design, and these signs are just exactly what I was looking for, so I was super happy with these. And then I did want a thatch roof on this just to make it a bit more interesting from the top. But I didn't really like the look of the eaves on their own because they didn't really hang off the wall pieces in a way that I liked until I decided, oh, why don't we just do like an awning and we can have bamboo support beams. And then I was really happy with what it came up with because it basically gives a bit more shelter to the guests as well. So it's a 2-in-1 design. Okay, I think that's pretty reasonable. We've got a couple of different ones that are like decorated up here. They're thick wall panels. And then we've got a nice window one. And I think it's just a bit more interesting to have some bamboo and thatch roof. So we've gone for a different variant on this. And I like having a bit of shade along the walkway. So I think that's something different we can try with this. Oh, and just as it starts to rain, I guess it's rain cover as well. Now, if we select all of these, we can now just duplicate these where we want them. And I think I'm going to do it so we've got like little viewing areas here. So I'm going to make sure I turn on grid height as well, actually, and duplicate this. And then that should be the same height across the board. Yeah, I think that is. Oh my goodness, it's snowing. I'm going to pause it so we don't get too much snow. And then I'm going to duplicate these across. So I want nice viewing areas in here, though. Okay, I think that's what we're going to have to go with. Annoyingly, because we have to have a solar panel here, which is so annoying. We can't really have the thatched roof with like the border along here, but I think that's fine. And what I'm going to do is just slightly adjust where this seating is because I don't want it to be like blocking the view of the lemurs. So I think we'll have a couple here and then we'll move them. They can probably sit here instead. Like this is a good spot for the benches over here where no actual habitats are. And we could also do with some donation bins. So I'm going to put one in the middle of each of these little viewing areas so that they're nice and convenient for guests to get to. Now, I'm wondering if we've got any issues. We haven't had any animal warnings, which I think means that all of our habitats are prepared for snow, which is awesome. And look how much snow we have. That's beautiful. Look at the whole wetlands area in the snow. That's so cool. I do love the snow. It doesn't snow very long on this map. That's the thing. I mean, it's kind of good for animals because a lot of them don't want it, but it doesn't snow very long, thankfully. I'm going to delete all of these that I used to build this as well. It was just helpful to have them separate so I can duplicate them in. And I think this kind of works. We just need a door here. So if we go into our options here, I think we can very easily add a little door frame in. And that should fit pretty well. And then this is complete. This habitat should work. It's taller than 3 meters and it's climb proof. So let's look at getting our lemurs. Uh-oh, just as I say that, we've got animal welfare issue. Ah, yeah, you're out. You need to just move into the warmth, my friend. Stop climbing on rocks. You're too slow to climb on rocks. Oh my goodness, look how many of them there are. Yeah, it's much warmer over here. We've got all the heaters and stuff here. So actually, let's put you in the piping hot zone over here to warm up. And then I'm sure your welfare will go through the roof. You're just very cold, bless you. There we go. Temperature's going rapidly up. There we are. We can always put another heater in the corner if we need to. But the water itself is warm, so that kind of would heat the area anyway. All right, let's get our animals in here then. If we reset our filters, let's go for a ring-tailed lemur first. Whoa, there's loads of these. And we're probably going to want them from Frontier Zoo. I'm thinking let's get 5. So if we filter by appeal, we're going to want the best ones we can get here, probably these. I don't want to get any leucistic or albino ones because we're going to be breeding them. And really, you want to breed in ones that have a better chance of surviving in the wild. I think this one's got better set of traits. Oh, we should look at their ages, actually. So Zoopedia, these guys live to 16. Okay. Well, they live to 21, but they can breed until 16, actually. So 7 is okay. 7's not bad. We could go with that. 7, 8 years old. That's all good. This one's 6 as well. Just want to make sure we're using good genes where possible. So there's one male here. And this male's also pretty good. They're very fertile, and it's just their size that's a little bit small. But we don't mind them being a little bit small. So let's get a couple of males, and then if we can just filter by female, we can see what females we have. Oh, there aren't any females for these. Right, okay. Well, we'll keep waiting on that then. Let's get the second one then, which is going to be the black and white ruffed lemur. And these, we've got 4 females available. So let's, by appeal, it's going to be these guys. They're actually all the same, 2362. They're just older and younger than each other. That's hilarious. And slightly different makeup of genes though. Okay, well, the one with 0 longevity we're not going to get. I think maybe we get the other 3 females, though, the other ones. And then we just leave the one that's got 0% longevity, because that's not really, that's not really good, is it? And then if we look for the males for the black and white ruffed lemur, we take off female. It's just 1 and it's very expensive, so we'll leave that for now as well. Seeing as the black and white ruffed lemur are happy with a group size of 2, we've got 3 females. Let's put the 3 of them into our quarantine and we can get them into the habitat. Let's send them to quarantine all the way over here. And let's also just check up on what our guests think. So they're pretty happy with it. They just don't like the weather. That's not bad. And the zoo ticket price is good. Yeah, that's fine. I'm happy to leave it where it is, honestly. We're kind of rocking it right now. We've got a 5-star. It's just guest happiness. So I don't want to make it more expensive because that'll take down their happiness. I think this is pretty good. We're doing quite well. And there's a couple of things that are vandalized, but we can easily replace those. This zoo is really shaping up. There's also a male black and white rough lemur that's just come onto the market. So let's grab them as well. And at least then we've got 1 male and 3 females. I'd rather keep the ratio to more like... I wouldn't want 4 females and 1 male. I feel like that's a bit too much. Seeing as there aren't any female ring-tailed lemurs, I think maybe we get another male. And then we've got 3 males and we can get 2 females in here. Ah, there's a female. Just as I say that, females come onto the market. Okay, perfect. Well, let's get these 2. They both seem good. Yeah, let's get both of them. And then we could get the other male here. Oh, no, there's 0% immunity. Yeah, we don't want that. And this one's 17. Maybe we get this one just to have a few more. So we've got 5. We have 3 males and 2 females. Because I believe only one of them's going to mate anyway, so it shouldn't make a massive difference. And there's another male black and white rough lemur, so let's get them as well. And now we should have 5 of each. If we take all the filters off, we've got 3 male ring-tailed lemurs and 2 females. And then we've got our 3 black and white rough lemurs are already in quarantine and our 2 males. Perfect. Well, let's send all of these through quarantine. And then when they're passed, we can put them into the habitat. Oh no, we've got a disease here. And the bird habitat, they're always getting disease. It's because they poo so much and there's so many of them that even though the keeper comes to clean, it's never really enough. Oh my goodness, look at all their food though. Now they've got level 3 food. That's awesome. Well, I've quarantined the one that is sick here. I think they're the only one. So thankfully, we've avoided a massive issue. And they'll basically just go through the vet and then they'll come out the other side and be back in here. So that's what we want. Speaking of vet, how's their research going on the butterflies? Ooh, they're doing a pretty good job. That means we've unlocked the next level of enrichment for them. Awesome. Okay, well, let's put that in. We're over here. They have nectar feeder, ripe fruits, and sugar water dish. But now we can also put in milkweed. That's the poisonous plant that they eat to be poisonous. So we've got milkweed, budleia. Where's that? Oh, there. We've already put that in. So props for getting the right plants, right? And potted trees. Oh, cool. Potted trees. All right, well, let's add them in to all of them. Oh my goodness. There's a critical infection that's been undiagnosed. What is happening with all the disease? That's going to be top priority. That could be fatal for them. Where are the people? I'm going to call the vet and the keeper. But the quarantine should be quicker because, yeah, the caretaker can grab them now and run them in. Other than that, it's just our quarantine's being passed now, so that's good. Put them into quarantine. And then we can evacuate quarantine with our lemurs. Because they're going to be filling it up. Let's move you into Habitat 39. That's going to be renamed to lemurs. Oh, we're going to quarantine the other vet. I can't believe we had a massive disease outbreak. Okay, well, at least, well, the vet's already been called here, so they should be cleaning up this place. And the vet's just come and collected another deer, I think, that could be sick. My goodness. They got all of them. No, okay. Most of them are fine. It's just that there was a bit of disease risk. I thought our staff were really well trained up and managing everything. Oh, you need to be better trained. Okay, you're the only one that's not trained up. Other than that, basically all staff are 5 stars. You would have thought that they'd be fine. I'm just going to put our security guards might as well be trained up. Like, we're doing fine money-wise. Let's just train everyone up. And vendors as well. The vendors just earn more money if you train them up because they work for longer and they make more sales and stuff. So that's worth doing. Oh no. All of these guys need quarantining. There's definitely a disease outbreak in the bird habitat. We could probably do another quarantine building. Just wondering if we can weather this. It's just unfortunate it's hit at the same time that we've got our lemurs going into the habitat. But I think there's enough space now that they're finished in quarantine. That's the final 2 lemurs. And everyone else is, like, all the sick animals can finally enter there. Speaking of, they must be arriving in the habitat soon. Oh, here they are. Oh my goodness, here they are. That was perfect timing. Yeah, we've moved them out already. Cool. Well, let's see these guys arrive. Hopefully this habitat is good enough for them. Oh my goodness, what has happened here? Oh my goodness. What is that? Why would that be on such an angle? Oh, it's from the other bamboo. Okay, these need like lowering slightly. But actually, no, the whole wall needs raising up. I don't know why this is lower. That's so strange. Okay, I'm going to do that before the lemurs enter the habitat, because I just find that really odd. Right, let's move it, and then slightly raise it up to there. That's what it should be. Oh, goodness. Okay, well, that works. Let's see our lemurs arrive. They're all going to be stacked on top of each other. Oh, we got one of each. Black and white rough lemur and a ring-tailed lemur. Look at them. It's King Julian. And the black and white rough lemur are awesome. Right, let's have a look at them. They are not happy. Yeah, you're not going to be. I'm assuming they want it pretty similar. Yeah, they want pretty similar habitats. So if we pause the game, let's make this terrain correct for them. And I also want to mix it up a little bit. They like to climb and stuff. So let's add some variance in this. Because otherwise, it's very flat here. And I feel like they'd want an interesting habitat. Now, I want to leave a kind of flat area over here if possible. So I'm going to be focusing on moving this terrain out here. And I don't want to make it too tall that they can jump out either. But I do want to have some interest. There we go. I feel like that's good. We've got more of the soily areas around here, and then there's a bit more grass around the water and on this like hill we have for them. And then basically all the areas they'd walk all the time have more soil on them. So this area is going to be more widely used, I've decided. The main issue for them right now is that they don't have climbing area, but I just want to double check that they can't escape. So it says that they can here. It says that they can leave the habitat by walking out. And I'm wondering whether that's because of where our barriers are versus the wall. Yeah, it's because they can technically, like the glass isn't set back far enough on these 3 panels for where the barrier is. So I'm just going to move it back slightly. Because it won't make a difference visually, but it will mean that the glass is like much closer here. And then it should read as a barrier before the edge of the actual like blue barriers we've got here. So it says that they can't break out now. Now we've done that, they can't break out, which is perfect. They can fully walk on everything. That's what we want. And they can't get out. So right now, they're just basically not enjoying it because they don't have the space that they need. They need climbing area and they don't have it. So let's put some climbing area in for them. And for the climbing area, I did what I love to do, which is to combine the climbing area with their bedding, because these shelters are climbable and you can create some really cool like towers that go up really tall with them. So I've just done that and extended any wooden beams down to the floor so they actually be supported. And then I did add in a couple of little play areas where they've just got some smaller climbing enrichment. So it's not just walking around on structures. They've got some more fun stuff to play on as well. Like, I really like the colored bridges, so I definitely wanted to use them in this design. Okay, I feel like that is a lot of climbing enrichment. Let's check out what they think, though. Yeah, 446 meters squared is probably enough for them. Seeing as they currently need 48, that's probably good. And it's given them loads of land area as well, so this place is massive for them. But that's good, because they've got 3 different species, and we want them to share peacefully and, you know, enjoy being together. Oh my goodness, what Q fever. Right. Let's get these guys taken care of. I'm going to double check quarantine, because if I click on them, it won't take me to them. Yes, they are in quarantine. Oh, there's a ring-tailed lemur here that we've missed. Right, well, let's move you over. They all need to go to the vets, though. And unfortunately, I imagine the vets is quite busy right now. Oh, there's a little baby bird. Yeah, so the vets is quite busy. But we will get through everyone. We'll make sure we do a good job and get everyone treated. Ooh, and we haven't assigned anyone to this habitat, so we do need to do that. Now that we're in here, let's put them in the work zone. So they're going to be in the Asia zone, just because it's that side of the zoo. And then they're going to go in maintenance 3, again, because it's on this side of the zoo. That makes sense to me. And look at them, just chilling. Oh my goodness, he's doing the classic pose. They're going to need some nature in here, though, because right now they've got nothing. And I imagine, yeah, they want high nature, don't they? They're big into their nature, the lemurs. They want a little jungle in here. Oh, one of them's got the piano. Oh, my goodness, that's amazing. That's brilliant. Oh, I love it. Ooh, it looks like this one's an outsider, outside of the gender ratio. Did they have a different... Oh, it's 1 male for the black and white ruffed lemur. How did I miss that? Oh my goodness. Okay. Well, that's not good. Right, well, we need to sort that out. There's 2 males here, and we've... Yeah, okay. Right, genetics-wise, this one is that versus where's the other male? This one. This is the other male. He is not as good. Okay, well, let's... Unfortunately, I think let's release you into the wild. Yeah, we only want 1 male. That's fine. We'll have 4 black and white ruffed lemurs then. It's just the ring-tailed lemurs that are happy with anyone, right? Oh, this is the same. How have I misread the Zoopedia so badly? Wait, hold on. Oh, it says there as well, 1 male and 29 females, but they're matriarchal. Oh, it must have just been the first one I looked at, and then I saw matrilineal, and I thought they were all the same. Oh my goodness, that's such an error. Okay, that's fine though. We're just going to get rid of our males, and then we're going to need probably another female ring-tailed lemur. Ring-tailed. We can get there. We can get there. We just need a female. Oh, there's no females. Okay, well, that's okay. In the meantime, we're going to get our 2 females that we've got here and put them into the animal trade center for storage right now. So they can just be looked after by our keepers for a second. There's another male on their way. So if I hit play, they will arrive very soon, I'm sure. And then we'll have 3... Oh, I think they're here. Yeah, okay. So then they'll have 3 males, which is fine for a bachelor size for these guys. They're happy with a male bachelor size of 3. So they'll be happy. But then we do need to get another female ring-tailed lemur and basically just swap it over so that we have... Oh, there we go. 3 females. Right, well, we'll get them, send them to quarantine. When they've passed quarantine, we'll make the switch. What a mess. Oh my goodness, if only I could read, it would have been so much easier. And our deer is about to inbreed because we have a baby here. So this is one of their kids, isn't it? Yeah. These guys normally live in family groups. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to put the daughter on contraceptives, and then they at least can't get pregnant and have babies. And then they should be fine. because then they shouldn't attract them either for mating. And that way the babies can stay with their mother as well. So you're also their daughter, so you're going to need to go on contraceptives too. They've just grown up. My goodness, all our babies. So now we've got 5 females and 1 male. Okay, cool. And our ring-tailed lemur has passed quarantine, so now we can send them into the habitat and send in our other 2 females. And then we're going to get rid of 2 of the 3 males that are in here. So we want to make sure we're on ring-tailed lemur. Who is the best male out of this? He's a bit better already. So I think this first one needs to go. If I can click on him, he doesn't want to leave. He's having such a great time. Okay. So yeah, you can be released into the wild. Or we'll have to sell them to another zoo because we bought them with cash, but we can give them to another zoo. So it's this one or this one. Well, that one looks better across the board for genetics. So let's release this one into the wild if we can. It looks like we can't, so this one's going to go to the trade center as well. Right, and then we should be able to sell these to another zoo, quick trade them out. And we have 1 male and 2 females that are arriving very shortly. So hopefully this one doesn't get too lonely before they arrive. But we had to make the switch. And these guys should be getting their enrichment bonus as well. Yeah, they're getting a 20% bonus for sharing a habitat with another species that they like. Because there's 2 types of lemur in here. Well, let's put some nature in for these guys. And they all want tropical plants from Africa. I'm just going to check that it's the same for the ring-tailed lemur. Wherever they have run off to. There's black and white ruffed lemurs everywhere. Yes, they are the same. Tropical plants from Africa. And no! One of our bush dogs is about to die of old age. Snoop. No! It's the end of an era. Poor thing. Oh. No. Not in the water. Oh, that's so sad. Okay, I'm going to call the vet. He lived a good age, though. 17.2. That is a very good age. The poor thing. Forever in our hearts. So this is the list of African tropical plants in the game. But realistically, not all of these will grow in Madagascar because it's a very specific environment. So this is the sub-list of those trees and plants that will actually grow in Madagascar, where this natural habitat is that we're trying to recreate. And of that list of plants, this is the subset that could reasonably be grown in a temperate climate in North America, which is where this zoo is. So this is the list of plants we're going to be using to create this habitat here. And we've got this reward as well for breeding habitat species. We've got 2 new habitat species, which is perfect. Our lemurs. Oh, they've got a disease risk over here. Ah, but the keeper's already been called. So you should be okay. Just clean up their poop and we're all good. And it's absolutely crazy raining right now. Like, the rain is intense as anything. I feel like they could do with a couple more supports around here as well, generally. But generally, I think they're pretty good. Okay, and they also need some bedding, which I haven't put in there. Just before I put the nature in. And for this, I'm going to put this on random rotation as well. So we get some more interesting looking bedding. There we go. That seems pretty good. I'm quite happy with that. All right, let's put some nature in here. And unfortunately, none of the ones that are actually going to be able to be grown here are trees. But we've got a lot of like lower level plants. So I'm going to put all of those in. And then I have a plan for the trees. For now, though, let's add in the plants we've already identified can definitely be easily grown here. Okay, that's quite cool. And I think it's cool to have the like the water banana plants like submerged in the water, and it's just that this is where they drink from, but it's not a dedicated swimming area or anything. It's just what would probably be found in their actual natural habitat where these are thriving in the water. And that's actually reminded me, we don't have clean water here. So we need to make sure we put in a water treatment facility. I think this side is probably good because there's not much going on around here. So we can probably quite easily just whack in a water treatment facility here with a temperature regulator and then just hook them up like that and have a little path that comes under the cover over here. There we go. And now we just need to put a little staff path section like there, and they can't get through. Cool. So we've got this. I think we'll decorate that up a bit later because I want to just finish doing the stuff here. Oh, it does need power. That is the only thing, is if I put it on that side, it doesn't have power. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to grab them both and just move them to the other side, actually over here. And it makes sense just... I mean, all of this is contained within the power of the entrance. I think it makes sense just to put them in here, actually. That works reasonably well. And then again, we just need a little staff path. Let's put one there. And no one's allowed to walk down this way. Okay, now these guys don't have any trees. They might be happy. Yeah, they're happy with the level of nature, but I'm not. And the reason we can't grow one of their trees, which is probably the most common one, the tamarind tree, is because basically it's too cold here. But it is already too cold for these guys, and we're going to have to put a load of heaters in. So I think as long as we don't use really young trees like this, and we use the more established trees, like these, and we put heaters in, I think reasonably we could have them in this habitat, and that would be like fairly realistic. So what I'm going to do, though, is I'm going to put them in, and I'm going to make sure that the heaters are located around them. We're going to have, like, a few heaters placed around to make sure that the trees are warm enough, and that will also then heat up this whole habitat. So we're going to go with that. And these guys want 10 to 42 degrees. So I think, to be honest, 30 degrees isn't crazy to leave this at. So I'm going to put this on range 20 and 30 degrees. And then what we're going to do is we're just going to have these heaters placed around the trees. I think I'm going to have 2 for each tree. Even though I know, like, in-game, it's not going to do anything differently with 1 or 2 heaters. But it makes a lot more sense when you're trying to grow the trees. And it's something we don't normally do. But the heaters are going to be powered with solar panels anyway. And I think it makes sense to have a couple of these for each tree. Just so we can... I mean, we need to put something in for the lemurs anyway to make sure their temperature is fairly consistent. And I think this is a nice way to do it. And also give them some of the trees from home. Okay, that should be working now, and you can see this place is getting a lot warmer by the second as all those heaters go in. That's pretty good, I think. And their water may as well be like 25 degrees. Or 20 degrees is probably fine, because they want it to be a bit colder, don't they, if it's drinking water. You don't want it to be really warm. Well, at least I don't. I'm anthropomorphizing a little bit there, but I'm going to say that they don't either. And look at them. It's all ramps for them to run up as well and jump off. So hopefully that's a bit of fun for them. And it looks much cooler with the tamarins in here. I like the different elevations we've got in this habitat. I feel like that would be fun for them to like jump around this place. And yeah, hopefully they're enjoying it as much as I'm imagining they are. Look at them. Look at them just jamming out on the piano. We've got that little keyboard there. Go on, don't be shy. Now we're looking at you. You can do it. Have a little play. No, they're refusing now. They will not be watched. Oh, go on, go on. It's so cute. Very adorable. Well, now they're all in here, let's learn a little bit more about our lemurs. Like all species of lemur, the ring-tailed lemur is native to Madagascar and is not naturally found anywhere else in the world. Ring-tailed lemurs have a pointed muzzle, cat-like ears, and a long tail that has 12 or 13 white rings, 13 or 14 black rings, and a tip that is always black. They are usually between 39 to 46 centimeters in size, with a tail of 56 to 63 centimeters, and live in groups called troops that will travel and forage together. Ring-tailed lemurs are omnivorous and will eat fruits, leaves, insects, and most other food that they can find. The ring-tailed lemur's Latin name is Lemur cata. It is named for its cat-like looks. And as they have such a massive tail, the ring-tailed lemur's tail is actually longer than its body. Lemurs have specialized lower teeth that form a dental comb which they use for grooming. Ring-tailed lemurs also have specialized eyes that have an adaptive reflective layer in the retina that gives them excellent night vision. Male ring-tailed lemurs engage in stink fighting when in competition for females, and during this they drag their tails through strong scent-secreting glands that they have on their wrists and their shoulders, and then they waft their tails at each other. How amazing is that? Ring-tailed lemurs live in family groups of up to 30 individuals. The females are interrelated and the males migrate from their family group when they reach adulthood. Lemur troops spend daylight hours foraging for leaves and fruit and moving several kilometers a day. They're playful and friendly towards members of their own group, but they might be aggressive to other lemur troops. Ring-tailed lemurs are promiscuous, and both males and females will mate with multiple partners. Who mates with whom depends on the dominant structure within the troop, with low-ranking males unlikely to mate at all. Female lemurs will be pregnant for 4.5 months before giving birth to 1 or 2 babies. Infants will be carried by their mother until they're 6 months old, when they'll move around completely independently. Females remain with their mother's group for life, whereas young males leave their mother's group at 3 to 5 years of age in search for an unrelated group. They will move groups several times throughout their life. Unfortunately, the ring-tailed lemur is endangered, primarily due to deforestation, mining, and the creation of farmland which is destroying their habitat. They are also hunted for bushmeat and captured for the illegal pet trade. Madagascar can also have harsh weather conditions and extended periods of drought that can kill large numbers of their population. A special reserve called Beza Mahapali has been created to protect the lemur population and to educate the local community on conservation. The reserve also promotes ecotourism and takes part in drought intervention by introducing water sources during periods of harsh weather. But with only an estimated 2,000 left in the wild, the ring-tailed lemurs really need our help. The black and white ruffed lemur is a species of primate native to the eastern rainforests of Madagascar. As the name implies, its coat is made up of distinct black and white patches. The underside, head, paws, and tail are black, while the limbs, back, and distinctive ruff are white. Black and white ruffed lemurs are 50 centimeters to 55 centimeters long and have a tail that's around 60 centimeters long. Like in other lemurs, females are slightly larger than the males. Black and white ruffed lemurs also have scent glands on their wrists, which they use to rub on trees and mark their territory. A group of black and white ruffed lemurs is called a conspiracy, which is very cool. And despite their comparatively small size, black and white ruffed lemurs have the second loudest call of all primates. They're noisy little ones. Black and white ruffed lemurs are generally found high up in trees, foraging in the upper canopies of up to 35 meters high. Black and white ruffed lemurs are important to the ecosystem as they're pollinators. When feeding on nectar, pollen sticks to their dense ruff and face, which they will then carry on to other plants. Black and white ruffed lemurs are social animals that form a variety of different group structures. Group size usually varies based on food availability. Larger groups will split into smaller subgroups if resources become scarce. Females are dominant in this species, and in larger groups there may be communal nests into which multiple unrelated litters are placed and protected by all of the members of the group. How cool is that? The mating season of the black and white ruffed lemurs is between May and July,
and females are only in estrus for a brief period of up to 3 days, with an even shorter window of up to 12 hours in which she will actually allow males to mate with her. Males will court females by approaching her with a lowered head and submissive shrieks, which she may respond to with roars, bites, and other aggressive displays, even when allowing him to mate. Pregnancies last around 102 days, after which the female gives birth to a litter of around 2 to 3 young on average. After birth, the infants are left in a small nest built and guarded by the parents, or a communal nest which is taken care of by all members of the group. Babies remain in the nest until they're 4 weeks old, when they'll start following their mother. Weaning occurs at this 4-month-old period, although it may last until the infant is 8 months old. Black and white ruffed lemurs reach sexual maturity at around 2 to 3 years old, though they don't usually begin reproducing by this time. Males usually migrate to other groups, while females tend to stay in their natal group, although some animals do form and travel in pairs, which is also super cute. Unfortunately, the species is classified as critically endangered, with its population further decreasing due to poaching and habitat loss. They're frequently hunted by locals for their meat, while at the same time their habitat is fragmented further due to continuous deforestation for slash and burn agriculture. Currently, it's estimated that there's between 1 and 10,000 of these guys left in the wild, but we just don't know, and they desperately need our help.
Our lemurs are definitely settling in here now. Oh, look, one of them played with the box. That's hilarious. But I think we have a little bit of an issue going on here. Our butterflies. Right, okay. I'm gonna pause it. Their social health is 0, and I realize why that is. We didn't put any management on, so currently we have 74 monarch butterflies. That is actually wild. Okay. Right, let's check out how many it's supposed to be. That's so bad. I completely forgot to just flick on management. They live in groups of 1 to 90. Okay, 1 to 90. I imagine... I mean, 74 is 1 to 90, to be fair. It's too large, though. Okay, fine. It doesn't like it. It may be because they're sharing with others as well. Let's definitely put that down, though. I mean, how many are there? Is it literally insane? Oh, there are actually quite a few here. They're kind of everywhere. They are like, I'm like, oh, I can't see any. I'm like, oh, no, they're actually all over everything. Like, every bush has a ton of butterflies in it. And these boxes. Oh, I feel really bad, but that is also quite funny. There's just so many of them. Okay. Let's sort that out. And like, look at the fruit bowl. I'm like, oh, there's none in there. I'm like, no, there's like 3 right there. Or 4. I think 2 of them are like on top of each other there. Yeah, there's 4 right there. Okay, let's sort this out. So we're gonna go into management. We're gonna manage the population. So we're gonna want, let's say 15 males and 15 females. And we're gonna sort them. We could say by oldest. We've debated this before. I am thinking though, if we always have the youngest ones, then I think that means that we'll keep the ones we want. Ah, no, it says it here, right. Oh, okay, that's actually really good. So if we go highest first, it has the exemptions listed here. So these are going to be the oldest ones. These are the youngest ones. So that way we get rid of the oldest ones and we keep the ones that have been breeding. I mean, that's kind of what we want, isn't it? So let's put lowest first. And we're going to have 15 of each. 15 males, 15 females. That's what we're going for. Now, if we turn on manage population, that will send them to the trade center. We could automatically sell them, but for now, we'll send them to the trade center. And then we need to do the same for the monarch butterflies because these are the ones actually creating a problem here. So instead of tapping that down, I'm just going to type in 15 there. And we're going to have age lowest first, and exemptions are going to be the young adults. Cool. Okay, and same here. We'll have 15 age lowest first, and then if we turn this on, that will manage them. So then if we hit play on this habitat here, you can see we'll go down from 74, it's dropping, it'll drop all the way down to 30, which is exactly what we want. And it's not just this habitat we need to worry about. And that should mean that their social health, yeah, it's gone way up again. I also need cleaning, so let's just request the keeper. Right, that should be sorting it out. And there's 21 of these, that's fine, because we didn't have 30. Yeah, perfect. Cool. Right, let's do the same in these. I'm going to pause it and just do the same over here. And in the third habitat too. There we go. That should be good. And these guys... layout is 60%. Okay, fine. Oh, they don't have their things. Oh my goodness, did I not put it in all of them? I just added it in for the first one, because we put the milkweed and stuff in here. I remember that. Yeah, these have got all of that. What about these guys? Oh, I've been such a bad zoo manager. Yeah, I didn't put them in. Oh, they should have these as well, and the same up here. Give them layout 60 or 80% now. Perfect. Okay, I feel better about that. Actually, we should check up on our vet research, because we've probably got more stuff. Yeah, we've got almost completed on the butterflies, actually. So the last one gives us the last enrichment. Okay, fine. We'll let them continue to research the butterflies, and then we can put them onto the lemurs. But we'll let them finish off on the butterflies first, because to be honest, we've got lots of stuff for the lemurs already. Like, I don't think they really need it that badly. It's more the butterflies that are not at 100% happiness right now, whereas the lemurs are at 100% happiness, and it's even more. It's like 120% happiness because they're sharing with each other. So their enrichment is 120% basically. So yeah, I think they're absolutely fine. Nutrition could be better. That's the only thing, is their nutrition's 70%. That's what we would gain from doing more research. But I think generally we're pretty good on food. I think everyone other than the lemurs is on... Oh, we've got grade 2 for the lemurs. Okay, that's not so bad. Let's put them on grade 2, food quality 2. Oh my goodness, an animal's escaped. Where? Oh my goodness. That's hilarious. So this is a climbable tree then. Right, I may have to swivel that one round so that it doesn't extend beyond the habitat. That's hilarious. Otherwise, they're just going to climb away. That's good to know. That should be good. And you will be there. Okay, fine. Can I just put you in here? No, okay. Someone's going to have to pick them up. That's hilarious, though. They just climbed out. I don't think we've got that anywhere else. I honestly think we're okay. Potentially here, actually. Might just want to swivel this one round. That's probably better. Okay. Oh my goodness. That's not a new alert. We know about that. Yeah, they're going to be moved. There we go. They're being picked up now. That's going to be sorted out. That's hilarious. Okay. Resolution incoming. And we've got all our exhibit animals now. We should have all the butterflies in here. So let's just grab everyone from here, honestly. And you can't be released to the wild. That's fine, because they're the old ones. But none of these can be released to the wild, actually. So let's just quick trade them out. 33k, 33.5k. I mean, we're absolutely minted. We could do more marketing, to be honest, but I think we're 5 stars for marketing. It's just guest approval, and guest education could be slightly better. But guest education we can improve with a bit of some talks and stuff. I don't think we've got any talks down here, and to be honest, I think we'll need a whole new person for it. So let's add that in. Media devices and education. Let's have some animal talk points and put some talks on. And we could even... Is there space for seats here? That's what I'm wondering. I suppose you wouldn't get a very good view, would you, if you were on a seat, like, elevated up here, like we are now. You kind of want to be stood here looking into the habitat. Where would be a good spot? Oh, actually, I know what would be a better spot. Inside the habitat. And that is what I want to do in this video. I want to make it so they can go inside this habitat while still remaining ethical. So we're going to have to make sure, probably use this path along here. We connect that up. We only need to make it a staff path probably at the end here. And that can all be used by guests now. I think this will work. We can make this work. Okay, I've just laid a little path in here because what I was thinking of doing was like trailing a path through and having maybe just this area be accessible for the guests. But what I actually think I'm going to do is instead, I'm going to have it open like this with these little posts. And that does mean I'm probably going to need to like delete these areas. But then I should be able to put a guest gate in here and have it accessible. I may just need to delete the path surrounding here, like delete this here. And the same around this entrance. And then it should be happier about me putting a guest gate in. There we go. So I can now add a guest gate in here. That's not a bad spot for here. And then another one up here, where the other hole in the wall was, over here. That should be pretty reasonable. And then we should, again, be able to just hook this up. It may be that it needs to be slightly further out, but that's actually fine. I probably should have put these in first, but now I can just put these along, like that. And I'm going to want to turn on the railing, actually. So I'm going to have railing on ground, not on ground queue, on ground path. That's what I want. And we can keep the railing here, and then we're going to have, like, set points where they can leave, effectively. So then, if we have these breaks here, I think that makes sense, doesn't it? We're just going to need to move these heaters as well. Okay, so that is in, and the reason I've done it this way is I want guests to be able to freely walk around. So if we put in, where is it? It's like a sanitation station or something, I think it's called. It might be in a different area. It's not in education, is it? It could, let's go all. It's probably actually in guest facilities, yeah, okay. Animal encounters hygiene station. Right, let's put in this hygiene station here, and then put another one in over here, like that. This should mean that guests can now like free roam the habitat, basically. So if we go to animal encounters, we've got everything we need, and we're going to have controls the amount of guests navigating the habitat off path. We can have maybe default. We'll see how many it is. But guests are now allowed to enter this area effectively, as long as we link it up, which is what we're going to do next, by just replacing these paths with one that runs a little bit further away from the habitat there. There we go, that's fine. So they have to be a little bit further out to enter there, but that's all we can do is that. I think that works, to be honest. That works fine to me. And there we go, the guests can come in now and they can actually explore and learn about the animals inside. So it makes sense that we can... This does seem like a lot of people though. I tell you what, I'm gonna change this to be few, because I do want a few, but I don't want that many people to be wandering around, just free roaming. But it is cool that they can then interact with them like that. As long as they're happy being interacted with, I think that works. And if they have an issue with it, we'll change it. But I think they're generally fine. Like, they seem fine. Where is it? Social stress. They're 100% like not stressed at all. And there's humans walking right next to them. So I think they're okay. Yeah. I feel like you'd be a bit stressed by that point if you had an issue with it. And then we can put some donation bins on the inside. We are going to have to add some stuff that's like, don't litter, don't, you know, do anything disgusting that you shouldn't need to tell you to do. Oh, I'm going to pause here because we're about to get one of our Dama Gazelle inbreed. It must be a baby, yeah. Okay. Econ, oh, or is it you? I think you're not supposed to be in here, my friend. Where's Kevin? Let's have a look at our Dama Gazelle. Yeah, there's a young male that's grown up. I mean, she should be on contraception as well, so that's good that we've got her there. Wow, there's a few! Oh my goodness! Okay, I'm going to put all of the young females on contraception, and then I'm going to move the young males. There's 2 young males in here. I'm going to move them into the male habitat. And then it does look like there's 5 in here. There's going to be 2 more. I think we could easily release a few into the wild, which would be awesome. Look at them. Just eating. They're very cute. We've got lots of baby turtles as well. That's really cool. Or tortoises. Awesome. Okay, let's sort this out over here. We're going to need some donation boxes. Let's put 1 there, 1 there, and 1 up this end. Get that cash. And then we're also going to put in some bins. I'm going to put the bins like staggered so they're not directly next to the donation bins, because I feel like that's a bit weird if they are directly next to them. Let's put them like that. And then we're going to need to put some signs in that say, please don't disturb the animals. Please don't do anything horrible that you should never be doing anyway. Like throwing litter in their habitat. Why would you do that? So let's put some of them in. Don't feed. Yeah, please don't feed them, because what are you doing? And if we go on the heat maps, we can see if we go security and crime, there's do not feed signs. You can see their coverage. So I think 2 of them can more than cover this area. And do not disturb is probably a reasonable shout as well. You can just have a couple of them. And I think the guests are going to have an insane view of this stuff. Like, that should be amazing. Where do we get to see the guest door? I think it's in the habitat gate here. Oh, there's an alert. Hungry, thirsty. Oh, they need the keeper. Okay. Well, let's call the keeper. Yeah, they've not got any food available. Other than that, though, other than the lack of food, yeah, okay, they're getting a good view now, whereas it was fine before. Now they're getting a good view, which is great, because they're more likely to donate as well if they get a good view of them. And look at these guys. Most of them are kept to the path here, but some of them are taken through. And to make it somewhat more realistic, what I'm going to do, instead of having like guest education talks, is we're going to build ourselves a zoo school and integrate it to this. So in theory, there'd be like a keeper or an educator or someone overseeing the guests in here, which is why it can kind of stay ethical, because guests are allowed to go in here, but they're not allowed to go here unsupervised. That's why only a few of them are there, like in the habitat with the lemurs. And the lemurs are fine with it. Like, they don't seem to mind at all. They're 100% on stress, so they're absolutely fine. They just want to be fed by the keepers. But I think it would be good to give this supervision for the guests, because I don't really trust the guests, to be honest. So let's do that now. Let's build ourselves a nice zoo school, and a good spot for that is probably over here. So I think we're going to whack that in here. Hook it up like this, and then it can be over here. Let's build ourselves a nice building, and we're going to add a few guest facilities in it so that they actually come this way as well. So I think it would probably be a good shout to get some stuff we don't have already. Let's look in our facilities. What have we got in here? Oh no, I'm going to pause the game. What is happening? Animal welfare. Your hydration is 8%. Well, why don't have a drink? That's not on us. Just keep that happening. It's like the same one. Oh, you're an adult now, actually. I believe this is the... Oh, have I put them in the wrong one? Oh, okay. I've tried to... Oh, yeah. They're here. Let's move you there. Yeah, this is the adult one. Before it was like the cub that was having an issue with drinking. But you should be fine. Yeah, you can easily navigate this area. Just have a drink if you want to drink. It's not even that big. I don't know. I'm not going to take that kind of complaining. You need the keeper, and you need the keeper. I think it might be worth adding another keeper to our Asia zone, because that has both of them in that work zone, and that does seem to be happening a few times. So let's add another keeper in. We definitely got the money, and on work zones, we can assign you now. Right, so this vendor must be in the Asia zone, and we're going to put you in the Asia zone as well. Then we've got 2 new educators. Oh, you're not assigned. Okay, well, let's look at that. Oh, no, it's our vets. Yeah, no, you're assigned to the whole zoo. That's fine. And yeah, you guys need the keepers urgently. Oh, I think I realized what the problem was. You guys did tell me this in the comments. And that is that our keeper hut wasn't hooked up. Oh, no, it is hooked up. Okay, I did hook this up. So you should be able to access this right there. And the other keeper area that we have is over here. Ah, this one isn't hooked up. Right, okay, that was it. Yeah. So now they've got 2 keeper huts here. That should help things out quite a lot. Got 2 keeper huts, which is probably why the ones around here were suffering more, because they didn't have anyone to help. Like, they had to go a long way to get to the keeper hut. Oh my goodness. Okay, we've got diseased animals here. Let's take you to quarantine. It's because they're, it's not cleanly enough. This is definitely not ethical at all. We need to get on top of this. Right, everyone who's sick, get in quarantine. Okay, this is pretty much all of them, I'm not gonna lie. Q fever, right, let's get on that. I'm gonna swap our vet research over. Oh, they finished one anyway. Right, research Q fever, because we need to be better at it. And we've not done it yet. Oh, all the babies as well. Okay, we are on top of this though, to be fair. Like, and as far as actually taking care of them, we are doing it. So, that should help. And there's no space in the trade center. That's because we can sell everyone. We may need to just put it so that everyone is automatically sold. Because now I think we're on top of it. We don't need to be storing them and then releasing them. So I'm going to start with the butterflies, because I imagine that is where a lot of it comes from. Let's put sell for cash. Okay, they're being sold now instead of putting in the trade center. So all of these can just keep selling. There's constantly more. There's a bit of a queue to get in. So let's just quick trade all you guys out. And I think the butterflies were clogging this up. And the same is going to go over here for these guys. I'm going to put them to the spectacle flying foxes. There's a lot of them. Let's set these to automatically sell. And for these, I'm going to do the same. I'm going to put age lowest first, because I think that just makes sense, actually. And that should help us out a lot. And then it's just the other ones, which I don't really mind. They're not as much of a problem. There we go. Okay, cool. You've attracted protesters, but you haven't. I think they're probably just hungry now they've been fed. It's been a bit of a mess to get that sorted, but it should be working now. And our keepers are struggling still on the Asia zone. It's just you. You need a bit of training. I think we're okay, though, other than that. Now we've got them, I think they're okay. Looks like we could do with another educator on the Asia zone as well, so we'll do that. Wherever they're struggling, I'm going to put them in, because I don't want it to be that there's an issue and there's a bit of a bottleneck. But I also think that the team can kind of manage it, and you don't want to just hire extra people for the sake of it. Like, if someone just needs a little bit of training, that's fine, we'll train them up, you know? But we don't need to hire someone else to effectively replace them. Let's train all of our staff up as well, because that just makes sense. In fact, I could just select everyone and train up. Right, now we've sorted that, let's have a look at our little facilities and see what we're missing here. So we've got we've got energy juice smoothies, we've got milkshakes, coffee. What are we missing drinks-wise? There are a few I think we are missing. I'm going to turn blueprints off. I'm going to pause the game so we can have a proper look at it. We could even have little food trucks, actually. That would be cool. Oh, I'll see. Right. What are we missing? I think, actually, we've got all of the drinks. Now I'm looking at it. I think we've got everything. There's no drinks here that I can see that we haven't got. At which point, this is an entrance. So let's have information stuff. I want to have, let's say we have a building out here. We're going to have, it could connect off of this path. That might give us a bit of, well, let's connect it here. It seems like we want it centrally. So let's do like a path here. And then we'll have, because it's a zoo school, we're going to have 2 information centers in here. Because that just kind of makes sense to me. And then there's 2 coffees, so we don't need coffee. I'm going to go for an energy drink and a water. We'll have a few things in here to make it worth it. And energy drinks are useful because they give your guests like actual energy to use to like boost their energy while they're exploring and stuff. So we're gonna have an energy drink there, and where's water? It's Pip, isn't it? Pip shot, water. There we go. There. Got a water there too, and then we're gonna have a little bit of food. Food again. I think we've got all of it. So maybe we go for. Have we got Monsieur Frites? We haven't got fries. Okay, we'll put that one in, and I think that's all of them. Okay, add some chips in. There we go. And other than that, that's pretty good. We could sell something. I'm going to say let's have another, just a memento. Sell some souvenirs next to the fries. Have we got Mixalente? I think we do. I just want to have everything if we can. Yeah, we do. Okay. I'm pretty sure that's all of the food options that we have. It's hard to check them against these. No, I think this works. I think that's a useful little thing there. And then this is going to be a zoo school. So actually, I'm going to change the layout of this because I want it to be a little bit bigger, I think. Now, I do want to hook these up as well. And the best way to hook this up is going to be to place a path here. So it sticks to like this grid that we have, which should nicely tuck around all of these buildings. And then I'm going to align to grid here and try and connect these up to the pieces. And if they don't connect, that's fine because we'll connect them after. But we want to build out this space basically. And I want this to probably continue past here, more like that. I like that shape a bit more for the building. It's going to be a bit of a bigger building, which I like. And then we can hook it up with our other path, so it joins nicely in there. And these guys should hopefully then also connect quite easily, like that. There we go. That works. And now we can add in our walls. And for the walls, I want to use like the New World pieces, I think, because it's right next to our entrance here. And that is all the New World wood pieces here. So I do like these, like the wooden planks we have here and the modern glass. So I think we're going to use mostly sustainable pieces. So we might have a little bit of glass because it's helpful, but other than that, we're going to use the wooden pieces where we can, because I think that's probably the best option here. Use these New World pieces. And for that, I'm going to align it to this grid and put in all of the shop fronts first, because these are the spaces we need to put in. And then this I'm going to have as like a little doorway. So we could actually put that in now too. Let's have a door. And that is going to be how all the staff get through to like the staff area on the back. Now, if we build that area out, we could join it onto this building. And to be honest, that does make a lot of sense to me, that would be joined on rather than having two buildings this close to one another. It does kind of make sense. And we're also going to need a little toilet over here because if you're serving food and drinks and stuff, you need to have a toilet there. So let's add a little toilet block in here too. Where's that toilet block? We could just have the one. It doesn't need to have like loads of toilet provision, but there is something here. You know, there's like a small toilet here. That seems pretty good. Now let's make this feel more like a building and enclose it in. And I do want to use, I don't think I want to use like a small door here. That does seem quite small for this many people to go through. So I think what we'll do is we'll put an arch in and have it be like a wide open door frame for people to walk through. And then I want to get a bit more creative with this section and maybe have this be a nice glass front. So let's put in some large windows here. That seems pretty cool. Now we can raise this up and fill in this area because, to be honest, we don't need to do anything backstage. This is the staff area that no one sees. There's space for like a storage cupboard and stuff there if we needed it. Like that should be absolutely fine for their needs. And if we put this on a smaller grid size, they should align up much better like that. Ooh, they're not quite going there. I think we might just need to put these in separately, just to make sure they line up perfectly with that. That seems good to me. That lines up quite nicely. And now this building is kind of, it's separate here. It's going to have a different roof, so we can make that work. But I like that. Now we also need to take the rope off of these because that's hilarious. Let's railing on ground path. We can take this off. It doesn't need the rope the whole way around. In fact, it's not visible anywhere else, so I think that's actually okay. Apart from here, it does need to be connected up though. Okay, that is definitely useful. So what I'm going to do is just swap these over. So the door is slightly more into the room, but that's fine. We'll have the entrance be here because it doesn't like it being on the edge. That's absolutely fine with me. I don't want to wrestle with it. Let's put it in like that. And now we've kind of got the bones of our building here. Let's add in some glass to the walls here too. Oh, and I realized whilst doing that I never fixed this. I wanted to put like a tiny piece of mud in the top here, so you can't, the lemurs couldn't just like jump out. So I think that's better, isn't it? And the same on this one. There's like a massive gap there where they could probably just escape. So I was just gonna fill that in while I'm here thinking about it. Right. We could do the same here though, is what reminded me was this is a very high like roof that we have here. So what I'm gonna do is just put a plank in just to lower that down a little bit. It could even be lowered to there. I just want it to be like a double width doorway, but I don't know how big these people are, and I think that's probably a more comfortable headroom height for them. So let's do that. As we've done elsewhere as well, I'm going to end these with bamboo because that's kind of what we've done throughout the whole zoo. So let's put them into the rope ends in bamboo sticks, and then it joins onto the building like that. And to be honest, this building's pretty much there. I just want to add stuff into it. So let's look at our education pieces and see what we have. This is going to be a zoo school, so it is going to be for kids. That's why I want it to be inside, but it would be nice if it had a little outdoor area too. So what we could maybe do is knock through like this wall here, and then have that be another door. And we can have a little garden area. I do want to have an indoor education area though. So what I'm going to do for now, let's put in a smaller door. This can be like a standard door. And then inside, we're going to build a little education space. So let's do that now. Oh, there's so much cute stuff in here as well. This is huge. This isn't even going to fit in the education room. This is going to have to go outside. My goodness, that's huge. Okay, we can definitely have stuff like that though, which is adorable. And I want like paw prints and things like that where they can learn about the animals. And what I was thinking was we could have like little stools or something. This one is kind of the right... If we change the color, I think this could be cool because it's quite a dark color there. If we had something a bit more fun, I think that could work. Like green would work with the vibe, to be fair. So we could have little stool areas here. I wanted to have a little teaching space. And I think, seeing as there's some shops and stuff there, this is probably a good area to teach them. If we have like someone stood here. So then we could put in these little stool areas and have them a bit like a classroom, I guess. But that's the vibe we want, isn't it? So there's a little seated area where the kids can be taught about the animals. And they can sit on these little stools here. And then we're going to have a teacher at the back. And actually this would be a great backdrop for that. Yeah, so our teacher's going to stand here, our educator, and I think to kind of sell this, I might put an education post in here. Where is our education post? We could have an animal talk point here, and then this could be assigned. Is this too far away? Yeah, it's misassigned speed. I was going to say, I think this is probably too far away from them. So what I'm going to do is delete that, because that's going to cause problems in the game. However, we can definitely put some stuff up here. What I'm going to do is I'm going to hire an educator to be in here. And then I want to try and find a way of making, like if we make a new work zone that is just going to be in here, we need to give them something to do so that they stay in this room, basically. Because this is where we want them to be. Now, it's too far away from the lemurs to make it something that they can do. However, can we put something else in? I guess that's the question that they can be assigned to, because these things aren't assignable. Tour points are though, so we could have them do like a tour in here and do intermission even. Nearby guest and staff facilities fill energy and other needs. Because if we select any animal, it's probably too far away, isn't it? Yeah, it's misassigned. That's the problem. Let's call this Zoo School and create a new tour with it. can we assign them to this? That's the question. So we've got work zone 9 is nothing. Right, work zone 10 is going to be zoo school. I'm also going to add it into maintenance 3, all of these buildings, because really they can share all this stuff. We've got maintenance 3 and the Asia zone. They might as well just grab these as well. Like the staff that are working on them can work across here. And this should be okay to then assign our newest educator to that work zone. So where are you? So let's put you on zoo school. Will you stay in this building if we just have this here? Because I just want them to hang around and teach our guests about stuff. And you need feeding. Oh, you need a drink. We'll have a drink then. There we go. That was hard. That does happen sometimes when you've got massive habitats. I think this is working because they're hanging around, which is what we want. And then whether they actually do it or not, I don't know. But they should be teaching our guests about everything in here, which is exactly what we want. Where's the nearest staff building for these guys? Over here. That's not crazy. It would be good if they had one here, but it's kind of an annoying thing to set up. Just because of the conflicts with the spawning zone and everything and like the negative impact, it's kind of an annoying thing to set up in this space because I feel like it's going to ruin what we actually want from it. So I'm going to leave it for now. And it's pulling people in with the shops, which is perfect. Okay, so we've got a little space here. Kids are learning. Okay, cool. This is actually working. I like that. Right. Let's pause the game and let's add in some more education stuff. So we're going to need a paw print as well. They can come and learn about that. And we've got the raw boards over here. So let's put a couple of these in. And then we're also going to add in lots of conservation boards because I feel like this will give our guests good education as we go. And for that, I'm just going to duplicate them, but I'm going to alternate what they have. So they all teach about something else. Okay, that's quite cool. We've got little spaces to sit as well. So hopefully when they have food, they will come and sit in these spaces with their kids and they can learn about the stuff. That was my thinking anyway, is that these will actually get used as well. I just hope there's not too busy and there's not too big a queues. But it should work as long as it's not too popular. I think it'll work. Now, I do want to put a little garden area for them. So we're going to continue this outside. And what we're going to do is change the path. We're going to align it to this grid. But we're going to change it so that we have an outdoor path. Probably this one. Do we want a fence? Actually, we might want a fence for having kids there. Yeah, we're going to want a fence, aren't we? Railing on ground path. Let's see what these are. Probably the wooden one is good. I want like a wooden fence if possible. It's a bit of an aggressive one with hooks. Okay, that's not ideal. This might be the winner. Yeah, just like a standard wooden fence. And what we're going to do here is we're going to teach them a little bit about plants as well. So I think I might delete a couple of these squares and put some trees in there. And those trees, oh, this is not good. I realized they weren't in the work zone, so that's why these are busted. But they should be being fixed now. They should have just been in there the whole time and they weren't, which is my bad. We're going to have this all be long grass. So it's going to be kind of a wilded area. And if we look in our climate here, we've got a few things we could put in. We could put in a beech tree. These are quite nice. Let's put a beech tree there. And then let's put in... What else do we want? An elm tree could go in. That's quite a cool tree. Yeah, I like that. It's very tall as well. Right, we're going to put those in there. And then just some flowers and stuff around so they can learn about them. But what we could do is we could kind of have them growing in different sections and we can teach them about the plants that we've grown in these different sections. So we're going to have lots of buttercups over here because we planted. I know that they would like grow across, but what we're going to do is just put like little almost like borders in. I think that's a good shout. To show like some semblance of control that we've tried, you know, like we have attempted to keep the plants segregated a little bit. So there's going to be halfway through here, we're going to have a little step where we've planted different flowers. And in this one, we're going to have meadow buttercups. So let's put these in. And these are going to need random rotation. So actually, I'm going to delete all the ones we've just placed and put fresh ones in. Right, let's do this. Okay, I think that's quite cute. And we can teach them all the different flowers there. So we've grown different types of flowers. They can go out and they can learn about them. I think that's quite cute. Now we've had a disease discovered. No, let's call the vet for you and send you to quarantine, my friend. Is anyone else sick here? Let's check up on you. No, it's just you. Bless you. Okay, well, you're in quarantine. Hopefully no one else will get sick. How is everyone doing? I think I'm going to train everyone up again. And then also just double check our vet research. So we are actually doing quite well. They're almost finished with the butterfly research. And that should mean that we've actually got the stuff already though, because if one of them, there's 2 different butterfly species here, and if one of them's already done, they should have the layouts. Yeah. Okay, so we're going to put in misters and tropical ferns in all of these, which should take them to 100%. And isn't that perfect? They got 100% layout now. That's what we're after. This is the kind of ethical zoo that we are going for. Now, we're also missing some animals. So, I do want to get some more lemurs in here. Let's find them. I want the red ruffed lemurs. These guys are incredible. Let's have a look at them in the Zoopedia. They're critically endangered, and look how adorable they are. Now, you can have 1 male this time, 1 male, and up to 29 females. So, probably, if we have a look, we could get the best male that's here, and then the rest females. And if we sort them by appeal, we should easily see which one that is. That looks like it's going to be this one. Though I think I'm going to get them from Frontier Zoo. I think this is the best one that's from Frontier Zoo. So let's grab this male. And then we can look at the females here. Let's grab this female because she's from Frontier Zoo as well. Then we can refresh and see if we get any more females come up. We're just going to be looking for the females here. And it looks like I've forgotten bins. Oh my goodness, there is litter everywhere because it's right where they buy a bunch of food. So let's put some more bins in all along here. I feel so bad for everyone that has to look at that. I cannot believe people do this, but they actually do, so it's fairly realistic. Let's put some bins in. That's a bit close to the door. Right, bins everywhere. Please sort it out. And I'm going to hire another caretaker that's going to be in this area because we just added a bunch more work, basically, by adding a bunch more shops in. So let's... Oh my goodness, the disease is life-threatening for who? Oh, Père, where are you? All right, I'm going to pause. You've already been collected, though. I think they've been taken out. Yeah, they're in quarantine. I can't move you. You need to go through quarantine with everyone else. You should be fine in quarantine. I don't think they deteriorate in quarantine, so they should be okay. I'm not sure, though, but I'm going to hope they're okay, because we've not had an animal die by our hands this entire series. I don't want to start now. Now, our caretaker needs to be assigned to this area, so let's just grab staff work zones and make sure they're on the right one. Let's put you on the Asia zone, and we may as well just hire a couple more vendors just to help work this zone. Because they're going to have, like, staff rotation, aren't they? So the new vendors can go in the Asia zone as well. And let's train everyone up. And our baby rhinoceros is about to mature. That's amazing. Been waiting for this the whole time. Had one little baby, haven't we? Look at the mama. They've helped raise them. That's so cool. They'll be an adult soon. I do also think this whole area needs to be wilded a bit more like everywhere else. Like, the wilding stops here. So let's add in some, probably, I like the meadows. What are they? Meadow buttercups. Let's add some of these in and kind of wild up this area so it looks a bit nicer. Okay, I feel like that's pretty good. And I didn't get any more red rough lemurs, and there are loads of them. Right, so who have we got? Let's grab you. You're from Frontier Zoo as well, and so are you. We'll grab them. So we've got 3 females and 1 male. That seems good to me. Let's... Oh my goodness, I'm going to put you through quarantine. One of our animals has died. Please say it's not our deer. Oh no, it's Duchess. Oh, she died from old age. The poor thing. Let's call the vet. That's much better though. They died from old age than our negligence. Okay, cool. Okay. We can make our peace with that. And we also want to get Coquerel's Sifaka, which is another critically endangered lemur species from Madagascar. And these guys live up to 5 males and up to 5 females. So they are happy to have multiple males and multiple females, but it's maximum of 6 of them. So there's not many in a group. And did they say anything actually? If I go back to the Zoopedia, does it say anything? They live in matriarchal groups. They're fairly small territories. Okay, it's not like 2 of them though. It is actually a small group. That's fine. So if we look for these guys, there's only 1 male there, right? But we can get some females very easily. I mean, we could just grab this group of 4 females, to be honest. Oh, we don't have enough credits for it. Oh, okay. In that case, we'll have to wait a second, unless our baby rhino has grown up. When do you mature into an adult? Because I imagine when we release you to the wild, we'll get a lot more credits. And I'm just remembering, we moved all of our Dama Gazelle males in to this habitat. So we have loads of them in here now. Yeah, there's 7. So what I'm going to do is look. Can I sort you guys by age? That would be ideal. Let's have a look. Oh, I can actually see here. You're 6.2, 3.1, 2.3. Okay, so we've got a few young adults, don't we? I think they are sorted by age, to be honest. So if we look at these guys in the Zoopedia, the Dama Gazelles can live in male bachelor groups of 3. So seeing as there's 7 in here, I think let's release these 4 into the wild. And that leaves 3 of them to like live together happily here. And that way we're ethically releasing them into the wild, like as a group that would be happy to survive in the wild together. So let's do that. Okay, they've been released into the wild. That's some great conservation credits for us as well. So we should be able to get another one of these guys. This one... They're all very similar in cost. I think this one's a good one to get, though. And our first lemurs are passing quarantine. So let's move them into the lemur habitat and get them out the way for the sick animals to get their vet treatment. Now, there's a female here we can get as well. I think let's get them. And then we've got a group of 3 that are absolutely fine. And I believe if we look on their Zoopedia, these guys do live in groups of 3. Wasn't it 3? 2. 2 is fine. Okay, so 3 females is a decent group to start with. And when we get a male, we can start breeding with them as well. But let's put these 3 into quarantine. And I imagine our red ruff lemurs are almost... Okay, they're almost through. There's 2 still in quarantine. They need to go through, but that's fine. Oh, our black rhino is about to mature. When are you going to mature? You're 7.5. Is that when you turn into an adult? I don't want to miss this either, ideally. Because look at them. They're adorable. Okay, that's another red ruff lemur that's past quarantine. So let's move them into our lemur habitat. And we'll wait for the final one. Oh, they've just gone as well. Okay, let's move you in as well. Cool. About to get another type of lemur. That's awesome. I've also realized that our poor zoo school work zone is literally just this. There's no staff room. So let's put in this staff room and then at least they can have a break. Poor things. Yeah, I think that's a bit more ethical for the staff as well. And let's train all our staff up again just to make sure they're getting trained up and, you know, we're looking after them. And it looks like our red ruff lemurs have started to arrive. Look at them. Oh, that's awesome. And these guys should be happy with everything as well. They need 1 more for their social group. Yeah, that's why they're 55% social group. But that's absolutely fine. They'll get the rest of them will arrive very, very soon. And look at them enjoying it and exploring. So they're super happy with everything as well. That's good to hear. And they like all the enrichment and everything. Perfect. Well, now we've got these guys in here as well. Let's learn a little bit more about the red ruff lemur. The red ruffed lemur is a species of primate native to the northern Masoala rainforest of Madagascar. It has yellow eyes and a black pointed face that's surrounded by the distinctive red ruff that gives it its name. The lemur's body is covered in thick red fur and it has a black tail, hands and feet. It also has a white patch on the top of its head just for a bit of extra spice. The word lemur is derived from the Latin word lemuris, meaning spirits or ghosts. Red ruffed lemurs are very vocal and will make alarm calls to alert their group to predators. And they've evolved a long pointed snout and a long tongue for eating nectar from flowers, meaning that they play an important role in pollination and the ecosystem. Ruffed lemurs are the only primates that give birth to litters of young, and they can birth up to 4 infants in one pregnancy. They build nests in the trees where they hide their babies until they're old enough to walk and climb. Red ruffed lemurs groom their thick coat using a long claw on the second toe of their back leg, which is kind of gross. Lemurs are very social animals that live in close-knit groups of up to 30 individuals, grooming each other and helping to raise one another's young. Together, they move through their environment during the day, foraging for flowers and fruit, and then they sleep in a tree together at night. How adorable is that? Females are dominant in the lemur society. When they wish to reproduce, a male lemur will approach a female in a submissive manner, chattering and squealing at her, and the two will mate if she's receptive. The mother will be pregnant for 3 months and give birth to between 1 and 4 babies in a tree nest. They will stay there until they are 2 to 3 months old, at which point the babies will be old enough to come out of the nest and begin interacting with the lemur troop. The females are fully grown at 2 years old and will remain with their mother, whereas the males reach adulthood at between 3 and 4 years old, and they leave their family troop to find an unrelated group. Unfortunately, the red ruffed lemur is critically endangered, and the species is threatened by habitat loss and hunting. They're particularly vulnerable to this because they require well-established forests that have tall trees in order to survive and forage for fruit, nectar, and flowers. Therefore, the red ruffed lemur can't live in young or newly planted forests. They're also frequently hunted for bushmeat. To combat these problems, the Masoala rainforest is a protected national park. However, illegal logging and hunting still takes place. So these guys desperately need our help. Ooh, our black rhinos matured. Amazing. Right, let's go find them. Where are they? They're over here. They've matured. It should now be 2 adults. I think this is... Oh, you're a young adult. Yes. Oh, so they're still quite small. What happens if I move you in the habitat? You get bigger. Because I think they'd be bigger, wouldn't they? Yeah, okay. Okay, what a transformation. Right, let's release them into the wild. 197 credits. That's amazing. We will trade you out of the zoo. And it means that our male and female can be reunited once more. Let's put you into this habitat. And the 2 of you can breed again to get another baby. Bless them. The breeding habitat's working. All of these guys are past quarantine as well, so let's move you all into the habitat. Where are you? Over here. We're gonna have 4 animals in this habitat. That's awesome. It's huge as well. Look at all the guests. That's mad. And let's finish off this zoo school building. We've got to add a roof to it, and obviously we're going to be going for the classic green roof to finish it off, haven't we? We've got to do that. So let's add this in. What I'm going to do is put like a little lip around the whole building with these pieces. And then we can put mulch pieces to lay like a layer of mulch down over the whole roof. And once we've done that, we can then put in the same flowers that are found in the zoo school garden. I think that's going to be the nicest way to do it. And it's the flowers we've used elsewhere in the zoo as well, because they're flowers that would be found naturally in this climate. I just think it works. Okay, that looks good to me. We just need to move a couple of these flowers out of the way of, so they don't like stick out. And that looks pretty cool. Look at that for a zoo school. I think that's pretty cool. And if you come inside, there's stuff you can buy. There's things to learn about. And then you can go all the way into the garden. And there's a little space for like outdoor learning as well. We could even put a couple of benches in outside. That might be useful. I'm just thinking if anyone needed to sit down. I'm going to put in some of the basic like Planet Zoo benches at the end. Because I feel like that's the most likely thing you'd have here, you know? I'm trying to get these centrally aligned, but that's pretty good. Okay, got a couple of benches. So if any of the kids need to sit down, they can. Or the parents while the kids are learning. There's only a couple though, because really this is a standing area. Like you're going to stand, you're going to learn about the plants, and then you're going to go back inside. I think this zoo school is really cool. We can teach all the kids about the animals, we teach them about plants and sustainability and ecology and all that fun stuff. Plus the parents can get some fries while they're here. So, you know, we incentivize the parents that don't really care about it to come in and get some fries, and then we can educate the kids about all the good stuff with animals, and everyone wins. Now, I'm also intrigued. Have we got the Coquerel Sifaka? I think that's how you say it. Right, where are they? They should be in here. They are here, apparently. Oh my goodness, look at them! I love that. They jump around. That is brilliant. Oh my goodness, look at them. That's adorable. Oh, they're going to go up the tree. Yes. Oh, that's awesome. They're using the habitat to its fullest. Jumping around the trees. And then they can have a little rest. Oh, that's really cool. We've got 4 different types of lemurs in here. This is Madagascar in a tree right now. Like, we have full-on Madagascar vibes right now. 4 different types of lemurs. And they all seem pretty happy. Like, I'm going to double check on all of their stats. But I'm pretty sure they're happy. Red Ruffed lemur has everything they need. They could do with better nutrition, but we can check on their food quality. And then it's just a case that the vets need to research them a bit more. That's all we need. And then these guys as well, yes, just the food quality. They're happy with everything else. So they are super settled in and enjoying themselves. And the zoo school is up and running, which is my favorite thing. And this whole area looks incredible. What a great way to cap off this end of the zoo. Now these little jumpers are in here, let's learn a little bit more about them. Coquerel Sifaka are only found in the northwestern rainforest of Madagascar, and their body is covered in distinctly coloured fur that is white with dark red patches along the limbs, chest and back, which may fade into grey fur along the tail. The face is black with yellow eyes and a white strip on the nose, and is framed by a short white ruff. No distinct sexual dimorphism occurs in this species, with both sexes looking alike, although females are sometimes reported to grow slightly larger than males. Their body length ranges from 42 to 54 centimeters, and the tail adds an additional 50 to 60 centimeters, so their tail is longer than their body. They also weigh between 3.7 and 4.3 kilos. Like all lemurs, Sifaka have a tooth comb, tightly standing lower incisors that are used to comb through fur or assist feeding. Polyandry is also thought to have evolved in this species to reduce male infanticide by making it impossible to trace paternity in a group. When in estrus, the female Sifaka are only receptive for 1 day during the mating season. And this species have an interesting way of getting around. Instead of walking on all fours like other lemurs, they hop on their hind legs and they use their tail for balance. Traditionally, the Malagasy culture prohibits the killing of Sifaka due to a legend in which a Sifaka leapt to save a boy falling from a tree when he was stung by bees that attacked him while collecting honey. Since that day, all lemurs were considered sacred to locals. And Coquerel Sifaka live in matriarchal groups where all females, including immature females, are dominant over males. Troops live in fairly small territories that may overlap with those of neighbouring groups, but groups rarely interact. The females enter estrus in January and February, during which time they mate with males from their own troop or from visiting neighbouring troops. Males fight each other to impress the female and increase their chance of mating, though she doesn't always select the victorious male. Pregnancies last for about 162 days, after which females give birth to a single offspring. The infant will stay close to its mother for the first few weeks and be weaned after 5 to 6 months, from which point it will be independent. After reaching maturity at 2.5 to 3 years old, the females often remain in their natal group while the males disperse and may join other unrelated groups. Unfortunately, the Coquerel Shifuk are a critically endangered species due to deforestation and habitat fragmentation. While they do live in protected reserves, political instability and a lack of law enforcement mean that habitat loss continues, as well as poaching for bushmeat. Introduced predators like dogs and cats additionally pressure the remaining population, so these guys are really suffering, and it's estimated that there's less than 47,000 in the wild. And I'm super happy with how this little end to the zoo turned out. I love this, and it's been such a great time making this whole zoo. I've enjoyed it so much. If you look back to where we started, we had the bush dogs over here, and their huge habitat with a lake. And then we had all the frogs in here and the massive exhibits we made for them. Like, it seems so long ago we were doing that. I have loved making this series, and it's been so amazing seeing the lovely comments that you guys have put in there about it and that you've enjoyed it so much. But I think it's time for a new challenge, and I'm gonna end this series here and start a new series in Planet Zoo. If you've enjoyed this series, please give the video a like and let me know in the comments. It really means the world to me, and I'll see you in the next one.